We will start with the next little block, addressing how can digital processes reduce bureaucracy and unlock billions in potential savings at the same time. So the next four following experts, they share practical perspectives from industry and business. And the first speaker today is Mr. Jakob Gorenfluss López. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'd like to be in Berlin today. Unfortunately, I was called off to Mülheim an der Ruhr because I had to give here another presentation, and this collided a little bit, so you can only see me digitally. I work for VDMA. We represent the machinery industry in Europe, primarily in Germany, but we've also expanded by now to countries like Poland, the Benelux states, and Italy, and of course also Austria. Today, I will tell you a little bit how industry sees the digitalization of the quality infrastructure and kind of what the industry expectations are. And I took over from a dear colleague from BDI, who unfortunately, due to another scheduling issue for him, had to cancel on a short term. So what does industry expect? It's this simple. It's simplification. What I mean by that is we all know it. We're currently struggling. There is a lot of bureaucracy. We there are all these simplification omnibuses for the EU regulations at the moment, which are of course heavily intertwined with the quality infrastructure because they give kind of the legal necessity for the needing of the quality infrastructure. And what industry at the moment really needs is a breather and simplification and saving all of that money that Professor Dr. Knut Blind found in his study, and that we can actually make this happen. What does simplification mean? We all know, and I mean, I've just seen this again in the sketch that you've already talked about, the 5 core areas of the quality infrastructure: metrology, standardization, conformity assessment, accreditation, and market surveillance. And essentially, it's a simple calculation. It's simplification means acceleration plus the continuity or even the improvement of quality of the work of the quality infrastructure, which then would equal cost reduction to improve competitiveness. This is also what we are currently seeing on the regulatory stage, that people are trying to, especially the Commission is trying to reduce your regulatory burden, and the background of what is the regulatory background behind the quality infrastructure, the new legislative framework, together with the market surveillance regulation and the standardization regulation, will be now reworked into, as it's currently being rumored, the Product Act. And we really like this idea, but for this, of course, the baseline of the processes behind the regulatory aspects need to function as well. And I just made here, we'll go into 2 aspects, a little bit standardization and also market surveillance. The other things, as we only have 10 minutes, would be a little much to cover. So what does simplification mean for standardization? And I have to say this, these are just some examples. There are certainly other aspects that digitalization will also have to simplify. Let's start with something simple and tangible, something that I always found fascinating, and that maybe doesn't have to do directly with the current project of QI Digital, but it's definitely part of this. And this is the aspect of the transfer of finalized, harmonized European standards to the Commission. And one would think that this is a simple and easy task, but actually it isn't. Not so long ago, this took 1, 2, 3 months. So every 3 months, CCMC, the Central Management Center, would actually only send finalized, harmonized standards to the Commission. And they have now decreased this to only 1 month, which is great. And part of that decrease has been also the digitization of processes, but also introducing kind of new teams that specialize on this topic. But of course, what should be the goal? The goal should be that once the standard is finished, it's sent right away to the Commission and for them to be published in the official journal. Some future aspects, something that we've been seeing being rolled out at the moment are, of course, the OSD tools, the online standards development tool. This will definitely help standardization. And we hope that this will also speed up the process, primarily by decreasing editing times, decreasing the number of definitions, and overall less administration, so that the work that is done by CCMC, by the Secretariat, is being reduced, the burden is being reduced, and we have more time for the experts to actually do the work. Because as we all know, currently there's a lot of pressure on the standardization system to become faster. And these tools should be the backbone to go forward with this. And I can see that maybe you're not fully seeing here my last aspect of the slides, and this is, of course, the topic of smart standards. I'm sure you're seeing this a lot at the QI Digital Conference today. And ultimately, the goal here is that once these tools are introduced and actually work in practice, that these should facilitate conformity assessment. We all know the demographic bomb is coming. The peak baby boomers, the people that were born in 1964, will retire latest by 2031. And by then, we kind of need a new generation that will, with a most likely smaller workforce, be able to still be able to do all these tasks of conformity assessment. And smart standards is certainly a way to enable this, and industry expects these to work. Currently, though, I have to say we're still a bit away from the practical implementation of a smart standard in the conformity assessment process, because, of course, we're still in the development phase. When we look at market surveillance, we can look at the calculation that I've presented to you earlier, the very simple back of the envelope calculation. Again, here, just some examples. What does acceleration for market surveillance mean? So at the moment, this is primarily the reaction to non-compliant products, non-compliant and also usually produced in a cheaper way, because you don't have to fulfill the legal criteria, because you just sell them via an e-commerce platform. For those of you who were at the market surveillance conference of the German Ministry of Economics a couple of weeks ago, I'm always stunned by that number, that about 80% of the products that are sold on e-commerce platforms are non-compliant, so they can sell them for cheaper, and are actually a problem. And really, for the machinery industry, we currently saw, I had this example on my table where our companies were complaining to me about pumps being sold on a big e-commerce platform from Chinese competitors who had physically impossible specifications and who were definitely non-compliant, and that these are identified more quickly, and then there is a reduction. What does that mean for the continuity and improvement of the quality? It's really this finding, assessing, removing the products, and with that creating a level playing field, which ultimately for us is a cost reduction, because we have less unfair competition in the market. And as I used to be a member of the QI digital board, and I hope I will continue to have that task in the future. I've also been seeing these new projects based on the QI digital ideas, that we have really market surveillance organizations come together also here on this platform with industry and other partners to develop a market surveillance app. However this might look, this should definitely be the goal. to create an even playing field and for market surveillance to be efficient without overburdening those that are already producing compliant products for the European market. And don't forget, and this might be my most important slide of the whole presentation, when we think about digitalization, there are a lot of low-hanging fruits. Pick them first, and then from there slowly improve the system, and then try to build, as we say in German, die eierlegende Wollmilchsau, so the perfect solution, the golden bullet for everything. There is a lot to gain with the low-hanging fruit already. With that, thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a lovely conference.
Thank you so much for this short presentation and also for the short notice, because you did this for a colleague. We're really, really grateful. Just checking online, Heidi, Ms. Foldal, are you able to do your presentation?
Yeah, can you hear me and see?
Yes, we hear and see you.
Good. So I just need to find the presentation.
Ms. Heidi Foldal is the Focus Group Vice Chair and Area Process Manager of Novo Nordisk, and she's going to talk a bit of digital KI in pharma.
Yeah. Do you see my screen? Do you see the presentation? Yes.
Not yet, but we probably.
Is it kind of okay? I share. My screen says I share. I try stop sharing again, and then I try to share again. Let's see. Screen.
Yes, we see it now.
Good. I just put it in presentation mode. So, thank you for having me.
We don't see it in presentation modes yet, but we see your presentation in the speaker view.
Okay. How about now?
It's still the same. Ms. Foldal, would it help you if we share the presentation from here and click for you? Yes, then we do that. And 1 second, please.
Yes, of course. Just let me know when I can start doing the presentation.
Yes. Just 1 moment.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
All right, then we start. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. So my name is Heidi. I work in Novo Nordisk. It's a global healthcare company. It's over 100 years old and it's headquartered in Denmark. We have strategic manufacturing production around the world in Belgium, Brazil, China, Denmark, France, Italy, and US. And this is why we need an international standard to be able to support all our facilities. Next slide, please. So in the corporate metrology process, the purpose is to ensure reliable and traceable measurements for critical processes. And we have strategic goals. One of them is to remove manual transfer of data and to have fair data available for decision making. And for that, we run pilots for implementation of DCC and DCR. Next slide, please. The calibration program in Novo Nordisk starts by defining what are we going to measure. Based on that, we identify the requirements to the measurand. We specify the calibration requirements to the equipment based on the requirements to the measurand. The calibration interval is specified based on a risk assessment assessing the impact, probability, and mitigation. And if equipment do not comply with its requirements, we create the deviations, evaluating the impact on products the entire period back until the last approved calibration. We do outsourcing. Novo Nordisk is legally responsible, so the execution of the calibration can be outsourced, but the responsibility of evaluating the result has to be done by a qualified person in Novo Nordisk. We don't want conformity statements in the certificate, and the certificate needs to be delivered to Novo Nordisk. Next slide, please. The calibration is managed in a corporate database. When we do in-house calibrations, data is entered directly into the database, so it's paperless. We have dashboards where we can see the historical trends on each equipment. For external calibration, we receive them either by paper or PDF. Some departments select to manually transfer data, and then a second person needs to review that the data is transferred correctly. So this is where the DCC comes in place, because in the future, we like the data to be automatically transferred to the database, removing the manual transfer data. And we also like to look into using machine learning to see if we can predict the performance of the equipment going forward. So not only showing dashboards with historical data, but also some predictive data. Next slide, please. We have run a digitalization process for quite some time. We started out using paper. Then we started getting a digitally signed PDF certificates for manual handling. And we also have implemented a RPA solution for receiving these certificates. And these are in operation. And for now, we are in development of DCC and DCR. And we see the DCC implementation in 3 phases, where we run the pilots where it's manually handled. Then we can do some semi-automation in step 2 and maybe full automation in phase 3. Next slide, please. For digitally signed PDF certificates, we need to ensure the data integrity. So here we do a data integrity verification of the certificate. We validate the signature against the root certificate, and we ensure that the document has not been altered since the last signature was applied. We found out that having an external host for the root certificates is the most robust setup. So therefore, we apply Adobe AATL program for that. We also see that end users doing this data integrity verification is a little tricky. And if you do this on a regular daily basis, then it's no problem. But if you just receive a few certificates on a monthly basis or yearly basis, then it becomes too hard. So therefore, next slide. We implemented an RPA solution for that performs this data integrity verification. Next slide. And now to the pilot project. We run a DCR DCC workflow. We have in the lower bottom in the center. You can see here is our database. The IT system generates a work order when it's time to perform a calibration. We can generate DCRs based on this data and then send them to the supplier. The supplier performs the calibration, and then we receive a DCC back, and then we get the data back into the IT system. So this is the pilot program. Next slide, please. So the DCR pilot is that we looked into the database and extract the data from that. We also have some manual data collection because there are no email addresses, contact persons, and things like that in the database. And then we also see a need for some standard text that is in the DCR, that such as we like an accredited calibration, and so on and so forth. So the middleware tool collects data from these 3 points. Then it gets the input from the schema, how should it be structured, and then we create the XML file. And we have done a test case with the DFM and the Danish Technological Institute, where we use the schema from DFM. We created the GCR, and the Technological Institute can read the XML file. And the next phase is to run 3 examples of DCRs from Novo Nordisk, and then the 3 institutes in Denmark there to create DCCs, and then we are to see and compare if we get the same results in the DCC, if we can find them like that. Next slide, please. So in the first phase, we would like to keep the digitally signed PDF certificates that is human readable, and we can present at inspections and audits. And then we would like to embed the XML file into the PDF. Hereby we can start working with a slow implementation of the DCC and still run our daily operation as is. Next slide. So when we look into the DCC for the pilot project, we use XPath to find the data points. And for me, it's very important that these data paths are very clearly and unambiguously. Next slide, please. So some examples we see when we run XPath, then we get multiple results, and then we have to say, is it the first result or the second results? And then it becomes complex, and the middleware IT validation becomes very, very complex. So next slide, please. For us, it's very important that the calibration results are unambiguously identified. They have an unambiguous data path and ample metadata to ensure that data is transferred correctly. And in collaboration with PTB, we send a certificate, and then we got this structure back, and the structure is called result element representation. Next slide, please. So here you see a view. On the left side is a Novo Nordisk database. Each line in our IT system has a unique identifier called a MIC. The yellow colors are the data path in XPath, and the result on the purple color you can see this is the result that we pull out from the DCC. Next slide, please. So Novo Nordisk is a healthcare company, and we are audited against the AIQI principles. We have very high strict requirements to data integrity and documentation requirements. And yeah, we just have to adhere them, and I put in a link here so you can have a look at them. Next slide, please. So for us, it's very important that the DCC has a structure where the process of extracting data is a simple process that is consistent, well-defined, and objective, because that leads to reduced risk. If we have a complex data path that are inconsistent or open-ended, and we have to have a subjective outcome, then it becomes complex, and then the IT risk assessment becomes really, really complex and difficult and gives a lot of strain. So in Novo Nordisk, we prefer simplicity. Next slide, please. So why is this so interesting for Novo Nordisk? We have approximately 20,000 supply calibrations a year. In average, we spend 20 minutes of transferring data from a certificate to the IT system, and this includes a second-person review. And then also when we request calibration, we spend in average 25 minutes of transferring data from the IT system to a letter that we then send to the supplier. And we also like to trend on data. You can see the illustration down here on the bottom left corner, where we see all the historical data. And then on the what we would like to do is to predict next calibration. Are we in and out of the limits that is specified for the equipment? You know, the deviation, the error of the bias of the calibration result. So next slide, please. In summary, we need an international standard for the DCC and the DCR to be able to work with multiple suppliers across the entire globe. I think we need a phased implementation so we can still show a readable certificate during inspection. And then it's very important that we partner up with collaborators so we can get the necessary experience and develop the concept. So next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Foldal, for making time and this very, very interesting presentation and joining us online. We appreciate it a lot. Our next speaker is Mr. Julian Haller, who should be here. Yeah, I see him coming. Perfect.
So thanks for the introduction, and hi everybody already. So my name is Julian Haller and I'm with Sartorius Lab Instruments, but today representing CESIP, which I briefly would like to introduce. There it is, thank you. Which is basically the European Association of Manufacturers of Weighing Instruments. And we comprise 10 national member associations and 3 companies from other countries. The topic of my talk is efficient conformity assessment, and because conformity assessment might be used in different meanings, just to make sure, what I mean is conformity assessment according to the NLF, for example, according to the NAVI directive, and especially module B, which is where the basic process is that the manufacturer submits a device and respective documentation to a notified body like the PTB, METAS, NNE, whoever, and then receives the type approval, as everybody calls it, basically, and the correct term is type examination certificate. What I say might be applicable to other types of conformity assessment as well, nevertheless. So how does that look in practice? At the manufacturer has the essential requirements in the directive or usually in a harmonized standard or another normative document. And you need, let's call it metrology experts, to transfer these requirements to your R&D department, to the product development into URS. And usually because these standards and documents are written by humans and have been grown historically, this is not a straightforward process. So some requirements are not applicable for us, some may be split, some may be combined. You should restructure everything to make it usable for the PD department and so on. PD implements everything and then gives us, the metrology experts, some evidence for that, again, in a non-structured way, some documents, some Word, PDF, pictures, whatever. And of course, we have to transform that again to submit it to the notified body to make it usable and accessible by the notified body. So as you see, not a very straightforward process. At the notified body, first the notified body checks for completeness of the documentation, and there might again, of course, be another loop because it is unclear where do you explain this and that. So you have another loop at the manufacturer. And then when everything is complete, of course, the compliance with the requirements is assessed by the notified body. And again, you might have additional loops just for explanations for clarity. Of course, you have to do some measurements, either by the notified body or in some cases by the manufacturer. You receive a draft that we correct or confirm, and then finally we receive the certificate from the notified body, the type examination certificate for Europe, and usually together, especially for weighing instruments, an OMLCS certificate. And of course, we do not stop at the European borders, so we want to have the device approved, for example, in Brazil, which is not a OML utilizer. So you have to submit the type examination certificate and the OML certificate because they like it. And then all the requirements are assessed again, and the same measurements as before are performed again. And in other countries like China, they are OML utilizer, at least they do not perform the measurements themselves anymore. So you save a little bit of time. And just to give you an impression, when we launch a new series of weighing instruments, we usually need more than 1 year to obtain approvals in all regions and countries that we want to. Which means, on the one hand, users get innovations significantly delayed. And coming to the title of the session, time to market is money. So as manufacturers, we lose a lot of money just due to that time. So how could that look in the future? Of course, again, or still you need the requirements in a human readable document, but at least the requirements should be clearly machine identifiable, unambiguously, so that you can actually directly forward them to PD. So you do not need the metrology expert anymore here. And they directly can send straightforward the implementation to fulfill the respective requirements to the notified body with accompanying documents, of course. So you would have a straightforward process here. And then you can also imagine that, of course, you can submit these implementations that, let's say, fulfill the requirements to a cloud system where you have an automatic check for completeness and where notified bodies and authorities from other countries, China, Brazil, and so on, simultaneously can assess the implementations and might even, of course, accept implementations from other authorities. So you can do that in parallel instead of serial process. And then they issue a respective certificate in PDF or machine readable format, doesn't matter. And of course, this is a vision, you can also imagine that at least for some simple requirements, you can imagine an automatic check. If the requirement is value must be bigger than 1 milligram and the implementation is 10 milligram, that can be checked by a machine. We do not need a human to check that. Yeah. So also, of course, then in the lifetime of the instrument, usually our biggest pain in the neck are revisions, and just think about Cyber Resilience Act, so might be having software updates in the future more often. You could submit that to this, let's say, cloud system, data space, whatever you call it. The notified body and other authorities can directly assess that and approve the software update. And also users, market surveillance can benefit from such a data space when they can access the respective information given in that system. So where are we concerning this vision? So the bad news, I think I prepared these slides like 5 years ago, and I can still use them. The good news is, and I think we will hear that today and tomorrow, and we already heard it, there are different projects going on. So we heard about smart standards already, and I think there will be some other talks about that. We all know the metrology cloud and data spaces. Things are somehow on the way. And let's at least mention that digital certificates might be the furthest. So we have heard from Heidi about DCCs, but also DCOC, the Digital Certificate of Conformity, or the delicious cup of coffee, as I just learned, is almost finished. So we are furthest there. But what do we need? What is missing actually? And to take that from the VDMA talk, this might be my most important slide. I think we need more boldness and flexibility from all stakeholders to accept non-perfect implementations, to say, okay, this is only 80% perfect, but for the moment I can live with it, and we should not stick to fixed procedures. So if a procedure says you have to send a PDF via email, you should say, okay, but uploading an XML file is also fine. I can do that, even if my procedure doesn't allow that. I have seen a lot of high-level vision presentations, maybe also like this one. But what is really needed, of course, is the hard, detailed work. And I don't want to give any names, but we all know some stakeholders are very active contributing in this hard, detailed work. And others, including some parts from the industry, definitely are not. And I think we need to make sure that all stakeholders contribute to that, because all of them will benefit from that. And my last point, actually, we need to make sure that all approaches are somehow consolidated to avoid double work and competing approaches. And I think this is the point where I think this UI Digital initiative is very meaningful and reasonable, and why I appreciate that whole initiative and also this forum a lot, because this is a good opportunity to consolidate approaches and to align on the approaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haller, for this really interesting presentation about efficient conformity assessment. And as you predicted, we will hear more now about smart standards. And our next speaker is Mr. Matthias Marzinko.
Yes. Hello all together. I'm Matthias Marzinko. I'm working for Traeger. Traeger is a German-based family-run company, which is at the same time tech DAX listed. So it feels like working in a small company headquartered in Lübeck in Germany, but at the same time we are a global company, and we are producing products that are protecting, that are supporting, and that are saving life. So quality of our products is where people or users of our products, they trust with their most valuable thing they have. They trust us with their life. So it's obvious that we need to come up with a good quality, that we use quality infrastructure in our life. And when I go to our management board, the entry card is exactly what this session was said, how we can earn billions by using smart standards, by using standards, or by using bureaucracy. And is that a thing that you see when you go to your board and say, do you like bureaucracy? Do you like regulations? Typically you get the answer, get out of my face. Please run away. And if you ask a little bit more, if you have a wish free, what do you wish? Which standard, which regulation you want to remove that your life becomes easy, that you earn the billions you have? And you immediately get some ideas. Oh, this Cyber Resilience Act, these deforestation rules, this shitty digital product passport where I have to put in all my data. So you get typically these answers. If we add a precondition for that, so when at the same time, no authority, no competitor, no supplier, no investor, and no judge can or must use this document too, do you wish that this is removed? And then I seldom get an answer that this or that regulation or this or that standard should be removed. So this is a precondition. Why we claim standards are that important, but what is our assumption for standards? Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? And before we go to smart standards and to digitalization, we see we have a standard environment at the time. We started with standards, which give us a lot of opportunities. Standards consensus standards are promoting interoperability, not this new future interoperability, starting with the Industrial Revolution, fitting things together, having distributed production chains that work interoperable with together. So this was the starting of standards, ensuring safety reliability. How can we ensure on a global level that we have the same level of safety, the same consistency and quality? Or once we start to export, and we saw it with the certificates already, facilitating global trade. So do we have global standards? Do we have international standards? And with the same time, once the authorities are promising that the country's infrastructure is protected by laws or by regulations, how can we fit with a new legislative framework towards these regulations? How can we interface for that? And by doing standards, we can compare with the others. We have the best practices. We can encourage innovation by setting standards. So these are all opportunities we can take. How we get the billions out of there. And what is if we grab the standards? If we grab the standards, you get all at once. So it's not exactly that what you pick. It's like a noodle soup. You pick one and all the others come with it together, and try to follow up the normative references in the big standards up to the last in the chain, and you will understand the pictures. So in a modern world, what is this driving and earning of that? We are using the opportunities on the one or the other way, but if we go on a structured way, if you want to have it one pillar in the quality infrastructure, then we must integrate standardization seamless in all the other elements. And if we have not a fixed infrastructure, a fixed building out of that, we have the quality infrastructure elements in an ecosystem. So how do we interact with all the other shareholders out of that? And the other thing, we need to take into account that smart standards need to support different pillars in this quality infrastructure ecosystem. One is management systems, how we want to do our businesses, how we want to reduce risks out of that, how we form our processes, that they are an optimum, so not the hyper-bureaucracy and not fully out of bureaucracy and out of control. So one between the middle, and how our products requirements can be designed so that we have reliable products out of that. This is the role of future smart standards. And if we stick to the older way of standardization, to say, okay, we are paper-based, we are very stable, we remember what Germany actually moves to the part. And 2 days ago, when you know that the German government was at Villa Borsig and decided for that, and Professor Markus Brunnermeier, he was part of that, and with Gabor Steingart, he had a talk out of that, and he told us what we need to move in the society. So the society in Germany is very stability-based. You know it in your company. When in 2032, exactly in which month you get this product on the market, tell me exactly what I need for the market in Vietnam to fulfill the standards. We need to prepare now. And we are moving to survive. We need to move. We go to a smarter way, and we need to transform into a resilient society. And a resilient society also focuses in resilient companies. So we, on the one hand side, we want to stick everything that stays stable, very calculable. We want to have small evolutions. We want to create with our standards higher margins. We want to be global efficient. We do not want to change the standard each month, each year, each decade. We want to have slightly moves out of that. Remember that when you are always asking for fast standardization, we need very fast standardization once we go into the innovation mode in the second part of our businesses, where we create the value and the turnaround for the future. We want to be disruptive. We want to innovate, and we want to be pioneers. We can either write patents to save our intellectual properties, or we can pioneer in setting standards for the future so that the investment we do in our innovations will become products for the future, because an idea of today will be the money we earn in the future. And if we do more and more processes to ensure that, if we do more and more additional standards, we get lost in nowhere. And we need to really a digital transformation in companies and in societies to build this bridge between innovative start and an exploitation in the future out of our good ideas. So this is the scale up for the future we need to see. Coming back to today, what is our starting point? Our starting point is quite good. We have standardization institutes. We have an openness. Everybody can be part of standardization. We have a very broad participation, and the consensus is a very valuable part out of that. And the consumers of our standards, they are buying standards once they are market relevant, once they are accepted in Europe or international on an international way, and picking out the standards they need. And what the standardization institutes are doing, they're producing paper or PDFs, and the added value or the part out of that is that you have uniform products and that they are consistent to each other. And this is a good asset we have in Europe in comparison, for example, to the US, where this consistency is not really given. So everybody can write standards, even if they are redundant or contradictory. So this approach is very good. And this is the base for smart standards. This is the base for our future, also in the quality infrastructure. Not forget this, we cannot break down all the things and start new. We need to start with that way of working. We create a content, we write a standard within 2-3 years or 18 months. Then we have a content management, where are the standards stored? We have document delivery, how can we buy standards? And then there is a gap and somebody is using the standards. We do not exactly know who, but somebody will use that. We see it on the numbers of standards we sell as a standards institute. But how they are really used, we do not really know. With the smart standards, we need to think the other way around. So we have standards that provide value of their information they have in a digital and in a collaborative world. So the first question we have to ask, how we come from brain to a standard? What is the input from the standard requirements? How do they end up? We saw the OSD tool, we saw a Word document. We asked, is the brain an AI? We do not exactly know. So how do it come from the standards, and who needs the content? So is it in the bubble of standardization, employees, or who is the user? Who is the user of the standards? And the most important part, we do not have the European standards or the German standards or the Chinese standards. All the standards are interdependent and working in a global world. Once we have digital solutions, you are exactly in the worldwide community. So you cannot put borders in standards anymore and have just national standards or just European standards. And this drives the necessity to have smart standards. So it's not a matter, it's good to have them for the future. It's a need to survive in the future. So once we do not exactly know who buys the standard, we need a representative who finds out what content is needed. And we will find a lot of users, not the design engineer alone. It is the testing lab, it's the accreditation schemes, it's sustainability, it's management systems, it's automated industry. So we need to find these use cases and find it out, and how to transport it from our former document. We need to have tools or machinery to transport this in an automated way. And without digital standards, without digital content, you are lost in that game, because now you are exactly in the middle. You start from the other way around. What is the content usage you want to provide with the standard? How do we manage and access to these granular documents in smart standards? And how is the content created? And this is the idea behind smart standards, how we get efficiency in the system, how we get efficiency in this quality infrastructure. So from a noodle soup to exactly that piece of sushi you want to pick, it's exactly that. And we predict that it is exactly your taste you want to have, because you find out that you can pick exactly what you want. And therefore we have to build up smart standards in a way that it works together and that it builds an integral part into the quality infrastructure ecosystem. Starting with what is doing with the history, with the historical documents, how we can transform them, how they are interplaying, how we can create contents, in which format. Then how we process these things, how we distribute this, how we get licenses out of there, what is with change management of standards. So this is the infrastructure we have to provide. And then we can use it in a way. The user exactly picks that part of standardization. That part of standardization the person needs to do for the production, for sustainability, for quality infrastructure, for circular economy, and so on and so on. And it's coming back from the three pillars I started at the beginning. It's a requirements management, how we deal with requirements, how we interplay with management systems, and how we use standards for digital process automation. So this is the idea. This is the idea behind that. So you do not have one standard. You have a lot of standardized requirements, like an OLAP cube of data, where you slice and dice exactly these data you need to have, and it's giving you exactly this answer you are asking for. And if we finalize, or if we continue to go in that way, I think then the idea comes through out of opportunities. This was the first slide I showed you about standardization. Going back to the future, to our sushi picture, to make the billions real. So we can create interoperability of requirements. We can digitally prove safety and reliability. We can talk about and we can calculate cost of quality. What does it cost? What does it cost to produce quality? What does it cost not having enough quality on board? We can exactly calculate time to market in our regulation framework throughout the complete product life cycle. And we can speeding up innovation to get the return of invest in the future, because it's consistent in a digital way and it's consistently interfacing with our company's quality infrastructure. So the idea is digitalization of smart standards is not a thing we can choose. It's exactly the thing we need to do to interfere in our ecosystem, in our German society for that. Except of one word, I want to remark that it was an AI wording free presentation. So you see a lot of ideas of AI. AI does not play the essential role for that. It's a tool and it's a technology we can use for that, but it will not bring us the billions of saving just because we write this is an AI tool for that. We will see where it helps. We'll see where it does not help, and therefore I get free of AI ideas because it comes anyway. It comes anyway where it is good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation. I think we all will connect now smart standards with sushi. we have now heard a lot about how efficiency is working in case of saving billions of euros, but we will now look a bit more about how QE Digital can help digital ecosystems to smart the quality assurance in industry. So data rooms, digital twins, product passports, they're all no longer a vision of the future. They are already a basis for efficient, trustworthy, and connected quality assurance in industry. And we will learn more about this with our next speakers. And the first one I want to put on stage is Thomas Engel, the Principal Key Expert Research Scientist from Siemens.
Yeah, thank you, Anna, for the kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm really proud to be here to give you another industry view on what is QI Digital or digital quality infrastructure about, and also share with you the latest results on our contribution to the digital quality infrastructure. So the title of the talk is Efficient Data Management for QI with the Asset Administration Shell. And just to lay the ground where we are starting from in industry. So today industry's processes is organized process-oriented, which means we are structured in workflows with dedicated quality gates. They are distributed over a variety of functions and stakeholders. And of course, every step has to conform international quality standards like ISO 9001 and subsequent ones. And therefore, we have to cover all the interfaces or stakeholder interfaces in the workflow. We have to document conformity for each and every part, module, or product specification. And all this has to be transferred into the digital era. That's why I listed it here, in order to give you a little bit frame and outline of the talk. Where we are talking about. So do not be confused about the slide here. The left-hand side is what is the requirement on data. The middle column is about the solution, and the right column only gives you some reference why it is used and why it has to be done. But I will not go into details there. It's just listed for the sake of time. So what we need to do is data has to be linked to a product, which is accomplished by the digital nameplate. Data has to be organized for a product, and there the vision of Industry 4.0 is to use the asset administration shell as one common interface standard for reporting data. Then, of course, when delivering a product to a customer, the data has to be reported to the new product owner, which is then conveyed by the digital product passport, or what we have already heard, the digital battery passport, which is enforced as the first version of the digital product passport for traction batteries. Then, of course, the data transfer has to happen seamlessly. That's why data spaces come into the game. Connect once and then use it very efficiently. Data has to be securely interpretable, which means we have to have semantics and ontology. And that's exactly, do we have a digital language already in place? Typically, we don't have. I will come to that a little bit later. And last but not least, we have heard quite a lot about regulations. So based on the regulations, you see the EU sign on the right-hand side. Data has to be aggregated for products at corporate level or on product level with a different kind of regulations, as you can see, for the Eco-Design Sustainable Product Regulation, or just the corporate sustainability reporting, which is enforced by the EU. So coming now to the solution and discussing the benefit of the different steps in the solution. So the digital nameplate is a unique identifier which will link all customer information to a product. So just use this one entry route in order to get access to all the information. The asset administration shell is a framework for standardized information representation. A sub-element is the AAS submodel. This serves as an envelope in order to really carry on specific type of data into the asset administration shell so that it can be retrieved and used efficiently. The digital product passport, digital battery passport, I've already talked about. Then we have data spaces, and the real benefit is that you do not have to have interfaces for each and every stakeholder in the process chain individually. You just connect once to a data space. Everyone's stakeholder is connecting once, and then you can exchange data on a secure manner because of the administration of the data spaces with roles and responsibilities. And last but not least, which I think is the most challenging part in here, for all the others we already do have quite good technical solutions and concepts, But what we really urge is having a good system, a really convincing system of semantics and ontology as the basis for efficient digitalization and interoperability. So by that, just look on the industry, because I was asked to give a view on the industry. So when we are producing a product, we start on the left-hand side in the development phase. Typically, lots of design documents are produced. So this is just what is shown on the left-hand side, and they will be fed into this asset administration shell, each and every document which is needed in order to be able to do everything Julian has explained before with the conformity assessment, to comply with norms and standards. Then, of course, when the development is finished, the system gets manufactured. So parts are produced, they are tested, they are qualified, they are calibrated, other documents are prepared. And so all those documents pile up from parts to components to subsystems to the system until the product is finished and released for the shipment to the customer. And then from the asset administration shell, the customer relevant information is extracted into the digital product passport. And this is then securely transported to the customer. And this is just a generic view here, but it should show how things work together and what we need to do in order to set a good framework which is efficiently serving a quality infrastructure. So what we did then in the GIMIMAC project, which was funded by the former Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, the project ended in the time of this ministry. We started with a PDF or PDFA-based or even paper-based DCC, or not DCC, but calibration certificate. And there was already some development at the PTB for the DCC. So the idea of the GIMIMAC project to prove industrial applicability. So we went over from the PDF-based to an XML-based DCC schema. This was the core part of the project, but then we found out we have to go one step further because the concepts of the asset administration shell came up. So we initiated a project to really provide and develop a submodel for the asset administration shell, which is covering all digital quality documents. So not only digital calibration certificates, not only digital calibration requests, like Heidi explained, not the documents only what Julian explained, all of them on a common basis. And also just to complement what Heidi has explained, a group of DCC promoters formed together to bring the DCC into a production mode in the pharmaceutical industry. In this case, Boehringer Ingelheim is the lead customer or the lead user. And all the others are bringing all their bits and pieces together in order to make it happen to have a real productive use case in the pharmaceutical industry. So now having a little bit closer look on the DCC, I do not want to really make you afraid of what digitalization means, but the 2 pages calibration certificate in the digital format to make it machine readable ends up in 11 pages. But for everyone who gets frustrated about this, it's not that complicated. You are not supposed to read. That's why I color-coded it. So if you are looking on the green color, the minimalistic approach, was the instrument calibrated? What is the conformity? That's the dark green. What was the name of the instrument and when was the calibration? It's the lighter green. That's everything what is used in the calibration certificate. Typically today, that's exactly what Heidi explained. But value is associated to the software adjustment, which means making use of the existing calibration results to adjust your instrument to create more precision in the processes without increasing the cost because the information is already there, just using software adjustment. If you are then in a critically controlled industry, you of course have to access the conformity of the calibration and the process. That's where you need the orange, and the gray is just the auxiliary information which is used in case of auditing, which is not of so much interest for practical use, but only in the event of an auditing process. Hopefully this helps a little bit to show you can pinpoint and focus on specific parts of the DCC to extract the information. Now coming to the broader framework. So the idea is to use all the quality-related standards from the ISO 1700 series. The DCC is the second line from the top with the DCC or the Digital Test Certificate. But since each and every of those standards has a little different semantics, we need one semantic mapping to this DX schema, which was also called already core model, for all those standards. So we have to have this one semantic transformation into this one data core model as XML schema as the implementation. And of course, the asset administration shell was developing a little bit separate. So there's also slight adjustments needed. So there's a second semantic transition. But as you see from standardization, if we are based on the same semantics and ontology, we could omit or reduce the one semantic mapping on a long run in the future to make things easier, to avoid overhead. And then we only have the one to the implementation for the asset administration shell. The good news here, since Julian said we have also to do the heavy work here, the good news is the release for this submodel DQD for all these digital quality documents is planned for end of the year, very early next year. And I'm really grateful to the core team. The names are listed there. It was really fun of working together. And yeah, it was about a year time frame in order to get these things completed. Thanks to all of them. In the next step, it's not good enough to have the documents. Of course, we also have to have good and reliable measures. So everything started 150 years ago with the meter convention. Then the SI system got developed and completed to all the 7 measurement units. Then those 7 measurement units were reduced or not reduced, represented by the 7 defining constants. So they are secure. They can be provided worldwide with the same highest level of accuracy. And now they are digital for a couple of years. I think it's 3 to 4 years where we have the SI reference point. But that's it. It's internationally agreed, that's it. And what we have done, as the idea came up prior to last year's conference, we discussed it on the conference in some side meetings. And what we have prepared in the past 9 months is coming early 2026. There is an update on the IEC 62720, the Common Data Dictionary in the section units of measurements. This will grow to 2,180 units, and all of them are traced back then to the BIPM SI reference point. So the transition in digitalization is we are no longer talking about technical terms, saying it's a meter. Now it's really connected to the meter representation at the BIPM in the first international standard by the IEC standard. The standard is royalty-free and it's copyright protected, so everyone can use it. But this is really the birth date then of not having an internationally agreed system, but to really have a valid standard, which should be in place early next year. And again, here, many thanks to this highly motivated, highly dedicated core team, which took the action and really created all this content. Thank you so much. And then last but not least, but I can keep it short here, you have seen already the hydrogen fueling station from BAM. You see again lots of sensors. You see many different calibration certificates and other certificates. We have the submodel for the asset administration shell, and so everything is in a digital twin of the fueling station. Data can be transferred to the Quality X data space. On the lower right-hand side, you see the BAM aspiration of what needs to be or should be accomplished in the project. And with that, I would like to finalize my call. Just to put it in one sentence, it's not AI-driven. I used one of my papers with AI, if it can summarize it, but it simply picked one of my sentences, which is nice. So sometimes you are not less productive than AI. But the really worth is in the digital era, the value of data is not just its existence, but its quality, consistency, reliability, and trustworthiness throughout the whole digital processing chain. With that, I think it's a very good honor for me to stay here, because about 140 years ago, Werner von Siemens donated this area to the government or the state of Germany to build the Physikalisch-Technische Reichanstalt, the predecessor of PTB. It was to create a standardized set of metrological artifacts. Now we are here having the first time an international standard of digital units in international standards, which I think is a great accomplishment after 140 years. I'm really grateful to that. And with that, I will close my talk. You can find a little bit more of content on the right-hand side. And in case of any questions, please feel free to contact me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much about this presentation. 11 pages is what I took away. I hope everyone else too. I will hand over now to Christoph Attila Kuhn, who's the Global Product Manager of Digital Data Chain at BASF.
So So, thank you very much for having me, for the invitation to present you a little bit about data spaces. So I'm here today in my role as a sub-project leader in the Factory X project, and BASF is part of this project. Good. So this is first an overview of the companies that are participating here. You see we have a lot of companies from industry. We have research partners, associated partners, and we had talked a little bit about asset administration shell. So you can see here also IDTA is here, the Digital Data Chain Consortium who developed, for example, the ID link. Good. Getting a little bit closer to Factory X. So there is a program in Germany called Manufacturing X, and below this program, there are a lot of different projects. So it started with Catena X. Then the second one largest is the Factory X project, where I'm participating in the name of BASF. And then you see multiple other projects. So they are all working on the topic how to exchange data in the industry. And the Factory X project took the task to develop for all the /X projects together with them the technical foundation, shared services, and all this fitting to the regulatory framework and the standards that are relevant. So why is this so important? Just imagine that each industry would design their own data space and it would not be interoperable with another one. So just take the chemical industry. We have a project called ChemX. Later, a dear colleague from me will also talk a bit about that topic. And we are delivering products to all these vertical industries. Just imagine they all have a different data space. So that would just call extreme losses without benefit. And that's the reason why we are developing here under the umbrella of the MX program, this technical foundation for all the different projects. Good. We're quite far. And I would ask you all just pick your smartphones and just scan one of these ID links, so the QR code with the frame. I hope it is well enough so that you can scan it. And then you should be lead to one of the digital twins here. And that is actually the basis. So the digital twin is containing the information that we want to exchange. And pictures and PowerPoints are nice. The reason why I have this magic stick here with me, this is a level meter from a medium-sized company in Germany. They have the ID link, so it's on the top right corner. And this is already on each of the products. So you don't have to order it specifically. That's the reality. And BASF recently did something very clever. We just told all our suppliers that is what we expect. And just yesterday, I had an onboarding session with several hundreds of our suppliers. That is now what we are requesting. Good. So I hope you had the chance to access some of the DPPs or digital twins here. And what is very important, where do we store these digital twins? So as big owner operator, we have thousands of suppliers and they all provide their information to us, but we have to be able to manage it. So we first have to receive it, we have to manage it, and maybe we use some of the information, for example, the product carbon footprint in our own digital twin that we provide to our customers. So that means we have here the complete circle. And here you see the components that you need. So you need a digital twin repository. You have the asset documentation, you have the digital nameplate, the colleague from Siemens already mentioned it, and you have this horizontal data sharing with your partners and suppliers. So, and this is all based on the asset administration shell. Why? Because it is machine readable. So everything that we had in the past, you always had a component that was manual. But if we keep going with this manual work, we will never end up in a place where we can say we completely can automate the process. And therefore, we're using the asset administration shell. So what is a data space? So there is a very nice scientific definition. I'm just focusing on the last words, trusted data transactions between participants. So we give it a little bit a different style. We said, for us in Factory X, it's a pragmatic approach. The exchange of data between two partners in a partner network. And that is actually our definition for a data space. And of course, it must be sovereign, trustful, and we do it in a secure way. So a data space is not what you see on the left side. It's not a data lake. You do not just throw in your data and that's it. It is the exchange between partners, and you see it in the ring on the right side. So everybody is connected to that ring, to that data space, and over it, he can share the information with any partner. Good. How does this look like a little bit more detailed? So we have a typical chain here. We have a component a manufacturer, machine supplier, a factory operator, and a service provider. So when you look into the management of the information, you always have any kind of content management system in each company. So that is where you concentrate the information and where you can process it to a delivery product. The first thing is you have to feed it into a service that you can use to provide it to your customers. So it's this IPS, Information Provisioning Service. And this is used to provide it to the next one in the chain, a machine supplier, and he has a receiving part, IRS, Information Receiving Service. So we use the asset administration shell as format, as container to provide the information from A to B. At the machine supplier, you have different services, IT/OT services, measuring, for example, quality in a production process. And you're providing this information then together with what you received from your suppliers into, for example, a quality document containing the product carbon footprint. And this information then will be provided again over an information provisioning service. So you have it now here on the right side. To, for example, then the factory owner operator. So that is the general principle. You have a service to provide and a service to receive. Now, for example, the big factory owner operators, they use so-called information exchange platforms. So we have thousands of suppliers connected to the IEP. We can use it also to further send the information. But what is very important, we do all the management of the data in this IEPs. And we had, for example, any kind of quality document. So what we currently can do in an IEP is that we check if we receive the quality document. But the next step, and that is the reason why QE Digital is so important, is that we not only check if the document is there, we can also check the content. So we can run, for example, analysis. A very simple example from the chemical industry, you have a lot of explosive areas. The AirTag certificate of the component is extremely important. If you want to automatically check if a component fits to a functional location that it's in an explosive area, you have to be able to understand this certificate. Currently, it is a document that somebody has to read. With QE Digital and the digital quality certificates, we can do this automatically. So we can run, for example, over the whole stock and search for equipments that fulfill specific requirements. Good. That is actually the point where we say we hand over the digital twin to the customer. So in this case, the factory owner operator is the customer. What is also very important, you always have the connection to the original provider of the information. So in this case, it is, for example, a software update. So it will not go through the whole chain because that would be complicated and you will lose maybe also the connection. You directly are able to connect over the ID-Link, the original provider of the component, and for example, can get a software update. Good, and then last not least, there are a lot of service providers who also need the information, and they can also receive from the provisioning service the information that is relevant for them. So just imagine somebody who is doing inspection services for a factory owner operator. Good. These are the different use cases we have in Factory X. I just quickly want to focus on one, the one for circular economy. And that is also the point where quality certificates come into play again. So this is a use case 11, where we are talking about the topic that there are used machines and we want to grade them if they can be refurbished and reused, or we just recycle them, or maybe we can take some parts out of it. And in this process, when we do the grading, to be able to sell it, there will be also a quality certificate most likely involved, with which we give the next, I would say, owner operator the trust that the machine, the used machine that he will buy, is really providing all the properties that is in the quality certificate. So, and the ethics solution in detail is this cross-company workflow, so that you are all involved working in one data space, in a protected data space. So you don't have to have fear that your IP will be taken by one of your competitors. It is up to date, the transparency with standardized information, and you can assess the situation of the machine with these R strategies and decide what action you would like to take. Good. So that was a short overview of what we are doing and where quality certificates are important for us, and also where in the data space they were traveling over the different companies and organizations. And that's it from my side. Thank you very much. Ja, das war ein bisschen schneller, oder? Okay, wunderbar.
Thank you so much. We are a little bit behind schedule, so we just move on. And I call Ricky Thiermann, Head of the Product Management of Starity, to the stage.
First of all, thanks for having me, and thanks for having us. Very proud to present how we can gain efficiency with business wallets and especially digital product passports. I try to be short because I know I'm the last one before the lunch break, so let's get directly into the topic. The idea of the digital product passport, we heard it already, is to be the reporting tool for multiple regulations. And we heard it also in one of the earlier presentations. There's a big concern that this is just another regulation regarding DSBR, where I need to submit something, where I need to have more bureaucracy. And I want to show you today what the European Union plans, what is their idea of the digital product passport, and how this can be combined also with the business wallet. Let's proceed. So for everyone who doesn't know, the ESBR, I keep it briefly, says these kind of product categories you see here, 31, I think it's overall, will need to get a digital product passport at one point in time until 2030. The battery passport is the one which comes the earliest. So everyone who produces batteries or is a car manufacturer needs to have a battery passport by February 2027. And to show you that the product passport is not only something where I have another more bureaucracy, the European Union pointed out in the strategy paper the following. I know it's a bit small to read, but I took the exercise the last week to go through some of these papers of the European Union to find the relevant aspects so that you don't need to do it. And the yellow marked piece is out of the Omnibus Package 4, which basically says the digital product passport will be the single point of storage for all mandatory sustainability related regulations. And what they want to gain with that is that the DPP will be easily accessible, it will ensure transparency, and it will facilitate compliance along all of these product-related regulations. The benefits of it is more efficiency. So in the past or currently, you have different regulations and you need to put certain data and certain things in different portals to different portals and regulations. And this will increase efficiency and the level of automation. because you are just can take all of this data from the Declaration of Conformity, sustainability reports, carbon footprint, and just put it into your own storage of the digital product passport, and then you need to register the passport in the registry. And next to that, sure, administrative burden and digitization comes along with that as well. Now, my question personally to that topic is, how can we trust all of this data in the DPP? And here comes another topic into play, and this is the European Business Wallet. We heard it earlier from in the beginning in one of the keynotes. As probably most of you don't know, I have also a short explainer of that onto the next slides. This is just a slide which I always steal from the European Commission. This is the whole ecosystem, how the DPP will work. And this basically shows the efficiency gain we get with all of how you can register a DPP. But in a matter of time, I'm jumping to the European Business Wallet. The European Business Wallet is born from the eIDAS 2.0 regulation. The eIDAS 2.0 regulation basically says in Europe, every citizen will get a digital wallet which you can use for showing your digital ID card. The European Business Wallet is an extension to that. It basically says not only the citizens, but also every organization based in Europe should get a wallet which they can use for identifying themselves. And what they write is, this will also, what the European Commission writes in the Single Market Strategy, which was published earlier this year, that this will help to automate and make B2G processes more efficient. So everything which I use when I need to submit certain regulation documents, when I need to provide my taxes, or when I need to have certain burdens with some authorities, the business wallet will be the one touch point with the government in Europe. And the benefits of it is it will mitigate fraud. It will, again, increase the level of automation. It will lower the cost for all of this, and again, help you to digitize and be more compliant faster. But how does it work? Yeah, on this slide is a simple explanation on how Europe plans to help identify each company in Europe. What you see here in the top is the economic operator. And the economic operator is basically every company. Yeah? And on the top left, you see the Bundesanzeigerverlag, as in Germany is the company registry. And on the top right, you see a classic verify. In this case, it could be an authority. And in the bottom, you see the VDR. In this case, this could be the EPSI, a blockchain. And what Europe plans is that every company gets an identity from each of the member states. In Germany, it would commonly be the company registries, so the Bundesanzeigerverlag. In Sweden, it would be, for example, Bolagsverket. In France, it would be Infograph. And this unique identity can be used, for example, in this case, to create a digital product passport and link your company identity to the DPP. And that's also the next topic I want to show you. What does the European Union and the European Commission thinks about combining these two topics? They say in one of their, actually in the Omnibus Package 4 again, they say the European Business Wallet will help you in being, what they write, it will help you to simplify everyday activities with the single digital gateway, with the odds, and also with compliance reporting, for example, the digital product passport. There's another topic of invoicing. It could also be something which can work interoperable between countries. So this is a tool which the European Union thinks can help for B2G and B2B interactions. And to give you now an understanding that all of this is not only in the idea of the European Commission, and that this can actually work, I brought a success story today, which is a real-life implementation of a battery passport, which I shortly want to show you to show that you can gain efficiency with creating DPPs already today. Yeah, this is from us, from Sartorius, we are a common battery passport or DPP service provider. And what you see here is the success story of the very world's first battery passport implementation in Berlin. So you probably know the BVG, and the BVG uses the Solaris electric buses for their new fleets. And these buses already run today with battery passports. And why have they done that? Yeah, they don't need to do that before February of 2027. The simple reason is the BVG wanted to be compliant early, and they wanted to be green in front of all their stakeholders. That is the simple reason. The more complicated reason behind all of that is you have the possibility to gain efficiency in the future. And I want to show you, you can also scan the QR code if you like for reading the full success story and all the details. And I want to show you how such thing can look like and how you actually can gain efficiency with creating battery passports with the success story. So what you see here is literally the battery passport of Solaris bus, which runs through Berlin. In the end, we saw it in an earlier presentation. It's nothing more than a QR code linked to a domain, which shows all of these attributes which you see here. For everyone who asked, what we follow is currently the DIN spec 19100. For everyone interested, if you scan that, you will also find digital certificates. So we work with WCC verifiable credentials here in this case, so that all the statements are digital certified and verifiable for all the end consumers. Yeah, we heard it early. What do we need to have a quality infrastructure? We also need machine readable digital certificates. And this is what you find behind this battery passport. And I have a very extremely simplified version of how we've done the battery passport on the next slide. And this will also be my last slide. So in the end, the battery passport is, in a very simplified version, nothing more than the collection of all static battery information, from the carbon footprint calculation, the due diligence reports, the battery details, and the daily battery health updates combined in a digital product passport. Yeah, it's an extremely simplified overview of what we have done, but in the end, we collected the static information from the different departments of Solaris, from the different systems, the PLMs, the ERP systems, and I've put them into a battery passport. On the next, which is very cool, we also collect daily battery health information in form from digital certificates in the battery passport. Why is this important? Because this battery passport has now a history of events over the last year, which is digital verifiable. And for Solaris and BVG, that is very important because they can now show for a secondary market that this battery passport, this bus in particular, is still in a good shape. Yeah, they can maybe sell this battery for a second life. They can maybe show it to a recycler, a refurbisher, to show what has happened to this battery passport. So this is not only giving efficiency in regards of data collection, but it also gives you a value increase in the future life of this battery. And to not stop you from lunch, I say thank you very much and join the DPP revolution.
Thank you so much. Let's hope some join the revolution. Unfortunately, we're not with lunch yet. There's one more part we listen to because we are a little bit behind schedule, as I already mentioned. The following experts from various industries will shed light on how agile quality infrastructure strengthens trust in artificial intelligence. And we start with Antoine Gauthier.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And my best.
Forward this microphone.
Hi. First of all, I would like really to thank
all the organizers of this forum for organizing it, but also for giving me the opportunity, which I feel is a real honor, to share a few thoughts with you today. Well, I think it's really a honor because, and I will tell you a bit more about what we're doing. I mean, it's so impressive based on the presentation of this morning, everything which was achieved under this QE digital hat. And what I want to share with you today is actually, I think so Quanpai was a startup more. I'm glad to see that actually we kind of tried to do very similar things coming from a completely different angle. And there were important words this morning about, we heard things like competitiveness, speed of innovation, these type of things. When you're in a startup, this is something you experience very hard. Because when you start, the first thing you need to think about is how you will eat tomorrow. And it's a bit of this experience that I would like to share with you today. So who are we? Quanpai is a company based in Saarbrücken. And actually we're building tools, a product, to test AI systems. We mainly focus on bias testing and robust testing. You will see a lot of, sorry for one of the speakers, a lot of words AI here, but actually it's broadly applicable even if it's not AI. So this is potentially the dual version. I think importantly, so we got supported on our way by the European Commission, but also by the German government, different ministries through grants. We have also investors from Germany, but also from the US. And nowadays, I mean, we started with 3, and nowadays we are more than 30, I think. Yeah, it depends how you count. No, but that and exactly. And so we spent quite some time. That was really our goal, to build a tool for testing AI system, a product. And one first thought I would like to share with you on this is here. And it may seem probably obvious to a lot of people in this room, but unfortunately, it's not for everybody. And one thing I've seen over the years about the landscape of AI testing approaches or tools, you have these two fundamental axes, right? You have on the one way, like, you know, say on the left side, right? There are those who just want a plot to put a check mark. Yes, we did the plot. Thank you very much. But this is very dangerous, right? I mean, random functions can do that. But when you want to go towards really accurate results, which are reliable, which you can really use when you want to test the safety of your system, there it starts to be more tricky, and you have to be a bit more careful. And this somehow lives with another dimension, which is how context aware you want to do the testing of your AI. AI has that beautiful that it's crazily diverse in its application, use cases, etc., etc. We see it a bit everywhere. And therefore, when we want to start to test these things, you have to find the right trade-off in how much do you want to take into consideration the context in which your AI will be deployed. And normally, so of course, the ideal is something which really takes all the context into account and is very accurate, but that's hard. And normally when for this presentation, I added one new thing on this slide, is the gray line. And this is something which now, today, has become extremely important. And what is this gray line? Is the cost of testing. And this has come, like, now I hear about that in every second customer call. Yeah, we want something super tailored, super accurate. Okay, how much do you want to pay for that? Because there is no free lunch. We are not magicians. If you want to produce good information, and a lot of it, it has a cost. And how to navigate this cost is hard. And this is what we've been working on the past years. How can we, reduce the cost of testing. And I will just show you a few thoughts on this. So this is high-level representation of the product we have built. For the sake of time also, I will go a bit fast over it, but something we spent a lot of time on is having standardized reporting. Our platform actually, right, is do black box testing. That's why it can be AI. It's also okay if it's not AI, but it's really softwares. You put an input, you get an output, right? And you look, how does the output vary when you change the input? Great things, because this enabled us to survive when GPT came, for example. We didn't have to rebuild everything, because for us, that was an essential part. And it has other aspects which are important, but standardized reporting, that's something I found great. Apparently, one of the goals of standardizing the report, is meaning structuring the information always in the same way for any type of system, is that then we can contextualize this information in any type of technical reports. Let it be also to follow some ISO standards, etc., right, in an automated way, right, depending on the needs of our customer. And then, yes, we try to optimize computation because it's very important, especially when you do black box testing. And what I want to tell you a bit more also today is about reliability quantification. I think it was quite clear in the previous talks that to some extent we all would like to use AI in one way or another to test as well, as a tool for measurement. There was some, I think you made an example with something to measure the speed with an AI. It said, this is something which we have been working quite a lot on, because there we have to be very careful. But I think it might be really a way. Before going there, I just would like to very fast to show you a bit like the methodology we came up with on how to configure test tools for AI systems. And again, I'm sorry if it feels obvious. To be honest, it took me at least quite some years of thoughts to get to such a simple slide. The first step is always defining what your system should do. So always saying, hey, look, I put it an input, I get an output, happy, not happy. But the beauty of this approach is that actually it connects with the definition of risk. A risk is an event with a likelihood of occurrence and an impact. You might be happy or not happy about the occurrence, but it's that. And this is how we can also connect with some requirements of the AI Act and so on. To give you here a small example, in a pedestrian detection system, well, probably you wanted to detect the people on the image. But it also worked for an LLM when you wanted to give you the correct answer. That is the one thing. And the other aspect, and this we got very inspired also from the concept of ODD, operational design domains. How can you like pragmatically describe the context in which your AI will be used, right? In order to determine which factors of the environment will impact the ability of your AI to do what you hope it to do, want it to do, its ability to make you happy in the end of the day. And this is just that, right? And then you start to query it and try to understand, okay, I don't know, when it's dark, the system is not good at detecting people, for example. A much more critical example. And so these are the type of results we produce in the end of the day. Quite boring, huh? Just little bars, which tells you performance for different types of scenarios, right? One thing which, it's my family there, by the way, so it is GDPR compliant. You see, one thing which always comes out with pedestrian detection systems, smaller objects are harder to detect. By the way, it's natural. Humans is the same. I am worried about that because my kids, right? I mean, when there is a Tesla passing by, it's not amazing. And ask Tesla owners, I think almost everybody confirmed. But we also look at perturbing the data to create some scenarios and to see how robust is the system, at least to changing environmental conditions. There are many dimensions that we may want to consider. Here are 4, which I think are interesting for illustrative. You may want to look at the performance of your system depending on the time on the day, right? The question here is that, and there we had a great statement. Yeah, it's cool making a high-level plan. How does it go in the details, right? How do you extract this information? Because this is important when you want to test. Time of the day, maybe you have that timestamp for your image and you have the location, so you might be able to know, yeah, it was night, it was not. Because it's not written on the picture that it's night, right? And if you want to automate things, you need to get this information somewhere. The relative size of the person, okay, that's much more doable because potentially you have labels, you have this bounding box. You can compare the area of your bounding box with the total area of the image. Then you can say, yeah, this person appears small on the image or large. Perceived gender, which is actually extremely relevant and important. It's not written on our forehead which gender we are. This is just one example across so many that we cross in this direction. That's the topic for my next slide. How do we approach these kind of things? But that's where we need to use AI to test AI. Another one was, for example, I showed blurring conditions can happen if you have steam on your camera and so on. There, we heard a lot about digital twins. Fundamentally, we use a concept, we call it perturbers, but it's a very similar idea. You simulate some scenario to see how your AI reacts in these scenarios. Digging deeper in the perceived gender thing, so the way we do it, and this is just one example, but we use it for many other types of examples. So you take the picture, you can, since you know what you're supposed to detect, you can crop the people, and then you feed it to another black box. Okay. And you ask, is it a perceived male or perceived female? By the way, this is a very delicate topic, like what is a male, what is a female, and so on. If someone wants to speak about it, I'm glad, but I don't have time right now. But during the coffee break. But more importantly, this black box makes mistakes. That is for sure. And the question then is, how can you justify your test results given that you used a measurement tool, say, which has mistakes, which makes mistakes? And the way we address that is that actually I think it's very close from what I've heard a lot of time is calibration. We evaluate the error that this black box makes, typically with a confusion matrix. And then we take this information and we do 2 things with this information. First of all, we adjust the test results, but it has a price. As soon as you put uncertainty in your measurements, I mean, again, we are not magicians. I'm very sorry. And where do you see the price is that we produce confidence intervals for all our results, and this one, they will just increase. But at least you get an idea of how much you can rely on your test results, how much they reflect the reality of what you're trying to test. Again, I could make an hour of talk on that, but time is bounded. Last point is this model agnostic approach, right, has enabled us to work. You see, instead of working per type of black box, and each time there is a new GPT, which is even more crazy than the previous one, you can just throw everything away. We think about modalities, I'm a mathematician by training. For me, I think into spaces of input, spaces of output. Your input can be tabular, can be text, can be video, audio, image. We just saw a lot of examples. And the output as well. And as soon as you have functions to extract some properties from these, you can start to combine them. This saved us again. I mean, one of our bigger customer actually is NVIDIA, and they love to work with us because exactly, you know, they have so many different types of systems, like so many. And at some point they came to us, oh yeah, I have this small system like video plus text to text. Can you test it? Yeah, well, need to think a little bit. But luckily we had things for video, we had things for text. We can even combine that and then evaluate multimodal models. We have also done generative video generations, text generation, image generation, and so on and so forth. For the sake of time, that's my last slide. But I have brought with me today two of my colleagues also, so very happy to continue the discussion afterward. And yes, exactly. Any of us three, please get in touch. Very happy to speak. A few references also on the right side. I think the last one came out very recently. It's very interesting. It's also how like getting much closer towards like legal aspects of all these testings, done in collaboration. It's a white paper in the HR context, done in collaboration with Stepstone and TÜV AI Lab. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think that was super interesting. And the good news is there's a whole panel about IE this afternoon as well. So you will hear more about Antoine. I will now give the stage to Adam Leon Smith. And yeah, I'll let you introduce it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me as well. And great to hear the last talk, because that's a perfect introduction to some of the things I'm going to say. So my name is Adam Leon Smith. I'm the chair of the AIQI Consortium. This is a consortium that was formed about a year ago. It was initially founded by the TIC Council and the UK Accreditation Service. The goal really is to ensure the quality infrastructure plays a really important role in the use and development of artificial intelligence. In order to get there, we're identifying and monitoring changes in regulation and advocating for the use of the quality infrastructure principles within regulation, something the EU is already obviously doing. We're also developing a comprehensive AI assurance framework to support regulation and other requirements, and either convening or creating training programs and certification opportunities. Now, you all know what makes up the quality infrastructure. A number of speakers have had similar slides today, but just going to put a bit of an AI spin on this. In terms of standards, obviously there is a huge amount of standardization work going on. In ISO IEC, there is, I think, 39 published standards and 46 more under development. And these are horizontal AI standards, although saying that, there is more and more working groups being created with different sectors to explore things like the use of AI in functional safety or in health informatics. And of course, in Sensenelec in Europe, we have about another 15 standards under development. Now, those are mostly to support the EU AI Act, which I know we'll cover more this afternoon. And that's because mostly the international standards focus on organizational processes, socio-technical processes, the things that an organization has to have in place, not the properties of AI systems themselves, which is a fundamental difference. And what the last speaker was talking about, Antoine, is exactly the sort of thing that the EU is trying to drive towards. Now, our biggest gap in creating those standards is actually metrology, because, again, the last speaker, great introduction, none of that's in standards. In standards, we've managed to define metrology-related stuff for classification. And it's basically the stuff you would learn on day one of a data science course 15 years ago. It just isn't there for the rest of the AI space. It's coming, and I'll explain more about exactly what the work is, but it's coming rapidly for other types of AI outputs like recommendations and clustering. It's coming for computer vision and complicated things we do with natural language processing. But it is one of the slowest parts of the standardization machine at the moment, because I think all the real experts are out there making money. We also have within our consortium, as well as standardization and metrology, we have academia and research institutes. We have the TIC industry, including the TIC Council, one of our founding members. And of course, the TIC, the conformity assessment industry, is getting ready to perform the role of a notified body under the AI Act. And then finally, we have lots of accreditation bodies who are also members. And one of the interesting things we're looking at from the context of accreditation is the use of AI within conformity assessment and the implications of that, which some speakers have mentioned today. So overall, we're bringing all of these stakeholders together and trying to move forward the quality infrastructure for artificial intelligence. This is slightly out of date, but we've got quite a lot of members. We have 8 accreditation bodies. We have 17 direct conformity assessment bodies, but we also have the TIC Council representing more than 100 other stakeholders, 7 research and metrology groups. We have national and international standards bodies. I mentioned ISO, IEC, and CENELEC. We also work with people like IEEE, who are also developing AI standards, and we have a small number of independent members. Some of the things we've done in our first year, we have a policy paper specifically introducing the concept of the quality infrastructure to policymakers who are thinking about AI. We launched a free training course on ISO IEC 42001. I think we've had over 1,500 people have completed the course and more than 3,000 have started it. We have more training coming. We've had presentations like this at various global events, and there is, in fact, an ISO event in Korea in December, which is bringing together, again, stakeholders in the quality infrastructure, specifically to talk about international standardization of AI. We've got more coming. We've got video explainers trying to explain the concept of QI to stakeholders who are new to it. And we have 2 more training courses coming, one on cybersecurity of AI, which is an ETSI standard, and one on ISO IEC 42006, which is requirements for conformity assessment bodies who are providing certification of artificial intelligence management systems. But there's lots of problems. I think starting with metrology on the right-hand side, evaluation methods and metrics. As I said, we've only done the most basic work in standardization on that, or only published the most basic work. There's a huge amount of work to do. Uncertainty quantification and understanding what that means in AI is in standards, it's in its infancy. And there's other metrology work around data quality and benchmarking that needs to happen in order to form the complete metrology picture. Within the development of standards, we have some challenges. First of all, human rights is being standardized for the first time ever, which is interesting, to say the least, reaching consensus on. We have interesting regulatory drivers as well. The EU is the first to really regulate AI as products rather than the sort of regulation that IT is kind of used to, which is more organizational measures and policies and things like that. We have proliferation and divergence. We have a lot of organizations writing standards and they often overlap. Within accreditation and conformity assessment, there's a lot of thinking that needs to happen in terms of the type of schemes that we use around how we treat continuous learning, retraining, internal use of AI, as I mentioned before, within the conformity assessment process, and also skills. There's a real gap in terms of understanding the skills necessary in order to assure AI systems. So one of the things we're doing in AIQI is building a assurance framework or a conformity assessment matrix for AI systems, not processes, for AI systems. We're going to either open source this or feed it into the standardization process. And we think of things as a matrix. So we have all these dimensions. Someone called them trustworthiness principles earlier. You can also call them essential requirements if you're looking at the AI Act. And they might be the absence of bias, there might be robustness, topics like that. We look at the lifecycle step that the assurance is being carried out at. Very importantly, the task. So a task is a technology agnostic thing that an AI system does. Contrary to popular belief, there's not an unlimited amount of things AI systems can do. There's about 150. And you can boil them down to specific tasks like machine translation. And you can develop evaluation requirements and methods that are completely technology agnostic. It doesn't matter if you're using ChatGPT or something from 1982. The architecture is also relevant, the type of AI that's being used, and the input type, the type of data that we're dealing with. Are we dealing with images or text? And then finally, the domain, although that remains a rather unpopulated part of the matrix at the moment. So we're mapping all of these to in progress and published standards work to work out where the gaps are, to make sure that our quality infrastructure stakeholders who are part of AIQI know how to do assurance for those different aspects of AI, tasks, and the combination of different input types and things like that. And there's a lot of gaps, I'm afraid. We have to develop this also for the AI Act, because the standardization request M613 that the European Commission delivered to Sensenelec asks for evaluation requirements and metrics for each specified task within AI. So there is no option. And if we don't do it, we can't have reproducibility and repeatability within the quality infrastructure either. We need the AI provider, the notified body, the market surveillance authority to all get the same results when they test something. So the generic and process level standards that have previously been written can't effectively ensure that we reproducibly measure things like functional correctness, bias, and robustness, because they don't have these task-specific definitions associated. Things you might have heard: classification, regression, clustering, object detection. These are all tasks, but they have variations. If I'm dealing with text, for instance, and I'm tokenizing it into things, how I treat a hyphen, do I treat that as 2 words or 1 word, is absolutely critical to the results. And you have to specify that in standards to ensure the provider, the conformity assessment body, and the market surveillance authority get the same results. People talk about accuracy, bias, and robustness as very different things, but they are also closely linked, because usually, if you're measuring bias or robustness, it's a second-order measurement of what we call functional correctness of the system. And I'll give an example of that in a moment. But finally, as I know there's a lot of metrology stakeholders here, I just wanted to highlight we really do need help with this kind of work. So please send help to the standardization process. So here's an example, named entity recognition. So this is processing text and identifying and categorizing things that represent objects that have been given names. We can talk about named entity recognition without talking about technology. You can be using any technology to do this task, and we would still use the same evaluation methods and metrics. And these are well known to people that are actually doing the work. If you're a computer vision engineer, you use the same formulas to do object detection, whatever you're trying to detect. That isn't new to practitioners. There isn't an international consensus on all these different requirements and metrics. So named entity recognition identifies the boundaries of these named entities and categorizes them. So we can use things like precision, recall, and F1 score, which are well understood metrics. But as I said, they vary based on the specific task and often the data type that you're using. So the standards need to define those differences. Now, when I look at bias, in the same example, I can use the same scores to look at the different correctness across different groups of things. So that might be like Western nouns within the data set versus non-Western, and there might be a disparity in the correctness. Similarly, I can assess robustness with exactly the same metrics. I'm going to vary the data that I'm measuring, but I will be using the same evaluation methods and metrics. So defining these and the detail of them is fundamental to both accuracy, bias, and robustness. And I think that's my last slide, as I know rumors of lunch have been exaggerated. So people often say, well, actually these LLMs and things, they're all too complicated. They can do anything. You can't do this kind of thing. But you can divide them into tasks. They just perform these tasks and they join them together in order to produce an output. So everything I'm talking about here is future-proof from a technology perspective. Okay, I have one last slide, sorry. So implications here. So we have to build the standards that state all of this. To have effective testing frameworks, we need to have these evaluation metrics and we need to understand how they vary. And for conformity assessment, we need to use these standards to make sure that we have reproducible results. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adam. So we have one last presentation before lunch. This is Oliver Böhle, and please listen to him as well. And then we have the lunch break, and I'm really sorry for the delay, but yeah, it happens at big conferences, and I give the stage to Oliver.
Thank you so much. 6 slides, I promise, and then we can all have food. My previous speakers talked about how to test AI systems, and I come to you from a very practical perspective from the medical device industry on how conformity assessments work in practice. So I've been working over the past 2 years on the AI Act, thinking about how can we
have conformity assessment for AI-based medical devices. To briefly take you inside of the medical device industry, we have more than 2 million different types of medical devices, extremely diverse industry, everything from contact lenses to implants to wheelchairs. So an incredible diversity of technology, which is extremely hard to regulate because I have medical device software, I have very classical medical devices. So this is an industry that is highly regulated by an extremely complex regulation that, if you look at the AI Act, is drawn up very similar to the AI Act. We'll talk about that in a second. Some figures from industry to start with. About 40 billion is the German medical device market. We're about the same size as pharmaceuticals. We have over 161,000 employees in Germany, but that's not counting the companies with less than 20 employees, which gives it another 40%. Over 90% of companies are SMEs in Germany. And we filed the 4th most patents in Europe. So highly innovative, driven by medium-sized companies, extremely diverse, very complex supply chains. It's an extremely interesting industry and an extremely interesting use case because we've been doing conformity assessments for years. We're regulated in a very similar way. It's risk-based, the same as with AI. You have medium risk AI, you have low risk AI, you have high risk AI, and you have different requirements for these things. And for high risk AI systems, you need a third-party conformity assessment body. Same thing for medical device. You have low risk, high risk, medium risk, and for the high risk and medium risk medical devices, you need a conformity assessment body. What kind of different medical device AI types are there? Well, we're very used to AI in medical devices. We've been having what today you might call AI in medical devices since the 1900s. It started with things like, imagine if you have a heart monitor and you walk upstairs. We have complex machine learning algorithms that can tell, okay, I'm walking up some stairs right now, I need to increase my heart rate. So depending on your definition of what's machine learning, when does AI start, we've been dealing with complex software for a very, very long time. And the industry has been developing. We've been combining it with different other technologies like robotics for assisted surgery. Now digital health apps have been rising on the market. Things like imaging technology use AI in lots of different ways. So we're looking at a very diverse range of products. So how does this pose challenges to a regulator in regulating this? And I think we have the very, very usual problems as an industry. We have timelines. I think everybody's heard about AI Act, might have to be moved up. It's too close. We're not going to manage it in time. We're not going to have the conformity assessment bodies in place. We're not going to have the harmonized standards in place. And this is something we're quite afraid of as industry. To tell you a story, we've had the medical device regulation since 2017. We've been talking about it. And today, the medical device regulation is still not fully implemented. And part of that were bottlenecks with conformity assessment bodies. Manufacturers just weren't able to get a conformity assessment body to get their product approved for market. So we had to move up the timelines 2 or 3 times. Now we look at the AI Act. For medical devices, it comes into force in 2027. For other industries, 2026. We don't believe that the quality infrastructure is going to be in place by that time for manufacturers to be able to certify their medical devices and bring them to market. And when we talk about, devices already on the market that have been in use for years, which is where I started, that's very scary for me, because that means that we're going to have devices maybe vanishing from the market. We look at some other problems. One very common problem with regulation is the definition of key terms, starting with economic operators,
what is even AI, what is a security component, and it gets really complicated when the definitions differ between the medical device regulation and the AI Act. So this is something we find extremely challenging. We don't even know what devices are going to be covered by the AI Act or not. We don't know, am I as an economic operator covered or not? So we've been working very, very intensely on an EU level and in Germany to look at these gaps, to look at where do we still need guidance, where do we need legal clarity. We've been working in the MDCG, where we put out an FAQ document that, to speak frankly, still needs a lot of extra work. This is not the legal clarity yet that we need. And we've been working with the Ministry of Health, looking really provision for provision through the AI Act and saying, okay, here there's an immediate need for a fix. Here we need a fix in the mid to long term. And here, I'm not sure if we can even get a fix. I don't know if we put that down anywhere, but the sentiment was very much felt. To give you some brief examples of how requirements might be misaligned, the medical device regulation always has seen software as a risk. So medical device software is already up-classified within the medical device regulation. Most software that is a medical device is automatically a medium risk class, class 2 risk product. That means they need the involvement of a notified body. Now, the AI Act determines if a device is risky or not by the question, is a notified body involved? So if I have AI in my medical device system, it automatically needs conformity assessment through a third-party body. And then the AI Act says, if your software needs conformity assessment through a third-party body, you can imagine all medical devices are going to be high-risk AI medical devices, or at least most of them, which is going to cause some significant problems. Obviously, there are medical technologies that might not be really high-risk medical devices. And this is the kind of thing that causes extra strain on our system when we have devices that really aren't risky from a health perspective, still needing to go through the quality infrastructure system. Some other points, maybe finer, is how do we do verification and validation with predetermined control plans and with continuous learning systems? How do we look at risk? Because from a medical perspective, we look at risk to the patient, we look at risk to the healthcare professional, but we don't look at societal risks, which are way more what the AI Act is talking about when it's talking about a risk management system. How do we marry these things into just one risk management system for the manufacturer? The AI Act also takes a perspective of human oversight, a stop button, which I might not want in a medical context. If I'm having a robot working on my eye, I don't necessarily want the doctor to be able to press a stop button. That might do more harm than good. So there are some specifics for medical devices that really need to be worked out that we haven't been able to tackle yet. And this can cause problems. I've already said so. We have established products that might vanish from the market, and it's going to slow investment and business confidence if I don't have a clear path to market at the moment. So what chances do we have? I think one of the key chances, and what I want to talk about today, is regulatory sandboxes. These have been foreseen by the regulators, and they're actually really open in what they can accomplish. Regulatory sandboxes have been talked about a lot in the legislative world over the past couple of years, and we're only starting to discover how we can use these tools. And something that, if you are from Germany, you might have heard Reallabore as the translation. Something that we already have in Germany is a Reallaborgesetz, which is actually not going to impact these. These are completely different. Regulatory sandboxes, as described in the AI Act, are extremely open in what they can do. There are a couple of things that are predetermined, and one of them is extremely exciting for us as industry, and that are exit reports, which can be used to show conformity or It can be showed towards demonstrating conformity while in the conformity assessment process. So this is a clear path to market. This can make it easier for manufacturers to go to market. This is a pathway for innovations as described in the last bullet point on my slide. But there are also other things that a regulatory sandbox can do, from data validation to benchmarking, to providing a space for people to exchange and network, to give people resources, to connect people with each other. And one thing that's really key for us is certainty on some things. For example, on clinical evidence expectations. If I, as a manufacturer, am not sure what the clinical evidence expectations are going to be from my conformity assessment body, I'm playing a guessing game. This has been a large problem in the medical device regulation because manufacturers and conformity assessment bodies haven't been talking very much recently because they've been scared that it would be counted as consulting, which is illegal. So regulatory sandboxes can be a regulated way for conformity assessment bodies, for quality infrastructure people to talk to manufacturers about what do we need from you to demonstrate that this AI technology is proven, can be validated, can be verified. We can bring this to market. This is good enough to cross the threshold in the future. And that's it. That's all I'm here for today. I'm on a panel later. I'll be excited to talk to all of you. And if you have any questions, please feel free to approach me.
All right, I will not make this any longer. Go for lunch. We're back here at 1:30, sorry, because we're gonna be live in Kigali. We're gonna be streamed at the ISO panel there. Okay, I just say a very warm welcome to Kigali. We are streaming live to Kigali right now to the ISO panel. We're just waiting for some more people to settle, but we start any minute now. But we're really honored and happy that you're here with us online. And I can already tell you there's a QR code on the presentation where you can ask questions directly from Kigali. So you can scan the QR code and send us your questions during the panel, and we will answer them at the designated time slot. And yeah. All right, I guess we start. So again, a very warm welcome to the QE Digital Forum. We start with the first panel discussion today. My name is Anna Kalkul. I'm from the office of the QE Digital Initiative, and my colleague.
I'm Jens Nörsen. I'm also from the PTB, the National Metrology Institute of Germany, and I coordinate PTB's work in the QI Digital Initiative.
And as you can see on the presentation, there's a QR code for online questions. Please scan this code if you have questions during the panel. We won't be able to answer all of your questions, but we will prioritize some and do our best to do most of them. And I will start with a short framing of this panel. So quality infrastructure, standards, testing, certification, accreditation is the invisible foundation of trade and trust. But today it is often slow, bureaucratic, and fragmental. And with digital transformation, we have the opportunity to make QI more efficient, interoperable, and globally connected. And today we will explore how. And we are really honored that so many panelists are with us today. Most of them are online. One is here with us in the room, and I hand over to Jens to introduce them to you.
Yes, thank you. So don't think there are more moderators than panelists. It's just true for the room, but it's not true in general. So we are really feel honored to have such great speakers with us, and I'm going to start with Cynthia Miseroli. So actually, to just as a background from our point of view, so we as QI Digital Initiative For us, it's all about bringing together the QI institutions, and that's exactly what the European Quality Infrastructure Network does on a European level. So we are very happy to have Cynthia Miseroli as representative of the European Quality Infrastructure Network. She's the Deputy Director General and Director Standardization of CEN and CENELEC, two of the European standardization organizations officially recognized by the European Union. Her role encompasses management, strategic and analytical functions in support to the development and delivery of state-of-the-art smart standards. She also manages relationships with key players within the CEN-CENELEC community. Then we have another background info. So yeah, basically with all these confusing and overwhelming developments on the World Trade stage, we thought, okay, we really need someone from the World Trade Organization. So we are really pleased to have Erik Wikström with us. He joined the WTO already in 1995. He worked in several areas of trade policy relating to standards and regulations, including trade and health, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, trade and environment, and trade and agriculture. He heads the technical barriers to trade section within the trade and environmental division. Then we have someone representing the Indian textile sector. It's Ganesh Anatharama. And he's the managing director of SAGS, which is a globally recognized sustainability garment manufacturer based in India, specializing in the production of organic and fair trade garments for international brands. And he describes himself as a visionary leader with a strong commitment to sustainable and ethical manufacturing. And under his leadership, SAGS has achieved LED Platinum certification and global recognition, including the German Sustainability Award in 2020 and the Fair Trade Award in 2025. And then we also have two actors who are based in Europe and who speak on, let's say, not on behalf, but can give a voice to the pain felt by the economic operators, economic actors in Europe, and can describe their point of view or the point of view of regulators and authorities and how they shape the regulatory framework to make the lives of the economic actors a little bit simpler and easier. And the first one is Franziska Ziebold. She's a policy officer in DG GROW with the European Commission, where she's responsible for implementing the digital product passport. And before she joined DG GROW, she worked in the private sector. She worked at the DG for competition in the Portuguese Competition Authority and the European Parliament. And yeah, so not surprisingly, her expertise spans competition and corporate law, supply chain management, digitalization and e-commerce, as well as international cooperation. And then last but not least, the one person who is with us in Berlin, that's Martin Schreck. He's a specialist director at the Norwegian Building Authority, where he drives strategic initiatives within the department for, and there you have to help me,
market surveillance and European Union.
Okay, so there was a Norwegian word right here. So it's good to have you with us. It's really convenient. Yeah, his work is centered on aligning Norway with European regulations. So as you know, Norway is not part of the EU. And his focus is on the construction product regulation and the digital product passport. And there are some key challenges he's addressing, which are really important for us too. Harmonizing environmental data and lifecycle assessment across Europe, data quality, traceability, transparency in certification and market surveillance. So this is all super important for QR Digital. And he serves also as convener of the CEN-CENELEC JTC 24 working group strategy and advisory. And with this, yeah, I think we can come to the first round. So welcome to everyone again.
Yes, so let's begin by asking, what challenges do you currently see in the global QI system from your perspective? And we thought, since we have Eric Wikström with us, who is like from the most global organization, we start with your perspective, Eric.
Thank you very much, and also thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure to talk on this subject. And although it's very technical, I think from a trade perspective, it's hard to link to tariffs and everything that's happening right now, but there are some very key issues that are increasingly coming up in the trade landscape that puts more and more focus on standards and regulatory issues. So to back up a bit, maybe one thing I would say is that from the perspective of the WTO or from perspective of international trade, QI is very much about confidence and about trust, and that is essential for all international trade. You know, it helps to ensure that both consumers and producers can rely on products as being safe, or that they perform to a certain standard and that they have certain attributes, whether it is safety, health, or environment, or that an agricultural product is organic, etc. So the tying of quality infrastructure with this, which is a very technical concept, to, at the end of the day, producers and consumers having confidence in the product, that is that whole spectrum of QI. So it's very important for trade, but in many ways it's sometimes invisible. You don't quite see it. So to make this connection to policymakers in the trade policy area is sometimes quite difficult. So that's kind of a general point. But you said then on challenges and what we see now, and to be a little bit more negative, what we do see is there is increasing fragmentation in international trade, and this is not only something that one can see in the news of the day, but a lot of the problems or issues that have come for discussion to the WTO, and this is primarily in the Committee on Technical Barriers to Trade, it has to do with non-recognition of test results. That is a very common thread, or that they are laboratories are not recognized and therefore the results are not, or that there are costs associated to duplicative testing or repetitive testing. These are all related to QI type issues, and it's a very general comment with respect to very many trade concerns that come up that could perhaps be addressed by having a more international system for recognition of conformity assessment results, which QI kind of underpins. That's one. I put it under the chapter fragmentation. I'm not sure that's a good title for it. I'd have to think more about that. And another one is perhaps that there is a lot of unevenness in institutions that then shines through in this discussion. So while some countries may be very advanced in having good institutions in place, and I'm talking about everything from metrology to standards bodies, to testing, to accreditation, or conformity assessment bodies, these are not always in place, and a missing link there can lead to gaps, which means that you do not have that final trust that I was talking about, or confidence in the product. So there is kind of a broken chain, and for many exporting and developing countries in particular, but not only that, that can be a problem in terms of accessing value chains. So I'm being a bit long, but to wrap up here, I think these gaps, these problems that I've mentioned, against the importance of this for trade and for trust, can lead to gaps in competitiveness for some countries and more uncertainty in trade. So for exporters, this can be very troublesome with respect to getting into value chains. And at home, for regulators, for those who are imposing checks on products that they are safe, etc., if you do not have access to the latest, consumers may lose confidence in your ability to ensure safety or other attributes of products, and that can lead to uncertainty, etc. And at worst, it can lead to measures that are too strict at the border, and then can cause problems for trade. So To finish on, I think there have been a lot of challenges in this area, and that's one reason that in March next year, the TBT committee will have a thematic session which is dedicated to quality infrastructure, including metrology in this area. And I think it's a sign of things that it's becoming more important. Thanks. Those are the remarks I had for now.
Thank you so much. It's probably very good to have that committee. You talk about fragmentation, uneasiness, and gaps. Franziska Ziebold, is that something you also see as the main challenges in global QI systems from a European perspective?
Yes, I think it is a big challenge, and I mean we are aware that the supply chains are worldwide, and that any of these systems or standards or requirements that we kind of set up or already have need to be fulfilled on a worldwide level. And so I think a key thing is alignment and finding common ideas, common rules, or at least systems that can work well together. We see this also as one of the key challenges with the fragmentation.
Thank you so much. Mr. Schreck, is there something you would add from an industry perspective to this fragmentation point? Is that a key challenge you see as well?
Well, yes, I'm working in authority, so I can't speak on behalf of the industry, but we're working closely with the industry. And the issue that, for instance, we're talking about global, but Norway is a small country, industrialized country. We are trading very lot with Europe, with other places in the world. We are exporting our products in the world, but we're also receiving. And of course, on the other hand, we have to meet European regulation requirements. And if you trade with the whole world, and then you have to meet the requirements from the national and the European regulators, then the Norwegian situation is very much of a small melting pot of what we experience. So perhaps more on our skin than a country like Germany that is very self-reliant would perhaps have. So yes, this is an issue, and we need data to flow. We need data that keeps owned by the source, and that we find the sources. And that despite all the political things that are going on temporarily in the world, we need to cooperate, and we need to enable trust to trusted data. This is also important to continue cooperating. It's also a chance for the Global South to participate in this. So what we're doing here in Europe or in the global world is not necessarily a barrier for them to come to the market. And we need to include the world into this. So so this is going. I hope I can understand why we, from the Norwegian perspective, are interested in this, because we're facing this as our body, but also in order to be fair and inclusive with the other parts of the world. We need a global alliance. We need a global approach to this. We need a global cooperation. And I'm very happy that I can participate in the work from the European Community Commission on the digital product passport. And this is mandated. It is in a legal framework, but we need sort of a global perspective on this as well. So this is the bringing. And the Chinese and the Brazilians and the Vietnamese, they have all perspectives on that and needs, and that needs to be brought together.
Yes, thank you for that insight. Speaking about meeting requirements and the Global South, I'm wondering what Mr. Anantaram has to say about this. What is, in your perspective, one of the most key challenges for global QI systems from your perspective? We can't hear you at the moment. You're probably still muted. Yes, now we hear you.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for inviting us for this digital forum. It's really great pleasure to connect with you all. Before I answer your question, I would like to give you a short intro about our company. Sartorius is pioneer in manufacturing sustainable clothing. Majority of our products are made out of organic and fabric cotton. And our factory is LEED Platinum certified by US Green Building Council. Our facility is being built and designed according to occupants' health and well-being as highest priority and to achieve net zero in all fields.
Sorry, I have problems
Yes.
hearing you. I don't know, is everyone else hearing?
Yes, we hear you a little bit.
I don't hear very well, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a bit disturbing. Your voice is a bit disturbed by a signal, maybe, or can you try again, maybe?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? No?
We hear you, but like it's a little bit delayed.
Really?
It's a bit startled.
Maybe. Is it okay now?
Yeah, maybe just speak very slowly, and then I hope we manage to hear every word. Yeah, but you were starting about your perspective from the small and medium-sized enterprises who are struggling with complex certification. Is that right?
Can you hear me now clearly?
Yes, now it's much better.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So, yeah, actually, before answering your question, I would like to give you a short intro about our company. Saks Apparel is, pioneer in manufacturing sustainable clothing. So, majority of our products are made out of organic and fabric cotton. Our factory is LEED Platinum certified from US Green Building Council, and our facility been built and designed according to occupants' health and well-being as highest priority, and also to achieve net zero in all forms. As we have won German Sustainability Award in 2020, along with our customer Branch Fashion GmbH Germany, and also recently we have won Sustainable Textile Champion Award from Fairtrade India. So before I, addressing the challenges, I would like to update, where we are standing on the DPP. So a few months before, we have started DPP pilot process along with our customer. So along with the cooperation from our customer Branch Fashion GmbH Germany, we have started pilot DPP project. So first step, we selected 3 styles now, with t-shirts, hoodies, and polos, which all are cradle to cradle gold standard products. Considering C2C products, we have most of details available, which is needed for, for a digital product passport. So we are working with a software company from Germany to develop the DPP. So in the regular intervals, we conduct meeting together with our customer and software team to address the challenges which you are facing and the complications which you are facing to collect the data needed for the DPP. We plan to finish the pilot project by end of this year, and next year 2026 we and our customer will be ready to launch first few products with DPP labelings. So anyway, I will come to the point now. Here are the few challenges which you are facing implementing the digital product passport pilot. So Saks Apparel is located in Tirupur cluster. I think you might be knowing Tirupur is knitwear capital of India. We contribute 68% of India's knitwear exports. In Tirupur, more than 80% of factories are MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. So most of MSME factories don't have vertical integrated supply chain on their own. Even Saks Apparels, we do not have complete supply chain on our own. So we have to rely on various supply chain factories to get the data needed for the DPP, Digital Product Passport. So basically, as you know that we are a tier 1 supplier, we used to rely completely on tier 2 and tier 3 supply chain units. So like example for various processes like spinning, knitting, dyeing, all this process, we need to rely on various supply chain units. So for getting the life cycle data. So for many For many tier 2 supplier units, they are on small scale operations with limited manpower to maintain the records and documentation actually. Additionally, they often lack of financial capacity to upgrade their system or infrastructure needed for the digital data creation and management. Actually, in Tirupur, many micro and small supply chain units have lack of knowledge about various new technology and upgradation. And also, the many of tier 2 units have insufficient technology to measure the daily resource consumption like energy, water, and chemicals. So tier 1 suppliers always facing difficulty in collecting data from multiple supply chain factories, since most vendors do not have organized system in place to track and share the data. Also, we MSMEs need to invest on high cost of upgrading sustainable technologies like IoT-based monitoring tools and digital platforms. Adding the DPP, the digital product passport, incur additional cost for software platforms, cloud hosting, data management, staff training and audits. All these extra expenses increase the overall product cost, which ultimately affect the end customer. So overall, the MSMEs are struggling, due to limited margin and high competition in the market. So these are the few challenges, we faced during the last month during the implementation of DPP.
Yes, thank you. I imagine for small, medium enterprises working in a textile sector, trying to be sustainable, having to pilot the DPP possesses a lot of challenges. And I think we don't only have that problem probably in India, but also in Europe. And I wanted to ask Ms. Misiroli if you want to give a bit of an overview of the challenges that you experience with your EQN network.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for having us this afternoon with you. Well, first of all, I work for Senelec, which is two of the three European standardization organization, and EQN is actually what I would say one of the new kids on the block, because it was established only in 2024 when the European standardization organization, as well as those for metrology, accreditation, conformity assessment, and market surveillance came together because they really felt the need to pull their expertise together to strengthen and promote the European quality infrastructure. Among the challenges that we have identified, actually, as a matter of fact, some have been already identified by the previous speakers, but I would like also to highlight that some basic, I would say, challenges that we have identified, in the sense that we believe that the quality infrastructure needs to be better recognized and understood. At least at European level, we see that the term quality infrastructure and the acronym QI are only just beginning to be recognized. And more importantly, the understanding of its value is still very limited. And we believe that QI needs to be more visible and actively recognized by stakeholders and policymakers. And we really need to focus also on clear communication, on explaining why QI matters. And for example, EQIN recognizes the need to really speak with one voice, and instead of uncoordinating separate voices, each talking about its own specialties, standards, metrology, conformity assessment. And speaking as one voice, we really focus and help, we believe, QI, and help to fill the gap in understanding about its value. So really focus on a bit better understanding of the quality infrastructure. And then again, some additional challenges is really the need to build a strong reputations as reliable partners for regulators, business, and consumers to really be valued by the key stakeholders throughout the value chain. we also think that QI needs to be ready to counter emerging disruptors, in the sense that QI must evolve from being reactive assurance mechanism to a more proactive enabler of trust in innovation. And these disruptors such as digitalization, sustainability transition, and new regulatory paradigms require the QI systems to become faster, smarter, and more collaborative, and ensuring that innovation and quality really advance together. And then last but not least, a bit what is today's subject of the panel is really the needs to be globally aligned. We see that quality infrastructure system, national, regional, are developing at really different rates and different paces. And there is really the need to promote a coherent approaches and really prevent fragmentation of the QA system in order to avoid confusion.
Thank you. So now we collected a lot of challenges. So I really thank all the speakers for that. Let me try to summarize some of the things that we heard. So there are some challenges that, let's say, face the QI in general. So we heard that we should strengthen the QI, that we should communicate to the, let's say, the policymakers the worth of the QI, that to link it with confidence and trust to make its product more tangible, and that also the QI institutions should get together and coordinate to speak with one voice. Also, there are some challenges with respect to quality insurance, let's say. So we heard we need to find the sources of the data. We want to trust the data. So trust is something that we heard many times. We've faced inefficiencies. So we heard about multiple testing that has to be done like to get the product into different markets. We heard about unevenness, broken trust chains, and also that we want to align requirements and rules. And then we also heard some of the challenges that come with digital solutions. So we heard a bit about the DPP already, and that it's actually a challenge to integrate it if we have no integrated supply chains. It's a challenge for especially small and medium enterprises due to the costs and the human resources needed, the data reliability that's not sufficient, and so on. So now I want to turn around after we faced all these challenges. I want to open the solution space, let's say, and focus on what the digitalization and the future of QI could bring, and what opportunities are, and what solutions you see from your point of view. And I would basically go in the same direction as we did before. So Erik, I would start with you. So if you could give us your point of view, what solutions we have to these challenges, and what opportunities maybe also digital solutions can bring.
Okay, thank you. I should say at the outset, I'm not an expert on the digital side. I find that complex. But I think, to me, it's more of a catalyst, for other issues that one needs to get right. And I can see the opportunities there, but I'm happy we have others from the private sector who can look and maybe give us some concrete examples. But just jumping off from what was said before, I think Martin, your name, I hope on the QI, on collaboration, I think that is extremely important. I would just echo that, because if you have more alignment at the national levels in terms of standards, international standards, you can get better connectivity globally. It should become more of a network. So programs such as the ILAC and the IF, and I think they're emerging now. These institutions at the global network, I think, can do a lot help even out this fragmentation we have. So that was just something that occurred to me when I heard the others. But then also what Cinzia was saying, that if this is a challenge even at the European level to explain and get the understanding across about why this is important, imagine in the rest of the world. It's very difficult. I have been to several countries speaking about quality infrastructure at a high level, and often they think, well, I'm talking about bridges or roads, and when you have to turn it around and say, no, it's about a whole other sets of institutions. So I'm sorry, I stuck with the challenges, but on opportunities, I think they are very, very big, a reflection of those challenges. And I think I come back to the fact that I think it is very important to show how quality infrastructure, if done right, can be a driver for economic growth. And I think that there are some important work that's coming out on this. I think OECD just did a publication, and the World Bank's development report, which should come out later this year, is going to be on regulations and standards and has a chapter on QI. So this is going to be a good way to put the spotlight on why QI matters for economic growth. And I think that might get interest then from a policy-making point of view. And for me, it's very important to keep that dual perspective I already mentioned on why QI is important for exporters in terms of linking to value chains, in terms of trust with their products, confidence in what they have as actually being in accordance with set standards, because sometimes they are perfectly in line with standards, but they just can't demonstrate it, so they will not link to international markets. So on the other side of the pictures, of course, for regulators, the importance of have the appropriate QI in place so that you can protect your consumers from many different aspects. So the risks, looking ahead, those were the opportunities, but of course QI has, there's a lot of investment that goes into this, there's a lot of funding, and perhaps the results are not obvious. They might come over time, or they might be incremental. And it's not always obvious one has to do this at the national level. In some countries that are smaller or have better regional cooperation, that can be done at the regional level. So there are also opportunities to look at from that point of view. I think I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. And let me stress that the digital transformation is, from my point of view, just a good occasion to basically rethink systems. So many things we have to deal with in the digital transformation is not actually about digital solutions, but about how the systems work. So your maybe not digital focused feedback is very valuable still for that round, I think. And another thing you said I want to pick up. So if in this second round you want to maybe comment on the things that were said before, then please do so. So Franziska Ziebold, you within the European Commission, you're working on the digital product passport. So this is certainly a digital solution. So maybe you want to tell us what your focus is in the implementation work, and also maybe how this addresses some of the challenges that were mentioned by you and the other speakers.
I think I can fully align with the others that the most important is this kind of alignment and comparability, similar standards, similar information across the globe. And I think the digital product passport that we are developing actually has gotten more and more attention, because in the beginning it came from the eco-design regulation and from the sustainability circularity angle, but in the meantime we see also with this work ongoing with Martin at Sensenelec, we see that the general standards are actually giving us the opportunity to have a system, a container that can also contain other data, like for example certificates, product related information, some instructions. There can be actually any kind of data in that digital product passport, and we see it as an opportunity, a digital opportunity to streamline data, to reuse data for reporting, for product information, reaching out to the consumer, it has a lot of opportunities. And it also gives more competition regarding, for example, the quality of products, because it will be more transparent, the information also for the consumer. So they can compare actually what the product has besides price and has to offer. And this gives also a competitive advantage to high quality products across the globe. At the same time, yeah, there is this challenge of a lot of DPPs also in the moment being already evolving across the globe, and there is a strong need for alignment. So we are also observing the work at ISO level, and since ISO is also here connected, I also wanted to say again that it's impressive, the different working groups there and a lot of initiatives at ISO level already. But we also see that on the long run, there will be probably a need to kind of align them also to find some kind of solution that to create some kind of more kind of global committee dealing with all these different initiatives and finding a solution that works for everyone, or at least making sure that it's interoperable. But yeah, we have high hopes in the digital product passport, so that is maybe a possibility to help the QI also to evolve in the digital sphere. Yeah.
Thank you. So Martin Schreck, you were mentioned by name, so it makes sense to also give the next a similar question to you, and in particular with regard to digital solutions, the DPP, for instance. I would like to get your opinion on the importance of the digital quality infrastructure. So we heard that certificates should ideally be included. And maybe metrology as the way to assess the physical world has also a role to play for trust. You mentioned trust before, so maybe you can explain the opportunities and, if I may, give your point of view why or how trust in a digital product passport or products in general benefits from the digital transformation of quality infrastructure and digital certificates and so on.
I would like to take a bit of a outside perspective. We are here in the room, and everybody remembers the time 25 years ago as an adult, I think. And that was when you were working on a computer. Apple was always the better product, but everybody used Windows because we had the writing system in Word. And if you were sending a German document to a Japanese colleague and they opened it, they couldn't read the characters. The umlaut didn't come, or a Chinese couldn't get a document from Japan because they use almost the same alphabet, but again, the encoding was different. And you couldn't use an Apple because even if you wrote your document in a German version of an Apple and you opened it on a German version of a Microsoft Word, it wasn't compatible. That was 25 years ago. And the moment the regulators forced the software companies to open up the format, and we had the common docx standard, suddenly we can exchange documents around the world, and it doesn't matter if you use an Apple or Windows, because the information barrier is standardized. And the digital product passport is this new thing that sort of standardizes us when it comes to exchange of information, if we manage to globalize that. Now there is that also in today, the issue is this Word document that I receive really the Word document from that person. I don't know if there are ways of doing it. And that is the same challenge we're going to face on a digital product passport. Yeah. But the real revolution with the digital product passport is, and that is the advantage for the economic operators, for the companies, is when they are asked to deliver information, doesn't matter if it's a regulatory required information or is it information downstream from the downstream customer. They place it in this product passport once, and then it is there. And whoever ever after wants to have this information back, they go to this product passport. And if they can't find it, then they go, of course, to the economic operator and can ask, can you place it there? But then it will be there again. So and we are making from today the companies, and in Germany we have this thing that everybody complains about, the enormous bureaucracy. This will be so easier because you place your information there and then the regulator can pick it up there. That's the idea. Yeah. So, and then when we are coming to the, now the trust, when we're talking about trust, this is trust on the data, but it's also, am I sure that I delivered everything? So the digital product passport, when we get this, we end up with an iPad in a library, because we sit there in the law books and the regulatory books and we read about what is written there. And then we have to look on our iPad, it's written here, and we look in the book, conform or not. This is not the way of doing. This is not building trust. This is not building data flow. We have the smart standards. We talked about it today, smart CE marking, but we must not stop there. We must have smart regulations. We must have smart law. So that the idea would be that if a company doesn't matter, from one country wants to sell something in another country, that they can dock on their digital product passport, does my product fit the market? Do I require all the requirements? And then you get an answer, yes or no. This is where you have to go. And then perhaps you can even get a certificate. Yes, I have checked it and it looks like it's good. So this is the future where we have to, not next year, not in 2 years, but this is where we have to look to. And for this, we have to build trust. The whole digital system. Norway is a very, very digitalized country with its citizens having a very high expectation on digitalization. While this panel is going on, I could have bought, registered, insured a car from my iPad while I was sitting here. This is Norway. I would have just to go in and pick up the key. So this is the level of expectation we have there, and the digital and this is possible, and also my health data is there and everything, but that is possible because I have trust in this system. I have trust that my electronic data from my doctor is not shared with my employee. This is also trust. We have to trust that the data is not abused. We have to trust that the data is real. Yeah. So this is also part of this trust thing that is coming on a digital product passport. So we have to work on it technically and from an attitude perspective as well. We have to learn to trust our governments again. If I get as most of the information that comes, let's face it, if we get an information from some country that is not on this continent, can we trust the data? Because we have a general mistrust. So this is also, we have to be willing to, and the political situation is not on trust right now either. So we're going back to the challenges, but this is the trust we have to think trust on technical trust, on security, on certificates, and on working together to build trust. And then this DPP system will be really the revolution it could be. So sorry for speaking longer.
No, it's perfect because you gave the perfect transition to our speaker from India, because you mentioned data from another part of the world. So Mr. Anantharaman, you mentioned several challenges with the integration of the digital product passport, but we would of course be curious to also learn what you think are the main opportunities of the DPP and the digital quality infrastructure.
Thank you. Yeah. Can I share the presentation which I made?
Yeah, it should be. Yeah. Now it's perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So anyway, I think we have spoken about various challenges what Indian textile MSMEs are facing. So yeah. Can I go to the next page? Yeah, this is about our facility, and I think hope I explained everyone about our facility, how we are operating and everything. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. Yes, I think this is about DPP. I mean, which includes product environmental footprint, covering carbon emission, and because our facilities, garments manufactured in our facility have very less carbon emissions. So basically, when the DPP is applied, so the final customer can see, what is the carbon emission is happening in our facility. Because the problem is right now, there are various brands. The problem is that when it is in the market, the customer cannot find out which is more sustainable. Once the DPP is coming to the market, I think the factory who is having good high sustainable standards can visible to more customers, and the DPP can spotlight this kind of manufacture more into the markets actually. Yeah, you can move to the next slide. So these are the challenges what we spoken. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. So this also the challenges what we talked. The next slide, please. Yes, yeah, actually, so once what are the opportunities we can get through DPP? One is that all the MSME with early DPP adoption can stand out as preferred suppliers for the, our customers. And also the DPP ensures strong supplier and buyer relationship, the digital transparency build trust. And also the final customers can identify reliable partners, leading to longer contracts and stable business volumes. Also, which this opportunity of DPP is, getting competitive advantage in global value chains. Many of the MSME factories can compete with the larger corporation in case of, sustainable standards. And brand reputation and customer trust, even the transparent digital footprint improve brand image for MSMEs, both locally and globally, positioning them as a responsible and future ready-made suppliers. So basically, these are opportunities what we see, through DPP. So the next slide, please. I want to identify some of, so these are the, support which you are expecting from the European Union. So during the initial implementation of DPP, we need to have exemption of some tier 2 and tier 3 factories, contributing less than 5% of the product value. So this we are expecting, because as a manufacturer, we cannot able to cover all the supply chain into the DPP. So we are expecting that tier 2 and tier 3 factories who is contributing only 5% of the product value, they should be excluded from the first DPP process. And also we need to get capacity building program, which can be supported through Indian agencies. So which also we are expecting. And also, right now, as you can all know that, there are various DPP platforms available right now. So actually we need to have, like a low cost or open source DPP software platform. Right now, whatever available in the market is having huge expensive, and also every product they are asking for higher cost, which MSMEs could not affordable to buy it. So that is the reason, we are all, delaying the DPP process. So I think we need more affordable and open access DPP platforms. And also, we need to have more pilot DPP implementation in our country, in our cluster. So which can, give you a clear picture to all MSME factories. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And also thanks for this nice picture, which really nicely shows the link that already exists between Europe, or European Union in this case, and India. So this is another good transition to come back to Tizia Miseroli. So if you could give us your point of view, what the opportunities are in the current digital transformation and how the European Quality Infrastructure Network and the members are basically using these opportunities.
Yes, thank you. Well, as a matter of fact, looking into the future, we believe that we really need to build on our strengths and joining up our services in order to deliver greater value. In particular, when we talk about digital transformation, all of the organizations that are part of the EQIN, for example, have their own digital initiative in place. For example, we at CNSNLEC, we talk about online standards development, smart standards, and we have for when it comes to legal metrology, we have metrology for digital transformation, laboratory of the future. So there are really several and different initiatives. And we really need to look at how we can coordinate these approaches in order to provide a consistent offer to the market. And as I was mentioning before, being able really to deliver greater value. We have discussed and assessed what we could do looking again and having in mind the future. And first of all, we believe that we need to really develop a vision for the future quality infrastructure and design a dynamic digital first quality infrastructure ecosystem to be more adaptive, faster, and better integrated on one hand, and really build also on advanced technologies like artificial intelligence, we discussed, DPP, IoT, blockchain, to really ensure product quality, safety, and sustainability really across the borders. And ultimately, the objective is really to deliver, to offer 21st century services like integrated smart standards, online traceability, automated data sharing, AI-driven analytics, and really digital certification and framework. So I think that really for the future, we really need to focus on the digital transformation, having all these elements in mind if you really want to remain relevant and provide added value throughout the value chain. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very nice summary of opportunities. We would like to open the floor now for questions. Yes, Kati, do you already have some there with you? I'm bringing you the microphone.
Thank you. Representing our online participants, we also have a few questions here that we would like to ask. Let's start with a question for Eric. It says, we very often miss out that we operate in the WTO framework, which applies in particular to ISO and IEC, CNSNLEC or BIPM. The confusion starts early in which standards to apply. What are the standardization organizations intend to do to emphasize these relevance and impact within the technical barriers to trade agreement?
Shall I answer? Or?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I am. Let's see. I'm not sure what the person means by miss out, but I mean, I think the question is at the root of this issue. Maybe, you know, the role of ISO, IEC, and the WTO framework. Perhaps I think maybe that's what it is, and of course, both the TBT and the SPS agreements, which are these two agreements on regulations and standards in WTO, what they do is really encourage members when they regulate, that means they put in regulations that affect trade, that they use international standards, relevant international standards. And for many members, the relevant standardizing work is done by ISO and IEC. There could be others, but especially in the TBT area, ISO and IEC often comes up, but it's not excluded to them. But the whole force of that argument, which is in that discipline, which when you think of it, dates back to 95, so it's really quite a while ago, was trying to get countries to use the same basis for the regulation so that we don't have 250 different regulations about the same thing, which would completely mess up trade, to put it in a very banal way. So I think that's it. Of course, ISO and IC, they're independent international organizations. They have their own membership, not part of the WTO system. It's a dynamic partnership in that these agreements actually contract out the development of regulations to international standardizing bodies and others. So what this work is done in that area is very important. So it's very important for members, governments, regulators, national standard bodies to participate in the international standardizing work. For instance, what's going on in Rwanda these days for the ISO. Thank you.
Great, thank you for this answer. I see also nodding heads by the other panelists. Is there something to be added, or shall we move on with the next question?
Maybe I could add something, if I may. That indeed, of course, Sanelec are a regional organization for Europe, but we really work in close cooperation with ISO and IEC. As a matter of fact, we have technical cooperation agreement with them that are called the Vienna and Frankfurt Agreement, whereby whenever possible, we really develop standards in parallel. And that means that we have one single solution, not only across the globe, but also implemented in Europe, because in Europe, every time we adopt a standard at European level, our members have the obligation to implement it at national level and withdraw any conflicting national standards. So really the same solution is applied across 34 countries. And when developed in parallel with ISO and IEC, this means that it's really a global solution. And this is really a key when it comes to trade and reducing technical barrier to trade. And we also, in the frame of the WTO TBT, we respect also the WTO TBT Code of Conduct and the need to involve all relevant stakeholders, be inclusive and transparent in the way we develop our standards.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, both of you. I will move on with another question. We have several questions. We will not be able to ask all of them, but another one that also got a thumbs up and wants to be asked is, given the fragmentation of the global trading system and diversifying supply chains, how can digital AI practically rewire the chain to build resilience without sacrificing efficiency and inclusivity for smaller businesses? I don't know who of the panelists.
So maybe first of all, this is probably supposed to mean digital QI, right? Because it says digital AI. I assume it's meant to mean a digital QI. So I would like to maybe ask Mrs. Siebold to comment on that.
Yeah, I think I was also wondering whether it's digital QI, digital AI, maybe digitalization. I think digitalization always bears this barrier, and we hear this also when we speak to stakeholders, that they need to digitalize. For example, a smaller company may need to digitalize, and that is a barrier. Definitely, it's an investment. But at the same time, I believe that if we have a system that has similar standards and is a system that is kind of central, for example, we have this central registry, we foresee a central registry for the digital product passport, it is a better opportunity to go that path when in the end all of them are kind of comparable, contain the same machine readable data that can be read and used, and at least this effort of doing it is then rewarded by having one system. While if every company sets up their own system, it will be very difficult to compare them and work with them, and then it will be again an issue with interoperability. So I believe that the digitalization as such, we recognize is a hurdle. At the same time, it also is an opportunity, because then there is also the comparability. And for example, a smaller company that has high quality products gets more visibility with it.
Thank you. I would also give the word to Martin Schreck.
Thank you. Yeah, I totally agree with Franziska. And the standards development, but also the regulatory development in Europe, at least in Europe, always includes the small and medium-sized enterprises. They have a special role in this policy making in Europe. They are always invited to the table because 80% or 85% of the companies in Europe qualify as SMEs. And then when it comes to divergence in Europe, but also globally, I wanted to add in addition, and Franziska has just probably forgotten it, but this recommendation 49 that came from UNCFACT and UNCFACT in summer this year is actually giving policymakers around the world handing over a guide how to approach this. It's a task that needs to be done.
Thank you so much. I know there's a lot of more questions and everyone is very excited about this topic, but unfortunately we have to wrap it up. There's more other very interesting panels to come. We received greetings from Kigali, which is a very nice gesture. Thank you so much. Greetings back from Berlin. And I would like to give the panelists one last opportunity. If you could give one message for the future of QI in 2030, what would it be? Maybe just each one sentence. And we start again with Eric.
I thought you'd give me some more time to think. So, but you had given some warning. But what was I want to say? I think for me, the one very important thing is this issue, which I said before, of the importance of the understanding of QI to make the link with economic growth, and that it's not like a side technical issue, but that it is something important for countries, and that there are gaps. And I think to get the right policy, you need a better understanding and you need better coordination at the national, possibly the regional level, and that will help with the policy development. Thanks.
Thank you. I think that was quite beautiful, even though you didn't have so much time. I will hand the word to Franziska.
Yeah, when I look at the future, I believe that it will be more digital, more transparent, and more visible.
Yeah, that was very short and straightforward. Thank you so much. Mr. Ganesh, would you like to say one sentence for 2030 as well?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, MSMEs are backbone of Indian economy. I think everyone knows of it. So the digital QA must be designed with MSMEs in mind, offering tools that are only overly complex or expensive, thereby enabling them to access new markets and compete effectively. So this is what we are expecting. I mean, so the future QA must be designed keeping MSME in mind, so not too much complex and expensive actually. So anyway, we SAC Apparels and our supply chain, focusing on continuous improvement to do good things for both people and planet. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. It certainly has to be. Cynthia, would you like to close for the online panelists?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I would say that my vision is that by 2030, the QI will be a fully digital, globally trusted ecosystem that delivers integrated services and is recognized as a cornerstone of Europe and global competitiveness.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, I will give the last word to the person who's sitting next to us.
Thank you. I don't have a vision, I have a wish, and that is that we keep work together, we keep talk together, no matter what's going to happen.
Thank you so much. I think that's quite good.
So also thanks from my side to all the panelists and all the great questions from the audience. And for those who wanted to learn more about the DPP, have questions about the DPP, you are in luck because the next panel is actually mostly about the DPP. So yeah, stay with us. We're going to set up the next panel and then, yeah, we're going to proceed.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Ja, soll ich klingeln? All right, we're not doing an actual break, but everyone is welcome to get a drink and we start in 5 minutes again.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Wolfram. We will be online in 2 minutes.
No problem at all.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
All right, we start. So greetings again to Kigali. And yeah, Benjamin Helfritz from the German Institute for Standardization takes you now through the next panel. And you can ask the questions again via TEDme like we did before. So the online participation can do that via the QR code. And yeah, with that, I hand over to Benjamin and we start.
Yeah, hello. I'm Benjamin Helfritz from the German Standardization Organization, DIN. I'm head of staff unit digital ecosystems, at least. I can't see the panelists from the online. And also from Kigali. Very welcome also from me to Kigali. I think already Christoph Winterhalter said some words to you before our panel sessions here. And I'm very pleased and happy that we are able to stream our panels here to the ISO annual meeting. I think one of the languages in Kigali is Swahili. I think then it means Karibu Kigali, Karibu Rwanda, Karibu ISO. We are here in Berlin. I think it's much colder than there, but we are here in the room and discussing since 9 o'clock at least very strongly on the issue of the digitalization of the quality infrastructure. Please, next slide. And we already heard in the last panel the discussion on the digitalization of the quality infrastructure and also some of the parts of the quality infrastructure. And at least we want to discuss here on this panel a little bit how we can reach it and what are the cornerstones and how at least we can deliver such a functioning system for the world. But that means we have to all work together and at least we have to think several parts together. That is also why we have 6 speakers here on the table. And this is also the online speakers are there. Nikolaos Saklapanakis from Fujitsu. He is at least the global solution strategy and transformation manager in the transformation unit, and he helps shaping the company's strategic directions. And he works not only but also in Europe on the issues of data spaces and digital product passports in one of the research projects in Europe, the Surpass 2 project. Then we have, welcome, Nikolaos.
Nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
Then we have Wolfram Zeitz. He is Executive Secretary from IEC, and at least from IEC, and Executive Secretary from IEC and IEC-RE. And you see, we are already not discussing only in ISO this issue, we're discussing it in IEC and also in other organizations. And that is one of the main thoughts we're addressing. Wolfram did work with several well-known companies of testing inspections and certification industry for more than 15 years, 12 years in Shanghai, and now with IEC-EE and IEC-RE, 2 of the biggest certification institutes, or not directly institutes, but certification management there for IEC. Then here on my side, and thank you that we have you here, Gustavo Costa, Deputy Head of the International Technical Cooperation Division at the Brazilian National Institute of Metrology, Quality and Technology in Metro. He was formerly also the Director of Conformity Assessment in Metro. And so you see, I hope we are able to cover the quality infrastructure more or less with this panel. And also what I heard when we speak before, that a very main part of its work is also the market surveillance, especially in the e-commerce area. So further, we have Adrian von Mühlenen from BASF Intertrade. BASF Intertrade is in Switzerland and is buying and selling, if I understood it right, several material and products. And he is the product owner of the digital material and product passport issues in BASF. He works there more than 15 years on research and development. And before that, he was a strategy director where he helped actors from the manufacturing industry on digital transformation. And also what I can address here, that he's one of the potential or our potential chair for a potential JTC on DPP and the ecosystem, because we thought it might be good to have a person who is working at least with every part by buying and selling. It is necessary to address every digital product passport solutions and to have at least at the end functioning and interoperable solution or framework for interoperable solutions, because that is what makes efficiency and helps at least not only, and that is also one of the main topics here, not only the politics, it also helps every interconnected industry in the world to work easier. And then we have Brett Hyland on the left side from me. Brett Hyland is a manager engagement stakeholder engagement manager in the Australian National Association of Testing Authorities. At least Brett, we see now on the fourth, I think, quality infrastructure digital forum here, but Brett is already working international on the issues of digital product passport and the whole digitalization of quality infrastructure, and something like we are something like brothers in minds or brothers in spirit on this, I think. And then last but not least, Antonio Kung, also in the online virtual here. Antonio Kung is co-founder and executive board of Trialog. He is editor and convener in several ISO and IEC committees. If I saw it right, Antonio, there are more than 12. Is it right? Yeah.
Yeah, more than that. Yeah.
Yeah. So at least on one of my a conference I moderated, I presented you as a liaison expert also. We will come later to you. But first, we will start also with the first chart here. You see that is the quality infrastructure. 5 parts at least has the quality infrastructure, the metrology, the standards, the conformity assessment, the accreditation, and the market surveillance. And that is a system what is at least in the in laws in all the countries in all the regions in the world, and also it's a main part of trade. Trade, internationalen Handelsabkommen, komme ich ran, Nico. International trade agreements. Yeah, sorry. So at least it is a cornerstone in the law and also in the international trade system. And the quality infrastructure, what we see there, is a very important thing for building trust. That is what we addressed also in the panels before. And we want to make it much more efficient. It's not the question of in every part of more effective. You know, it's the efficiency is one of the main important things of the digitalization of the quality infrastructure. And so we discussed it before, and we saw it before. It is necessary to do that. That is what I believe, and several other stakeholders believe, but what we ask in the world at least, it is also necessary from your side, and what are you doing on that? I give now to South America, at least to Brazil, to Gustavo. What is your perspective on this transition?
Thank you. Guten Tag. It's the only word that I know. I'm sorry for that. It's a pleasure to be here, and I would like to start. Thank you, PTB and GIZ, for this kind invitation, and it's a pleasure to be here to present not the Brazilian perspective, but a very specific perspective from Inmetro. Inmetro plays a central role in Brazil quality infrastructure system because we are the National Metrology Institute for both, for scientific and legal metrology. We are also the official accreditation body of the Brazilian government. We take part in the main international accreditation forum, and we are also a regulatory authority in the field of consumer products that include low voltage products, household appliances, toys, and so on. And of course, because of this, we are also a market surveillance authority in this field. And as you could imagine, because of that, we have a lot of databases. We have a lot of information, conformity assessment information. But I could honestly tell you there is not enough to have a lot of databases, a lot of information. What to do with all this information? In this morning, I heard some presentations with industry perspective. And I heard a colleague tell that need to wait a year to obtain a type approval. 1 year have to wait. And 2 months ago, we launched our most ambitious digital initiative that we call a metro in the palm of your hand in a free translation. It's a system that a consumer could access using a cell phone or in a smartphone or in a website and check if the conformity assessment mark is true and have some traceability information about the conformity assessment process. It is a pilot test that we are doing in motorcycle helmets and also in fire extinguishers. What is the goal? What is our goal with this system? We want to fight against counterfeit products and piracy. It's a little bit different from the goal of DPP, but it's our first step. And when I think about DPP and when I heard for the first time, and just to inform that in the next year, maybe in the beginning of the next year, with support of GIZ and GPQI, we are planning a DPP roadshow in Brazil, together with Brazilian Industry Association, getting together other Brazilian regulatory authorities to present the DPP and try to include all the Brazilian parts in this important discussion. But when I think about DPP, like other systems, of course, they will increase the transparency, they will increase the efficiency of the process. But I think the challenge that we have a challenge of interoperability of the system. Because as I said, I had a lot of databases, and other regulatory authorities in Brazil and in South America have databases, conformity assessment, and I think that the key for the success of DPP is the interoperability of the system, the connection of the system. I will stop here and maybe later on. Thank you.
You already showed that the DPP is a very important building brick, at least for the quality infrastructure. But it is, or it will be also for more. We addressing that, we heard this and very strongly from not only from the European industry, also from other parts, because it might be usable for several others. Objectives. We come back later to this issue or topic, but on the first step, the digital product passport might something like a lever or a possibility now to address the harmonization of a system, and not harmonization in the direction that we only have one solution, that we have interoperable solutions. Brad, you're working on this strongly since several years, and what is your view on that? What is already happening in the world, and where we have to? What must be the objective of our work on that?
Well, it's probably better if I stick to a subject I know, which is conformity assessment. I'm part of the Australian accreditation infrastructure, and I've been involved in digital exchange of conformity assessment outputs for about 5 years. I would say maybe 3 years ago, our outlook changed significantly as we came to recognise the DPP as perhaps a holy grail. Previously, we were wondering how to link conformity data to supply chain objects. It became clear to us that the DPP really represented a great vehicle to aggregate data around. So that's been my interest for some time. And perhaps I would say there's some irony because when we in Australia, we look at Europe, you really do seem a very long way away. I'm still jet lagged after flying here a few days ago. It strikes me that the EU DPP, yes, it's been on the radar, but I think it's far from front of mind. But on the other hand, the DPP concept, I think, is really getting a lot of people excited in Australia. It's seen as a potential paradigm shift in supply chain data exchange, and I'm looking forward to continuing work with people like Benjamin that are addressing the important need to bring standardization to DPPs, not just in the regulatory space, but the voluntary space also. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Brad. Also, Wolfram, you are from an international house, or you look on this and from an international certification perspective. And what I understood in our talk before, that the certification, what you are doing is already thought much more international. But in this system, we are till now not so international. So perhaps can you say some words from your perspective on it?
Okay, let me start with einen wunderschönen guten Tag nach Berlin. Ich könnte viel mehr auf Deutsch reden, but no worries, I switch to English again. I'm more than happy that I got already from the people speaking before me some of the real important key aspects. It's about harmonization, it's about interoperability, and the harmonization aspect can't be underestimated in that. When we talk about quality infrastructure, and IEC is very strongly involved in several aspects of quality infrastructure. And the good news to start with is IEC and ISO are cooperating very closely on that. There are already some joint technical committees between ISO and IEC. And at the moment, there is a discussion about an additional joint technical committee specifically on DPP, but that's something for the future. So there is already a very strong desire for harmonization. And even more so when we talk about conformity assessment. And that's one of the very unique features of IEC, while IEC from their DNA is like ISO, an international standardization organization. So of course, whatever we are doing is driven by internationally harmonized consensus-based standards. So a whole approach to a digital quality infrastructure should be based on the same foundation. However, in IEC, we operate also 4 conformity assessment systems where IEC is providing the infrastructure and the framework for international harmonized conformity assessment, where professional conformity assessment bodies from all over the world, and Brett is very well aware of that also conformity assessment bodies from Australia are part of that equation, but from all over the world work on a harmonized set of based rules and processes how to conduct conformity assessment. Hence, we have already naturally this harmonization when it comes to the actual practical conformity assessment. And for us, it would be very important that we have the same level of harmonization and interoperability when we talk about quality infrastructure, because everything related to quality infrastructure has a global aspect. Supply chains in modern worlds are globally. It would not make any sense to have different systems, to talk in different languages, to use different vehicles to transport information which need to be in a common rule, in a common vehicle, which need to be based on common rules. Hence, for us in IEC and together with ISO, we definitely aim to drive forward a harmonized approach on digital infrastructure. And as the next step, of course, also digital product passports, which would be a subset of that. And with that, I hand back to you, Benjamin. And I'm pretty sure we go more into detail at a later point of the discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. At least with this issue can fill a total joint technical committee. Yeah? So we won't solve the world today. But what we have to address at least is that there are several developments on the digital product passport and the whole system behind that, and also on the quality infrastructure. That is a very broad development what is happening there. Just for the picture, we will change it in a few moments to another one. But on this picture, just also for the ISO community, from our point of view, in Europe, it is so that we have, and international, I think also, we have standards for the metrology, we have standards for the accreditation, we have standards for the conformity assurance systems and so on, and we also have standards for standards. But the most important thing what we address is the requirements on the products and the processes, what at least are used to declare that you conform with these. And in several countries or regions of the world, it means that we need also these standards internationally, probably to declare conformance and to be able to bring them from one country, from one sector to another, and so on, but in an interoperable way. The market surveillance might also get some standards due to the digital product passport, but we come back later to this. I want to get back with you to the several solutions, and so we will focus a little bit more on the digital product passport now, and I will give to you, Adrian, the word. The digital product passport, there are several developments, and what is your view on that? What we can do with it, and how we reach at least the development what we need?
Thank you very much for having me here. I'm speaking now a bit from an international company. And just to top what you said, 1 year to wait to get a product to the market, on top of it, we waited sometimes 16 years to get the accreditation for some agro-science products. And why? Because we have to provide information to several different systems that are not aligned, that are not using the same semantics. And I guess Thomas Engel today morning underpinned that very nicely on his chart. If we don't talk the same language, we get completely lost. And if we now think about the digital product passport, I see that is a great chance for us, citing the EU Commission for digital transformation. Not for the sake of digital transformation, but for the sake to become more effective. Why can we become more effective? Because speaking from the chemical industry, I can tell you we are fond of documents. Documents like safety data sheets, labels on the drum. We need to do that we inform you that you apply the product in the right way or dispose the product in the right way. To get the product registered, we do the same story. We do studies, we do see what the thing does with the animals, with the environment. We get documents. We send those documents to the registration authorities, to notified bodies. So if we get away from those documents into a data-centric space, We have heard about data space. This would be a great tool from my colleague Attila this morning. So if we could get to a same language, what are chemicals, what are the impact of chemicals, so that we can represent that in a digital product passport, the product information communication will be drastically better and simpler. There are several aspects why. One aspect is trust. These days, with documents, we don't trust the information from our suppliers. We are not allowed to have trust. Why? If I get from somebody of you a barrel of smoking sulfuric acid, and you tell me, oh, Adrian, never mind, it's just irritating. And I say, okay, I believe you. And one of my craftsmen spills over some of the product on his arm and it etches him the skin away, it's my fault because I didn't verify your information on a dangerous product. So if we would have trustworthy information, I wouldn't need to do that step. And that step in our company is hundreds of people looking through PDF files, verifying whether the information is okay, and typewriting this information in our material master data management system. In the 21st century, I beg your pardon, that's ridiculous. And that's because we love documents, we don't have trust into the data, and we speak different languages. And if we can get these three things solved, trust, same language, and machine actionable information, and all of that is covered by the DPP, we will have, just for our segment in chemistry, a multi-$100 million business case. Second, we can also then think about what happens with the information downstreams, because our customers do exactly the same. They don't trust our information, although we are a brand, we take our best, and they just can save the same money. And if we then think once that we could start going into our strategies, if I have more information about the product, then I can tie back what is the substance of concern. Is there something bad in it? I can't recycle it. Or did we take all the measures that we can physically recycle a given polymer? Then we can start to close material loops. And that is then the fourth game changer. But I guess that's then for the future.
Yeah, we see there's a lot more behind this issue or behind this topic. What can be reached with this development, and we will now get to the next page, please. So the next slide, because it is also a big work we have to do, and it's not only a work we solve, at least with one technical description of a digital product passport. Now we have to think more in the ecosystem behind it. And so, Brett, you worked on it more from the vision, from the beginning, from the mind till the end. And I think now the next one, please. Come back to this. I think you know this already, and you are more aware of the idea from thinking from the mind to the end consumer, and also which steps are necessary on that. Perhaps you can give us a little bit a description of the ecosystem or the space and the world there.
Sure. So the United Nations has been very interested in this work, of course. There are the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and the UN is very concerned about greenwashing. How do you know if you're meeting your sustainable goals if you cannot trust the data? So this has been one of the driving features of the work. Now, one of the problems actually is that a lot of the sustainability data derives from upstream, derives from business to business exchange of data. And that is completely outside of surveillance and outside of regulatory enforcement. So where does the trust come from? So the idea that the UN has been working with at the Centre for Trade Facilitation for some time now is the idea of a voluntary digital product passport, which is it can be exchanged business to business, and attached to that digital product passport would be digital conformity assessment information linked to, of course, quality infrastructure information where appropriate.
Yeah, thank you, Brad. As we see here, we have several stages which are to address the data collection, the data exchange, data processing, and the digital product passport itself. And if we look on the ground field here, at least mine and some, there's the parts of the quality infrastructure, especially the metrology at the beginning, at least, where we are sitting now in the German Metrology Institute, and then the conformity assessment. And that was what also the EU-Commission addressed after it addressed the digital product passport from the circularity and the ecology view. They are now addressing it more from the efficiency view. And the thing is that they all not only address a product itself, also the material, or they speak about the material and the part products and so on. And that is what we have to think in the at least in the world, how we can bring this information together. But it will come out of several different sectors and areas which all have their systems and their ideas, and also from regions. So at least we also have from the IEC side and in the ISO world several developments on at least connecting products or material with a digital set of data, like from the IEC world, the digital product, the administration shell. Perhaps, Wolfram, you can say a little bit more on this.
Yeah, my pleasure. So talking about a digital product passport, again, from a global view, it is important to stay, first of all, in an enclosed ecosystem, no matter how complex that is, because we already established quite with a lot of speakers here that we need to talk the same language. However, from a conformity assessment point of view, there's a strong component also to look from the other side, market access. A digital product passport is also intended to enable market access. However, market access refers to different regulatory frameworks, not only standardization side, not only conformity assessment side. And depending on the regulatory framework, you might have different preset requirements. In the conformity assessment world, most of the people understand that there is first party, second party, and third party conformity assessment. And while for certain regulatory frameworks, first party conformity assessment for certain products, components, materials, or subcomponents might be sufficient. In other regulatory frameworks, it's not. But we still talk about one container, we talk about one language to determine that. So everything related to digital QI and digital product passports, they need also to include that layer of complexity. It's not that the requirements, no matter if coming from standards or coming even more so from regulatory requirements, are exactly the same. However, we need to be capable of communicating them. I liked the picture painted before about digitalization of documents, having previous documents now available as data. But again, the data needs to be clearly distinguishable in which bucket it falls within the whole ecosystem. And that's something we in ISO and IEC have also to work on, that this is becoming part of the overall ecosystem. Thank you.
Wolfram, thank you. Nikolaus, You are viewing on that from the one hand, from the international perspective as an international operating company, and also as a developer. Perhaps you can show a little bit your broadness, your knowledge about the broadness, and also about the view of an international acting company on this development.
Yes, thank you so much. Greetings from Dresden, by the way. It's a very good question, and it's very complicated to have a very concrete and concise answer because it depends on the perspective. Talking about ecosystems even, I'm very interested to listen to the discussion about the efficiency gains with regards to the attestations, accreditations that are relevant in some cases of products, but also with regards to the supply chain that is involved. And usually what happens from experiences, we tend to look on the benefits of the supply chain, looking back and considering our own benefits, depending on where we are standing in that value chain. We also very often tend to consider the positive aspects with regards to sustainability. So DPP and then DPP can bring into sustainability, but this is also not complete. There is the challenge of making the DPP system sustainable itself. So thinking in the big picture, thinking on the wide range of products that will be addressed with the DPP, can we imagine what the impact will be in those ecosystems when we are talking about commodity products that need to have DPP and potentially have very tiny margins for the involved parties? How do we make the DPP itself sustainable is a critical question, and this is something that needs to be seen from multiple perspectives, and not necessarily just from sitting very close to the OEM side or just from an actor that assesses the data and gets benefits, but also thinking, as was correctly earlier mentioned, on the topic of having very complicated international supply chains, value chains, I would say, in today's products that very often go through markets that are not that privileged, meaning there are complexities that sometimes we tend to forget. We assume, for example, that a tiny actor, a small actor in a developing country that is involved into textile product production has some IT systems to integrate in a interoperable, perfect working DPP infrastructure to provide the data to his customers in somewhere in the value chain, while that might not be always the truth. So what I want to say with this is that while the complexity very often is addressing the technical difficulties that we have, there are difficulties that go beyond the technicalities. And this is something that I can share with you from my experience trying to address it as the whole DPP system, from my perspective, is a huge digital transformation exercise. And this is also how I see it within Surpass 2. We, as Fujitsu, are leading the deployment of 13 different pilots from 4 different market sectors. And when I'm talking about 13 different pilots, I'm talking about 13 different ecosystems that are involving approximately 120 organizations involved. We're trying to do it in a coordinated way, mostly in Europe, and it's a titanian task. It's very complicated. Now, if we start seeing the big picture and we start including in the very complex equation different jurisdictions, different ethics of how business is conducted, it gets very complicated. So it gets a bit reversed, and the complexity relies on how we treat DPP. So allow me a bit to address DPP from the European perspective here. Very often, due to the fact that we have mandatory DPPs expected in several areas, this tends to be the focus of the involved parties in the ecosystems or in the value chains as they're being addressed now. And this is a big issue that I see on the global level because the risk of not being compliant towards your customers, the markets, and the products that you are addressing is the stick. While the original intention of the DPP is to offer the carrot of transforming the business and implementing circular economy business models. And this gets very hard to communicate and very hard to put in focus. And when in one hand, we are talking about TPP as an opportunity of achieving sustainability, of delivering added value via novel B2B business models, while on the other hand, we have the stick of the regulation. So it's a complicated, a very complicated equation to solve, I must say, and definitely needs a trustworthy and open collaboration that goes beyond the perspective of a single stakeholder, regardless if it is a single actor within a single value chain or it comes on the level of authorities or a single jurisdiction, or even a single definition of DPP.
Thank you, Niklaus. You said one thing, that there will be mandatory information and perhaps other information or other possibilities to use this infrastructure or this whole ecosystem, what we need at least to deliver mandatory information. That is also the thing what at least I have the feeling in Europe that the most of the companies, the economy is at least a little bit grateful to the EU Commission that they are forced to bring up something like a digital product passport, but they are now addressing it as a digital or the single entry point for the digital world to the product information, and also perhaps to use it as the information and communication hub. And we see here the several stages we have to think about, and we have to think about together in one direction at least, or more or less in one direction. That is parts of several technical committees, standardization committees of ISO and IEC, and also other organizations. We mentioned some, like the WTO before, and what we are addressing. And so I want to give, because we are a little bit on time, so I will address this to Antonio. Please give the next slide for Antonio, and then no, I think it's 2 slides more, or one slide, this one, yeah, right. No, that before. And he more addressed the data ecosystem on this, but we have to think further, and this is more an ISO view, but also IEC attached. But Antonio, at least, please give us a little bit of view on your thoughts, how we might work in future in ISO and IEC.
So hello, everyone. Yes, in one picture, I'm trying to capture the complexity of standardization. Yet you need to unify it, and the DPP is a unification system. Okay, basically, when you think about standards, we want to standardize the content of a DPP, but we also want to standardize the ecosystem of the DPP. That's why we talk about conformity and things like that. Okay, so I guess in the slide you see this is an example of what we have on data space ecosystems. On top you have a data space, okay, with a number of standards. They depend on the architecture of the systems that are involved. On the left, then interoperability, because data space you exchange data, okay. But in order for this to work, below you have to have characteristics. You have trustworthiness, security and privacy, and of course the data itself. Okay, so where you have again another standard, and above all those things, or below all the things in my picture, you have AI, which are going to use to help get into hopefully a better ecosystem and better standards, better solutions, more optimized solutions. Okay, so if we now project ourselves to a DPP, because I didn't have the slide for DPP, but I thought about it. Okay, just replace data space on top by DPP. Okay, so and then you have a DPP, let's say standards, and below on the left, I would say probably I would replace it by assets, because the DPP is always representing an asset. Okay, and then on the right, and we mentioned it, is interoperability and data space. So we have all those things. And the rest below, they will be the same, okay? But what we miss here, and I would say I would put another layer on top, are the verticals. Actually, the real assets, the assets in smart manufacturing, the asset in health application, asset in smart cities, automotive supply chains and things like that. Those are the assets which DPP must serve, okay? So not only we need to have a common representation, a common principles of what the DPP contains, how it is, let's say, made trustworthy, okay? But also we need to take into account the parameters of each vertical, okay? It's not the same for energy system. We might have specific regulation for automotive, other regulations, and even more so, you have regulations at national level, okay? And the DPP, to me, is about this. It contains the, I'm not sure I'm going to say minimum vital information, the sufficient information that allows you to state, yes, it's part of my quality infrastructure. Yes, I can trust it to operate and things like that, okay? So it's very important that at standardization level, we are able to associate with the DPP content what I'm going to call a profile of content, and this has to be standardized so that actually then the quality infrastructure will work. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Antonio, thank you very much. And please, we can come back to the slide with the persons. Yeah, the thing is we need to address this topic from several parts, and at least at ISO and IC as a whole, and also over beyond this. But for ISO and IEC, we from DIN and DKE addressed the Joint Technical Committee and proposed it, and it is at the moment in the ballot, because we don't want to bring all this work together in one committee. Now we want to think about a framework, what helps to bring the several developments a little bit in a direction where we have at the end a functioning system, and that is what the efficiency needs and what the interconnected economy needs. I also had a slide about the several other thoughts what you can make with the digital product passport, like marketing and like services on the product, new business models and so on, but we are already out of time. I will give you as participants the last words, and then we come to a little question and answers round. I will start with Nikolaus. So you have 2-3 sentences on your thought and perhaps wishes for the future on this topic.
So because my line was breaking, you mean on the topic of can you
just two sentences on your wishes on the topic, at least for the further development.
So the development of the DPP infrastructure, I just wish that gets adopted, and it enables a global collaboration towards actually achieving sustainability and making the world a bit of a better place in synergy and in tandem between societies and business aspects.
Thank you. Wolfram.
Yeah, very briefly, and I liked the last slide Antonio was presenting, because that, based on the work of ISO IEC JTC1, but we also heard from you, Benjamin, that there is additional work in preparation between DKE and DIN. This clearly underlines the need for having a harmonized structure. We talk about trustworthy data. We talk about efficiency. We talk about global acceptance. And that only works if there is an ecosystem, if there is a structure beneath, everybody can leverage efficiency. generally, when we start digitalizing things, we have the tendency that we get more and more data compared to the old analog world, of the old paper world. And to find your way through these myriads of gigabytes, terabytes of data, you need to have a solid structure. Hence, it is so important that we keep on working on a harmonized approach, because otherwise there will be no global acceptance and there will be no true gain in efficiency. So that's my closing statement to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wolfram. And I give to Antonio, because you were addressed also from Wolfram.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to build on that. We are talking about the future DPP ecosystem. Standardization is key because we want, again, to standardize the content and standardize the ecosystem, okay? And we need a multi-SDO collaboration. So we have ISO IEC, but we have others. And we have to solve the governance aspect, how we build consensus across domains and across SDOs, okay? And I know that all the standardization bodies, they work on this smart standard approach, okay? If the smart standard approach is implemented, we are going to be able to mix standards coming from one SDO another, from Sensenelec, from ISO, IEC, IEEE, and the like, okay? So we need to have this, because if we don't have this, we cannot have a good DPP ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. And I go just to my left, Brett.
Thank you. We've heard at the QI Digital Forum all day about some of the remarkable things that are going on in Europe and in particular Germany. If I were to use an analogy of a running race, we attempted to see Germany sprinting off towards the finish line, but I think it's also true that a lot of governments are standing at the starting line, waiting, listening for the starter gun. What would it take to engage governments around the world? So I think there is a whole program of work of global engagement, deep global engagement, and I think that hasn't really been visible sufficiently at this stage.
Brett, perhaps one little question and answer with yes or no. We talked about that before, and we heard it a lot, and that is also what we heard a lot of from outside of Europe. Is the DPP and this ecosystem a European thing and a European politic thing, or?
I do not see it as a European thing.
Thank you. That is what we strongly believe. And so, Gustavo, please, your view on this.
Thank you. During this panel, I was remembering the first time I went to ISO. I went to ISO in the year of 2000 to participate in the ISO Casco meeting. And I saw an ISO magazine with a say, one standard, one test, accept everywhere. This goal, we are far from to reach this goal. But I think that this system have a potential to reach this goal. And I wish, as you answer, I wish that we could include all the economies that want to participate in this effort.
Thank you. And Adrian?
Well, I just can say thank you, Gustavo. It's what I would ask the genie in a bottle. So if I would have a wish, I would like to have the DPP as the sole product information system consumed by the authorities, the customers and the end customers, and at the end of the day, to close the loop if we go into the R strategies, that the governance and the notified bodies have the way to go into the data space and pull the data they need to say the product is conform, that the customer knows because he has the same access to the QI information, and then we can solve multiple problems on efficiency, on unconformed products sold on electronic market spaces that are abundantly available, as we heard today morning. So it will be a tremendous good to all participants on the supply and value chain.
Yeah, thank you very much. And from my side, I just want to say we have some thoughts in the world at the moment who are not believing in the rule-based world. I think the rule-based world should be more efficient. So it will be much more stronger, and also the international trade will be much easier for everybody. And so please have we some time for the questions from also from Kigali. It's just 3 minutes on our time now, but we started 5 minutes late, so perhaps. Yeah, please. Yes.
So thank you again to give us a chance to ask the audience, to let the audience ask some questions. I would like to start with this first question here. Is there an idea on how to deal with financially unstable economic operators? Some information is needed for products originally produced by now bankrupt companies. How to deal with reuse, refurbishing, recycling if essential data might be lost?
I'm not sure if we can answer that, but because at least that might should be answered also in such a discussion, an international discussion on a standardization committee. But perhaps I'm not sure, Adrian or somebody else of our group, Nikolaus addressed.
Can you hear me? I believe so. Yeah. Okay. I think that at least from the European definition of the DPP and what we are receiving from the European Union as expectations about the DPP, a backup DPP provider is considered exactly for the case that an economic operator or original DPP provider, service provider, goes bankrupt or goes out of business, to ensure that there is continuity on data availability, at least for EU DPP.
Yeah. Next one, please.
Great, thank you. I will continue then with the next question, which would be, conceding to the DPP being a solution, how do we ensure SMEs are not excluded, or DPP is not itself a barrier to trade for SMEs, since due to their lack of digital maturity to implement secure and scalable DPP systems?
It is based on what just Nikolaus also said. It's the DPP system providers. It's one part of the story that we do in Europe. So if you as a economic actor do not have the capabilities or the skill to build your own DPP system, you can then go to a DPP system provider. And there will be rules that they are in a market that the costs of this usage will be mediocre. The higher cost will be most probably the data that you need to provide to issue the DPP, because looking into what the ESPR, the Eco Design for Sustainable Product Regulation, what the EU DPP wants to know, it goes into many sustainability life cycle assessment data points that need to be created somewhere, or that you have a good knowledge about your supply chain, that you can use secondary data, that you can have assumption and document them so that you can create the data set required to do the DPP. So for me, the DPP is not the problem for the SMEs, it's the data that will be required to issue the European DPP.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add there that it is a solution we have to, or we have to find the solutions on the international level, not on the European level. There are just some thoughts on the European level and some possibilities, but we need to think about that on an international level. Perhaps I go directly to the next question there, what I'm seeing. Thank you. What are the plans in standardizing the DPP subject at ISO level? I don't know what the plans from ISO at the moment are, because we are not ISO, and but we proposed from Germany a joint technical committee, because we believe strongly that ISO and IEC have to develop this issue together, especially because on both sides are already several solutions and parts of solutions, and also a lot of standardization work on the content and also on the quality infrastructure ecosystem behind that. And that is what we are addressing, at least with the Joint Technical Committee, where we want to address a little bit a new type of work also to bring several TCs together, not to bring the work together, but to bring the thoughts together on a concept and a framework on that. That is at least what we address, what we hope meets the interests of the standardization community. Over there is a question, perhaps.
Dorothea Knopf, PTB. I hope I will be able to summarize what's my question. I understood that you all support the idea of a DPP, but you see some problems in how to develop in the different sectors, in the different areas of the world. So coming back to trustworthiness in data, do you think it would be a good idea, a possibility to start with trustworthiness of the data sets, because every decision is finally based on a data set, on a measurement or an analysis? Can you imagine to include a flag or whatever different information about quality information available or not? So that would, from my perspective, be a good starting point, even if we don't have all the complete systems, but can be also later on used by AI or something similar. Do you think that's something that could work?
So maybe I can take this over. Trustworthiness is handled in many standardization arena, in particular trustworthiness of AI. In JTC1, SC42, you even have a working group on trustworthiness. It is working on nearly 40 standards, okay? So the material is being proposed, and I would agree that at the DPP level, you have to define the profiles that you want to use, or the minimum vital profile that you want to use to reach this level of trustworthiness, okay? So we do not have to reinvent the wheel. We have to reuse what's going on and to integrate them, even though by doing that, you might discover that there is some gaps. But I think the DPP approach could allow us to create a much better world and a much better understanding of the trustworthiness needs on the data sets, their provenance, bias or transparency, whatever. So all those things are handled by many SDOs today.
Thank you, Antonio. I think that these were very good words for the end of the discussion, at least. Thank you very much. Thank you to Kigali. There are more questions? We have more time? Okay. 10 minutes? Okay.
Okay. Then let's move to the next question. It is the last one that you can see here. What kind of approaches are available to limit and filter market access to prevent us from all the products that are necessary? QI Digital is fine for B2B and B2Gov, but what is the advantage for the market? Is that something you would like to answer? Because we still have questions from the previous panel that we could talk about, but it is rather regulatory.
It's fine for the market. Kind of approach that are available to limit to filter market access.
So I guess that's not only a DPP question. For me, that's a typical market surveillance questions, because there are requirements what products must fulfill. In Europe, it's a CE mark. If you're in construction, you have the declaration of performance. If you have toys, it's declaration of conformity. The DPP will be the thing, the vehicle that carries the QI information, that showcases that the product you want to bring to the market is eligible to access this single market in Europe, for instance. And if you do not fulfill the requirements, whether they are documented in a DPP or on paper these days, you will not access the market. And it's really, in my book, it's the conformity that you have to deliver, showcase and fulfill so that you have access to the market, and it's not the question whether or not the product is needed.
And once you have a DPP implemented, and once you have the regulatory authority engaged in the process, they can use the information to do a market surveillance.
Yeah, and probably to go a little bit deeper in what Adrian just said. Generally, the advantage of a market, and that was core of the question, at least the way I understood it, what's the advantage of the market? So the market wants to have safe product on a digestible price level for the consumers, no matter what type of product we are talking about. And the success of a tool in the market is also partially defined by how much that tool supports that. Can a digital QI and a digital product passport improve the availability of a large variety of products in the market for consumer to select on, and ensure that these products comply with the regulatory requirements like Adrian pointed out. There are some tools in the background like market surveillance and other things, and consumer protection organization. But will digital QI and a digital product passport support such a goal? From my point of view, yes, because it makes information easier and more efficient available. And there is a high probability that that increases the availability of such products which comply with the requirements in the market. And with that, the availability of a wide range of products to the end consumer. Hence, it is supporting the market needs. Thank you.
If I may add a bit on this, it might not just be from the regulatory aspect. It might also be from the developing consumer behavior, getting used to, for example, checking quality-related information of products that become fully available to him beyond what is mandatory, leading him to better purchasing decisions, and consequently, for example, limiting the spending on products that end into trash or being dangerous or being non-efficient after a couple of months, while the expected life cycle might have been a lot longer, meaning end consumers might be shifting to higher quality products because now they can compare, stopping, let's say, consequently to finance the production of low quality or potentially even dangerous products circulating into the market, and preventing such products ever entering them, even beyond the legal requirements, the legal frameworks.
Just want to give an example, Nikolaus. I went to China 3 weeks ago, and I was told, be careful, the power charger you are using is CE marked, but is not the Chinese mark, CCC, okay? And actually, I was confiscated my power charger that I bought in France that is fully CE marked, but actually now the Chinese regulation is stronger because they got some incidents in airplanes, okay? So they got into a higher level of quality, probably. And so I was confiscated. I had to buy another power charger. And actually, if I had a DPP, I could browse in the internet and see, okay, in this country you have this, in this country I have that. and I could make informed decision before even flying to China.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we opened a new view on that also there, and we have here some more questions, but we will close the panel now also and getting into the coffee break. I just saw this one question here: how does regulatory fragmentation impact multinational organizations in terms of compliance and data governance? The thing is, we try to address, if we are building an ecosystem, the system and also the data in the direction that it is built so that it's interoperable, deliverable over the whole world. What the regions and the economical regions at least address and what are their requirements on such a digital product passport is obviously a political thing, what we from ISO and IC are not really addressing. But the political side of the discussion is open to accept or to address international standard, what we can develop and what we should develop. So I think we have here the quality infrastructure digital forum in Germany, the ISO annual meeting in Kigali. But the quality infrastructure, and the standardization is the main part of it, the quality infrastructure is also a political thing, and the systemical thoughts we are trying to bring up to that we think more in the system what works in total. That is what the quality infrastructure international, like the ILAC and the BPM and so on, also are able to address. And perhaps also the UN or something like that should help on developing such a system. And one last point, it's a system what set up on existing and not making everything new, because then it's not sustainable. We need something like framework and growing together at least. Yeah, so thank you very much to everybody. Thank you here in the panel and also to Kigali. I hope you have a good annual meeting there in Kigali. Asante sana. And thank you all. I think we have a coffee break now, right?
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Then backward every system.
All right, welcome back. As we heard this morning, the AI Act is becoming a reality, but how can the transition from regulation to implementation be successfully achieved? So Susanne Kuch from the German accreditation body will lead you through this next session, and I hand over to you, Susanne.
Thank you very much, Anna. But I will lead only through, which means I'm hopefully not the one talking much, but rather all those distinguished experts we invited here today, and we are Mike and I who organized this panel. We're very happy to welcome you all here, and yeah, we're eager to speak with you. But first, that all know who is sitting there up front with me, I would like to present the panelists. So Rania, with ladies first, we start. Rania Wazir is co-founder and CTO of Leiwand AI. It's an Austrian startup that supports companies in establishing trustworthy AI. Rania is a data scientist and mathematician with degrees from Stanford and Brown University, where she did her PhD. For almost a decade, she has been involved in work on trustworthy AI and natural language processing, with a particular focus on the detection and mitigation of bias and discrimination in AI. I hope you can still follow me, because that's kind of our task today, to not dive too deep maybe in the technical points, to still give the audience the opportunity to follow, but we're doing our best. And yeah, regarding her work, she investigates bias in algorithms and does this in EU fundamental rights, or for the EU Fundamental Rights Agency, the Austrian Research Council founded research project to create a fair by design AI development process. But not only this, Rania is also the Austrian delegate or one Austrian delegate to international standards organization working on the European level and on a international level, where she's actively engaged in the development of new AI standards, including as a project editor, which means the person behind the standard that really is doing the whole work, or most of the work, and she's doing it for ISO-IC transparency taxonomy of AI systems. And she's also a member of the advisory committee on the ethics of AI for the Austrian UNESCO Commission. Thanks, Rania, for being here. Then I will go from right to left. So Adam Liam Smith, he already was here today and presented it in a short introduction presentation about AIQI. He is chair of the AIQI Consortium, and he's also an expert in AI regulation and technical standards. And he is within the ISO-IC world, or in the international and European level world, also very active, and he's an editor also of different standardization projects on the European level, especially on the quality management system and on AI system logging. And he's also a convener, which is the chair of a committee for testing of AI systems on the international level. And despite of that, or before his involvement in this whole quality infrastructure on AI, Adam spent 20 years in senior technology roles, delivering verification and validation solutions for highly complex or high-risk industry challenges. And in 2024, the University of Bath awarded him an honorary doctorate in recognition of his work and its impact on the profession. Thank you for being here. We start with Antoine, and then we go to the left. So Antoine is chief scientist and co-founder of QuantBI. You also heard him today with a presentation, and QuantBI is a startup offering a platform to test AI systems, as you may still remember from today. And QuantBI is a platform that is trying to test this in a standardized way for performance, fairness, and robustness. And he has been working on the technical assessments of AI systems for more than half a decade. He's also a mathematician by training and did his PhD in machine learning group. His academic work has been published at leading venues, and he's an active contributor to multiple standardization committees in the context of quality assurance for AI systems. And as part of his responsibilities at QuantBI, Antoine serves as principal investigator for various grants and tender projects at German, national, and European level. Thank you for being here, Antoine. And last but not least, Oliver.
Speed it up.
Sorry. That's about digitalization. But there was no time left for the technical support. Oliver works as an industry representative for the German industry association Spectaris. You also heard him already today, and its European counterpart EUROM. And as an expert on regulatory affairs, Oliver serves as a stakeholder on a medical device coordination group and works on the implementation and development of the medical device regulations. Oliver has a background in digital regulation, consulting, and market access. He hosts and supervises industry working groups on AI and cybersecurity and has been involved in the dialogue on the AI Act since its inception. So that's already a while. As a member of the Joint Working Group on AI Act, MDR, IVDR, Interplay, as well as EK Cybermet, he has been working on ensuring a smooth implementation of the AI Act focused on a risk-based approach, early availability of quality infrastructure, and the elimination of interplay issues through guidance. Thank you also for being here. A big applause to the panelists, and then we start. And as Anna already said, it's all about AI, but not the whole world is about AI, but for the next 60 minutes it is. And we have the AI Act in Europe, but it's of course a topic that is widespreading and not just in Europe. And we have in Europe the discussion about risk and about risk-based approach of the AI Act, and that's where we have a distinguishing or different levels of AI systems that come into the markets. We have some that are not really, well, that do not really fall under the AI Act because they're just no risk or high or low risk AI systems applications, but we do have, and we do have some very high risk or even unacceptable risk AI systems that are already forbidden to put it on the market. So that's already in place by the AI Act. And then we have the crucial point of high risk AI systems. And those systems are either stand by themselves or are embedded in certain products. I think we will come to that, but just for the audience to have a level playing field of knowledge on that part. And those high risk systems may pose a threat to safety and fundamental rights or to health, and those need conformity assessment. And where you need conformity assessment, well, you kind of need the whole quality infrastructure. So that's why we are sitting here, and that's why we are discussing this topic, of course. And just as a side note, because we are always trying to do it the correct way. So the correct way would be to say that there are also some more rules in the AI Act applying to AI Act on general purpose AI systems, which would be rather something like Gemini, ChatGPT, or similar things. And we are not really discussing it, but if we discuss the technology of AI, of course, those things are sometimes intertwined. So we hope that we make it clear to you, the experts, when they're speaking of the technology and when they might speak of the high-risk AI applications, which is rather something sector-specific also. We have some tight schedules for quality infrastructure because companies will have to do conformity assessment for high-risk AI systems by 2026 or latest 2027 if other regulations apply. And that's why companies are right to ask with urgency, what do we need from conformity assessment and what can we deliver as QI? And that's part of the questions that we hope to discuss today and what you kind of get thrown into now. And we structured the panel around 3 main topics, starting with an outlook of an ideal world. So be prepared on that. And then we will dive deeper into what is currently going on and what can we deliver in a short time notice. And we will end the panel with a view on further possibilities, what can we adopt or even learn from other sectors, or what is on the page to really use it, what we still until now did not really checked or did not really went through. So that will be the panel. We have 3 sections and we start with the first question. And I would like to pose the first question actually to all of you, because I thought it may give the audience the opportunity to understand where you come from in terms of background, because all of what I said maybe from your CVs might already be forgotten. And that's why I start with the first question to all of you. Wishful thinking, if you have one wish granted from a genie in the bottle, what would you wish for to be developed or even applied regarding assurance of reliable and secure AI systems, and why? Who wants to start first?
AI literacy. And that's it. That's all. That one word. We all need to know more about the technology. We need to understand it. And that's the starting point for everything. I think the AI Act did a really good job at starting there. Even for the lowest risk AI systems, AI literacy is required. And I think that's the way forward for us.
I can only agree, to be honest. I would have just formulated that maybe even like just more people who cares. It's not about like, yeah, compliance is very important, right? But compliance is not about getting just the check mark. There's a reason why you should do that. And people who really care about making it right. This is something which, I mean, I guess all of you care, but unfortunately this room is still not 300,000 people. And that would be one of the, if I could ask the genie, that.
Okay, I thought we were supposed to get provocative and disagree with each other. So far I agree with you. So I get other wishes. I actually want a two-part wish. The first one is a different mindset. And the mindset is that quality and reliability is just as important as innovation or novelty, perhaps at a different time. So not having, freeze frame thinking, but understanding that AI systems or technology develops. And at one phase, you might think the idea is more important. At another phase, the quality and reliability becomes paramount. And with that mindset, to have the time, the space, the competence, and the finances to properly test the systems.
I'm happy to start the disagreement. I don't agree that the quality infrastructure should be looking at AI literacy. I think someone needs to do something around AI literacy, probably the Commission, but I'm not really sure that's the focus of the quality infrastructure, because what we have to deliver for industry urgently is a set of standards that provide a cheap but effective way of complying with the regulation, so industry can get presumption of conformity. And that's particularly important in sectors like medical, where the absence of harmonized standards triggers third-party conformity assessment in its own right. So for me, the standards that I talked about this morning, the ones that tell providers, conformity assessors, and market surveillance authorities how to evaluate the quality of a particular task within an AI system, including GPI, general purpose AI systems, actually, because although there are different obligations around general purpose AI, if you use it in a system, you're then potentially covered by high risk AI. So slightly different, I'd say.
Just a quick response to that. While I completely agree, can we focus the standardization activities on like a couple of hundred standards? Do we need thousands of them? And can we use the sector-specific ones that we are already using and are already in place? I think, there's been a race to standardization development over the past months and weeks, and I've been following standardization in the area of AI intently over the past couple of years until I couldn't anymore because there were too many standardization activities. Now, I think it's very, very important for industry to get to a presumption of conformity. I also think it's important that while compliance has to be cheap, thank you, it's more important that we invest in the right areas, that we take the quick and easy wins, that we keep our existing technologies on the market, that we look at things. It's not all about the exciting new AI product. It's about administration. It's about finding efficiencies in our documentation procedures. And how can we move that forward? And then when we look at the horizon of 10 years or 15 years, that's where quality infrastructure is really, really important and where we have to get together and start working on that right now so that we can have a leadership in this area when we want to have it.
Okay, that's a self-running system. That's fine.
If I may just complement one thing in what you said, because there is a more human wish on my end, but there is also a technical one, and it connects. I mean, when you say making it cheaper, right? I think you're forgetting one thing, which makes it very expensive, and it's data. Data is becoming an enormous problem because basically these bigger systems, they have anyways swallowed up everything already. And therefore, one of my biggest wish from a technical side, and I think this will potentially become one of the biggest problems we will have in the next few years. I think ideally research, there would be considerably more research in the direction of evaluating the distance or the gap between simulation and reality. because this is probably the only way we will be able to produce enough relevant data to make these testings cheap enough, right, and still move on.
Thank you. That's all right. No, I was just going to say, so there's actually only 10 or 11 AI standards relevant to the AI Act that are being developed as horizontal harmonized standards, not sector specific. And they're taking a really long time. And they're taking a long time because some of what we're trying to do is really hard, and it requires metrology and data science experts to come in and contribute. And some areas require a lot of different input from different sectors. And frankly, European industry isn't turning up. Like, I think last week I had to stop a meeting because there weren't enough people for there to be a quorum. And yet, you know, we hear noise like, oh, we should stop the clock because the quality infrastructure isn't ready. But the quality infrastructure is completely underpinned by these consensus-based standards. And unless European industry participates in the development of those effective, low-cost ways of complying, it's them that will suffer, unfortunately.
I want to underline that. So first of all, especially in the framework of the AI Act, we don't have a lot of standards. We have a limited amount of standards that are geared to supporting and providing a presumption of conformity for AI systems. And the one thing that, one of the main things that is slowing down the work on those standards is lack of experts, especially from industry, but I would also like to add from SMEs, actively participating in the standard setting. But the other thing I would like to bring in is that we've gotten into this idea that everything has to happen fast. And certainly within the AI framework, we keep putting things on the market fast. And I want to question that. As I said, there should be space and time for making sure that what we're putting on the market is of good quality, and that might take time. And in order to make it cost less, it might actually benefit from sort of, let's say, real world testing in a laboratory setting or in a restrained setting, so that then you learn from that in order to, in the future, be able to put things out faster.
Yeah. I think by speaking about the speed, you're actually touching one of the most fundamental issue. Honestly, also about caring, I so much agree. It would be so great to take the time to build sustainable technologies, innovation, and so on and so forth. This is the only way to really move forward. The problem that I perceive is that, you know, on the other side of the lake, they tend to play a different type of game. And then there is a huge pressure, this speed of innovation. We need to be faster, right, to stay competitive, etc., etc. I think one of the big, and is also complying with the AI Act and so on, finding the right balance, right, which is just like potentially a bit slower, avoid the biggest mistake, right, but still enables us to make mistake, because it's also very important. That's the interesting questions that we will face very soon.
Maybe closing that line of discussion, we have a lack of expert, we have a lack of data, that is good. But here's the thing, we are really good at AI experts and at data in Europe. We have a treasure trove of data within our SMEs. A lot of that is still not structured. A lot of that still hasn't been taken care of properly. We have a lot of experts in the area of AI compared to other countries. I think, you know, we're still building on this, which is why I talked about AI literacy at the beginning. Standardization has been moving very, very fast. I think it's not about the companies being unwilling to participate in standardization, but it's everybody has to hold on to their shoes because things have been moving so quickly, which is why we've been advocating for longer timelines within the AI Act, which is why we've been talking early with quality infrastructure about what our needs are going to be down the line. I think let's all slow down a bit, but I see a lot of hope for us to reach a place very soon where we can have a leadership in AI, where we can have a lot of exciting products. And I think we have all of the advantages to reach that area.
Maybe I pop in and ask the question. I really like it that we discuss it that way, because you see, well, there is a lot of to discuss. But to bring one thought in is the question also about what is already there that is really that could really help, and what is missing. And maybe I ask you, Adam, first, what you could say that can be delivered, and then maybe Rania, you can still put your point on that.
Okay, so what's here now? We have ISO IEC 42001, which is the flagship management system for if you are developing or using AI. It's based on the ISO harmonized structure, so it's compatible with things like 9001 and 27001 if companies have already implemented them. A lot of the key players in AI are becoming certified. Our moderator didn't mention it, but she was the project leader for the standard, which has requirements for conformity assessment bodies who want to certify against that standard, which is leading the way to hopefully the IAF putting in place the multilateral recognition across countries later. I'm not going to say when, but soon. So that whole ecosystem around 42001 is really starting to gather speed, and it's a great place to start. It really is. And I think what you'll start to see in the coming weeks, possibly months, is you'll start to see the first standard supporting the AI Act go to what's called public inquiry. So then you'll be able to download it from your national standards body and send comments. They're draft standards, they're not the final ones, but I think that's what everyone's really been waiting to see. In the longer term, I think we're going to have to close, well, first of all, we're going to have to close a number of technical gaps, and we're going to have to solve the regulatory divergence of the European Union. Again, I'm going to come back to medical devices, right? Because in the 60s and 70s, everybody was creating their own legislation about medical devices, and world trade was significantly impacted. And I think it was in the early 90s, 4 or 5 countries got together and said, hey, let's try and solve this. And then there was the development of things like ISO 13485 and 14971, but that wasn't until like 40 years after the problem emerged. So I really hope within AI, within the quality infrastructure, we'll be able to close that gap between what Europe has done for legitimate policy objectives and with the rest of the international community, and get some commonality between the ways we work to really, I guess, work back the problem with world trade.
Thank you, Adam. And what do you think, maybe Rania or Antoine, about the tools, about your work also of assessing AI systems or supporting companies to build up a short, reliable AI system, or even trustworthy AI system, which is a buzzword that is, at least I can spoiler that, heavily discussed within the standardization committee, because trustworthiness and fundamental rights are elements, and Adam mentioned it today earlier, are concepts that the technical community is not really keen on, because it's difficult to standardize. But maybe you can elaborate on that. What is there and what is maybe still to be developed?
Okay, big can of worms here. So what is already there? Let's start with the idea that AI is this really blanket term that covers all sorts of things And I recently heard a nice comparison between AI and transportation. So, you say transportation, it covers everything from, the bicycle to the airplane. And when you say AI, you're doing the same thing. And frankly, most of the AI systems, we actually have the capacity to test them. We understand how they work, and we can place a lot of requirements on them, which we already know how to handle. One novelty we have, and this we still need to work on, though, is this idea of bringing fundamental rights into standardization. Because even traditional systems, we've never thought about, or we haven't thought about it in technical fora. How do you ensure that my system is not discriminating, or how can I imagine what the impact of introducing this system is on democracy or the rule of law? And these questions apply even if it's not ChatGPT. You can have very stupid algorithms which cause a lot of damage. So, it's a big question, but actually we already have a lot of the pieces in place. And I don't want to monopolize.
So I agree and disagree, depend on which part. I'm not sure we can already properly test that much, to be honest. We can probably test certain aspects of a lot. I'm not sure if these are the most relevant ones. I mean, typically what most people were doing so far is just test performance. Okay, but it's never perfect. And then comes the question, okay, and what is left over, right? And there, fundamental rights, you speak, I think that's one of the examples which are very important. And in fact, particularly hard because, and this is where I don't know the fundamental rights by heart, and so I'm certainly far from being an expert there. But let it be the example I gave in my talk this morning, right? Let it be you just want to evaluate discrimination towards gender. That's very hard. Because who defines the gender, right? Who defines that? Because the person who defines that for whatever standards and so on and so forth, then sets the baseline for everybody. And that's still a debate. I mean, depending on who you ask, let it be, look, Europe, one of the beauty of Europe, and I so much agree with you, we have all the experts and so on. We just still need a bit of time to make it, to leverage it, let's put it that way, in certain aspects. But one of the beauty of Europe is diversity. Is the crazy amount of diversity in language, in culture, and so on, right? And the problem of computers, they need to be very concise, right? When you want to implement something, it needs to be kind of concisely defined, right? And how can we include this diversity in our testing procedure? I think is a very, very interesting challenge, which ultimately, to my experience, brings to the point of, okay, if you want to give your opinion or to include your subjectivity, your diversity, it has a cost. It's not like I cannot guess it for you. And because you need to define things so that we can test according to your perception, but not many people are willing to make this effort.
May I speak a little bit controversially? I like to view a product from the view of a patient. What does a patient care about? He cares about safety for him and for the healthcare professional. he cares about, or she cares about, performance of the medical device. They care that they become more healthy when they use this medical device. And they care about accessibility, so that they can get it into their hands, that they can get a device to them that will give them a life-saving technology. Fundamental rights comes number 10 on that list of things that I care about as a patient.
Okay.
And this is obviously, as I said, I'm going to start controversially.
Yes.
But
I love it.
I think, you know, if we can prove a device is safe, it is effective, it helps save lives, let's get it to market. Let's get it to market quickly. Let's reduce the uncertainty on the way to market. And then let's continue to monitor this in a life cycle based approach, as we do when we talk about innovation. We look at the vigilance data, we look at the post-market data, we continue to see, are there any problems that turn up with this medical device? Yes, we should talk about fundamental rights. We should talk about testing things like gender bias. But that does not mean that we should wait to bring these devices to market until we have the perfect technical solutions to make sure that all of these things are 100% covered. We want to help patients today, tomorrow, in 10 years, and not when the technical solutions are perfect and when we can get everything figured out.
Sorry, you're just handing it to me. So, you know, the medical device works, yes, but for whom? And so this is a problem. It's actually, sorry, it's actually documented in the medical field that, and just to take gender as a simple one, that they don't work a lot of times as well for women as they do for men. And so, you know, you put the thing on the market and it helps some people, but it harms others. Doesn't seem like the best way to deal with a system. And we also, you know, we do this with medication, right? You can put a medicine on the market which is suitable for only certain population groups. If you read the now I don't remember the English word, the Beipackzettel, the instructions for use of a medication, it will often tell you this is not suitable for children under 18, or potentially might tell you it's not suitable for men, or it's not suitable for women. So, you know, I'm not saying you can't put the device on the market, but you should know whom it works for and whom it doesn't.
Absolutely agree. And that's the case with every medical device that gets put to market. No medical device that harms people makes it to market. And if we get into, well, it's supposed to get to market. But what we should talk about is, you know, for these populations, for orphan devices, for pediatric devices, there is a lack of clinical data. It's way harder to get the clinical data, and it's way less profitable to get to market. I completely agree that these are things that we need to look at, but the solution to that is special pathways for those devices in a way where we can make it more profitable, so companies can continue to supply these devices. There needs to be a way to bring these devices to market still.
Sorry if I just so honestly, while I can see the you know, to put it very, very blunt and simple, right? If I have the choice in doing something which potentially is biased towards my subgroup of the population and doing nothing when it's about my life, yeah, fair enough. But I'm sorry, but life is not only with medical devices. There are quite a lot of other things around it, and so I agree that in this specific field, potentially, although I tend to be much more, of course, on your side, like, because to be honest, if there is a systematic, but I mean, if there is a systematic problem for a subgroup of the population, this will become a problem ultimately, eventually, right? If the only alternative is doing nothing, okay, then we can start to argue. But there are so many other things than medical devices where it can have, I think, some much more dramatic impact. But let it be again. But I mean, it's just because it's the first thing that comes to my mind. But the self-driving cars, if they are systematically less good in avoiding children's, I mean, yes, but they don't choose. Like they don't choose, right? While using the device or not, well, at least the patient can choose. And I think this is also a dimension where, you know.
If I can just jump in and just to respond to some of your earlier points. So one thing that is quite different between medical devices and AI and regulation is in medical, you can consider the benefit to rushing the product out to stop a bunch of people from dying. You can't do that under the AI Act, which I think is what you were alluding to with your risk management comments in your presentation earlier, which is interesting. That's what has been written. I don't really know why, but that is quite different. But it only applies to the AI bit of the system. If the medical bit of the product, my lack of knowledge here, the medical bit of the product, you don't need to consider risks to fundamental rights and things like that. And I'd also flag that there are some important fundamental rights like right to life and right not to be tortured, which I think are quite important. And I also don't think this is going to lead to important medical products not being placed on the market, because in the situation you outlined, you can't get the data to test something adequately. So then you can limit the intended purpose of the system. You can put disclaimers in the instructions for use, as Rania was saying. You can implement risk control measures, and you can take that to a notified body and justify it and get it on the market. And there's also other things in the AI Act that are designed to help. Regulatory sandboxes, real-world conditions testing, so you can actually gather that data. The special provisions related to GDPR. I'm not a GDPR expert, but basically you can gather special category data in order to help you test for bias without explicit consent, if it helps you mitigate risks and you do it sensibly. So I think there's actually quite a lot of room to maneuver in there in getting a system to market, as long as you do it in a controlled way. And Antoine, to pick up your point about how do you test for fundamental rights, I agree with you. The actual impact of the system on the market is far more important, and you're not going to know that at the point that you go through your conformity assessment. But what you can do is you can identify the risks, put risk control measures in place, and test that those risk control measures are indeed effective. So I think that's actually more important. Well, obviously you have to test the performance to find the risk, but I think that's a very important part of the framework envisaged in the AI Act.
So the one question I have, and it actually seamlessly integrates, I think, into your discussion. It is running perfectly smooth. So thank you for that. I had no doubt that it will be like this. Nevertheless, to give me some kind of role I apparently have, is one question I wanted to pop in is about how do we achieve kind of testing tools and stuff that enable us to still compare systems and have a level playing field in the assessment of them when you speak of those items and elements that you did. So how can we achieve this, or what kind of tools enable us to do so, or do you already use in order to have this? Because at the end, quality infrastructure is about actually just stating, well, compared to other AI systems that are similar, this performs that in that way, or is good enough to hit the bar. So what would be your insights on that? Who wants to take the stick?
Do you want to start this one? Okay. So, I mean, this is really what I was talking about this morning. We need to have consistent ways of evaluating things and measuring things. And I gave an example earlier in natural language processing of deciding how to deal with your hyphens. Another example, which we've been working on in standards, is something called image registration. So this is where you take multiple images or video streams that convey related information and then join them together. So one example I've been given is joining a CAT scan and an MRI scan of the same person. And we're not going to write a standard for joining a CAT scan or an MRI scan, but we're writing standards that define what that process is of deciding on the relationship between the images and the metrology stuff underpinning it, to make sure that whatever system you encounter that does that thing called image registration for any use case, you have a consistent evaluation mechanism and metrics. That's really important. The other thing that's really important is the clarity in the standards so that they're interpreted by everyone in the same way, and the competencies that people have that are performing conformity assessment so they reach the same results.
Yeah, and you see, this is something, when I saw your presentation, I was so happy. You had this one slide where you define bias and robustness, and I can only, I love your definition. I use the same, to be honest. But what I want to say here is exactly, so for comparability. And then I will take that also to try to answer the question you poked me on before. I mean, there are these two aspects, and they are hard to de-entangle. And this is the part which at least we have spent quite some time on. There's the objective part and the subjective part, right? The objective part could be, yeah, we say there is a bias when, I just take this one, when the performance, say, or some event, right, occurs more often on a region of the data than another, right? By the way, we don't have to take necessarily like, how to say, ethical biases. Could also be the bias that, I don't know, whatever works, but voilà, typing mistakes. These are just two different regions of the input domain. Now, and there I would like to refer to another talk of this morning. I don't remember from whom, but a statement I loved, which was, yeah, high level, great, but also let's start to do, right? And when you need to start to, so I think standards, ideally, they do it perfectly. They capture all the objective part, so that just is left when you do your risk identification, whatever, whatnot, then you can populate it, right? And you know which mechanics to use to test it, but there is still this last mile of subjectivity in certain things. The resolution of an image is certainly objective, but the gender is something potentially subjective. And testing, and this is connected to comparability, I think. We face that problem as well. Imagine two people have a different perception of what would be gender or what would be safe. That's a big, big topic, like safety of LLM. Yeah, okay, what is safe? And then we have customers who say, yeah, well, we think that is our definition of safety, and we don't agree with their guardrails who have another definition of safety. Yeah, okay. But at least nailing down to just this more like ethical concept or subjective concept and mechanizing the whole rest would be, for me, the only way to achieve a certain level of comparability. And then we need to always, and it's documentation, say, hey, look, this is our test, we did it, right? And this is the part where there are our assumptions on the definition of the concepts which are involved in this test. I hope it was clear. I'm not.
I just want to pick up on what Adam and Antoine were saying. So first of all, making sure that when you're doing a test, for example, what does performance mean? Making sure that it's clear what you meant when you did this test is part of standards. We are standardizing what does it mean, all the different ways of possibly measuring performance. The other thing is we're standardizing the metrics. So if you, it's one thing to say, you know, the metric, especially in NLP, you know, you'll have several metrics that are supposed to measure the quality of some kind of text output. And even two different people using the same metric might actually be implementing it differently, preventing you from being able to compare results. So this is really fundamentally the role of standards to come in and say, you're using this metric, this is exactly how you're going to implement it. If you're going to do that differently, these are exactly the things you need to then document how you did them differently and why you did them differently. The little extra step that you were saying about being subjective, yes, you have to acknowledge that there is this subjectivity, and this is where transparency comes in. You need to know how to specify the extent of subjectivity, the decisions that you made, and you need to know how to justify them.
Let me take this back to a non-technical level. How do I ensure comparability? I bring everyone together to one table. I get metrology, I get the conformity assessment bodies, I get the healthcare providers, I get the manufacturers together, I pool data, I try to go into a dialogue. I think that's what we're trying to approach here at QI. I think it's something we can do through regulatory sandboxes. I talked about this earlier. Benchmarking, comparing different systems is something that I think lives through communication. And we have an excellent forum to do this here.
That's a perfect bridge for me to ask another question based on the discussion. Speaking of industry, and well, you have one specific association coming from of the medtech industry, but still, what are the expectations regarding conformity assessment? You mentioned it earlier, but maybe you can elaborate, and also what is the expectation, and what would you say is missing maybe in the equation that we haven't discussed yet?
It's all about reducing uncertainty to market. AI is an uncertain technology. Investment can be really high, especially when we have a regulatory barrier, when people do not quite understand the AI Act yet, people don't understand the technology yet. At least in the sector that I'm from, we're from a highly regulated sector. A lot of people had bad experience with EU regulations over the past couple of years. So they feel uncertain about going into another project to bring another product to market. So what can we as quality infrastructure provide to manufacturers? Certainty. Certainty about how is their AI system compared to other AI systems? Certainty about is the clinical data that I collect during my evidence gathering activities going to be enough to bring this to market? Certainty about, are hospitals interested in the technology I'm providing? Is this going to find a use case for people? Is this going to resonate? So I think that's what we can provide as quality infrastructure.
And can we already do it? Can we provide it already, the certainty, or do we need some more tools or some more ideas? Looking at Adam, maybe from your AIQI perspective, you have some insights. And I wanted to mention that, at least in your presentation, you already said, well, we already have AI systems in use for years, so maybe to put that in place, and it's just called not AI, but rather complex software. So maybe where's the gap, or where's the difference in applying this versus that?
So a few things. I think benchmark data sets are really important, and the ability to share those benchmark data sets. But the literature is riddled with stories about people misusing such data sets and not applying the same metrics and things like that. So those standards I keep talking about are also critical for benchmarking. And I think there's some, I know there are lots of regulatory initiatives underway, but a lot more needs to be done to ensure that data sets can be shared. I'll give you a great example here, facial recognition technology. We don't have enough data with people's faces in because of GDPR. So we're probably going to have to send everything to the US to be tested because they have less data privacy regulation. So that kind of problem is a real problem, and it inhibits innovation as well. The other problem, other problems I've mentioned repeatedly is the lack of metrology specialism in the standards process and the lack of industry participation in the standards process. Those things have to happen to create the world you're describing.
Yeah, I was trying to understand what you exactly mean by uncertainty, and yes, I fully agree. By the way, there is certainly a strong need to be more sure that it's not like useless work, basically. No, but if I want to, no, I don't mean about the quality infrastructure, but about those who want to go through the process of getting a certificate, etc., of prepare for the act, which is not there yet, right? Many are willing to be prepared because they feel the crazy pressure and they're already running around, and some people are appointed from the super high level to prepare that and they just don't know what to do. It may sound fun, but for these people, it's not. They don't sleep well. But they took an enormous bet, right? And this is a risk for them. But this is so about certainty. I fully agree. And it's actually one of the things which, for me, yes, and one of the messages I usually try to convey, right, is to say, look, maybe we might not be now certain that we will do everything perfectly, but maybe let's just start with something simple, which we are actually quite sure it will be needed, like very, very sure it will be needed. And we can already prepare there, so a small first layer, right? And if needed, if there is more requirements coming and so on, we can already build on top of that, right? But, and this is one thing, and ideally it's made in a way that this first step is not too difficult to do, not too expensive and so on. And why is this, I think, also so important is because actually we want to get a certain amount of traction or adoption in fulfilling all these criterions and so on and so forth. If it's from the beginning on so hard to reach, I think there is the risk that nobody will follow that. And then it will be painful because for everybody, including those who are creating these regulations and so on, because it will just not be taken seriously.
$1 million or euro, we're in Europe, euro question. What will be the first step?
Just to say it, a regulatory approval is a multi-million-dollar project. If we're talking about confidence, this is regulatory cost alone. To bring a product to market is going to cost me as a company more than €1 million. So, $1 million question, will I be able to bring this product to market in 3 years' time when I'm investing the money into the product right now? So that's it. That's for us the whole ball game. Can I bring this product to market in 3 years if I spend a lot of time right now developing this product, if I spend time testing this product? Who can give me a promise that in 3 years the rules are going to be the way they are written right now, that the standards are not going to change, that the clinical evidence expectations are not going to change? Because for me as a company, I can go broke on this decision.
All right. Well, if there's one thing I would want to go fast, it's fail fast. So I think there are products that before you invest millions in trying to develop them and bring them to market, you should be able to find out that they are failures. And this comes from proper testing and having proper testing environments. And here
I think I don't think getting regulatory approval is a multi-million-dollar project. So I think making sure the device is safe might be a multi-million-dollar project. But my understanding is the administrative cost of regulatory approvals about 100,000 euros in the EU. But I wanted to highlight, actually, the EU does have regulatory certainty. It's the rest of the world that still has no idea what their governments are about to do with AI. So, you know, actually, you're in a pretty good position in the EU in that you do have a stable act that's been passed, unlikely to change, despite a lot of people would like it to. And you also have all these harmonized standards coming out, which will give you a lot more detail on what you need to do. The way essential requirements are written in law is quite difficult to understand if you're a lay person. And I think the standards are going to provide, if you just look at Article 15, you're probably going to have 80 or 90 pages of text in standards supporting what that article actually means. And there is 10 months to go. Thank you.
Yeah, we have a bit of work to do still. But Rania, you mentioned kind of, if you want to get products fast on the market, you have to go and fail fast, which brings me to one question we had in our pre-discussion, or today already mentioned also by Oliver, about this idea within the AI Act about regulatory sandboxes. So if you could think of a perfect setup, Oliver, which players would you say, and I think you already mentioned it, but to make it clear, if the QI world would have to be involved in a regulatory sandbox, how could that setup be, or what would you say who really should be, and when should it start?
Let's start it now, and let's have everybody in this room involved. No, we need, I said earlier, we need metrology, we need healthcare providers, we need notified bodies, conformity assessment bodies, we need ZLG, we need the DAX in Germany, we need the Ministry of Health on board, we need the BfArM on board in the healthcare area, we need manufacturers, we need patients. It's a lot of people who need to be involved. And I think, you know, it's good that we can all sit together and talk together in the area of AI sandboxes. I've seen a lot of exciting concepts in that direction. And I think, you know, this is a place where we can make something really special happen. So I'm really excited for that.
Would be great, but I mean, you know, just trying to cross calendars of all of these people, just finding a time slot, right? Yeah, we need, yes, but it might be, but there, and I think this could be potentially addressed with whatever type of process, right? To say, yeah, look, the first one starts with something, sends it to the next one, who complement or comment, whatever, whatnot, right? So, and that is the point. And also, this is a question we had a bit earlier, right? The sandbox. I love the idea personally, but what I know is that when we try to say, hey, look, we're speaking with this great institution, and we can help you, we do some tests with you, and then they might be able to validate and provide you a bit more certainty that it will be a valid way to do the thing, right? Most of our customers, they perceive it like, so wait a second, you want to bring the police to our home right now? I don't feel so good about it, to be honest. This is the typical reaction. People are scared to start these things. So I think it would be great to have all these people, but then it needs to be organized in a way that it's kind of, we can fail fast also, like stopping criterion as fast as possible, or restarting criterions in a way that it feels safe for the one who will be kind of under the loop, so to say. If this, no, the magnifying glass, it's called in English.
Okay, so I will take this up again, and I will go back to my wishful thinking. So if we really had the mindset that quality and reliability of the systems are paramount, then we would take the time and the risk of setting up these, I would say, real world labs. And I just want to leave us with this thought. If we don't do this, then all of us are the real world lab. So.
I think regulatory sandboxes are great. I am looking forward to seeing how they work. I think the most important participant is the Market Surveillance Authority. I think they really need to be in there. And I think one thing that we have to be careful, and it's written in the AI Act, is that any harms caused by the AI system in the sandbox have to be reversible. So I now I have a horrible image of going to a hospital and they're like, do you want to go in the sandbox? But yeah, no, I think they're a really good idea. I think there's a lot of complexity around sandboxes. I think most of the historical sandboxes have been what I'd call paper sandboxes. They answer a policy question. They're not actually testing a system. I think the ones envisaged in the AI Act are metal. So they involve actual systems. And I'm curious as to the scope of the problems they'll try and address. I don't know if they'll have a startup saying, I want to know if my transparency documentation is right, or I want to know if my system is going to kill anyone. I don't know the scope of the questions they're going to answer. And I think how the outputs of the sandbox take effect in terms of cross-border presumption of conformity and enforcement, there's all sorts of complicated issues. And also what's going to happen if Google turns up on the first day and says, can we come in the sandbox? Are they going to be allowed in? So there's loads of questions to answer, but I think regulatory sandboxes are great. And I think the way they're envisaged in the AI Act is an evolution of regulatory sandboxes that have existed under other regulations. It's quite an interesting topic.
A question to Rania and Adam, because I know that you're also involved in a project in France with, well, about testing facilities. Would that be also necessary to, if such testing facilities are set up, and you may shortly elaborate maybe on that as a last question, could they help us to have a system of sandboxes to, well, to thrive further and really dig up and not just do the paper assessment, but to really do the technical assessment? Could that help? And maybe, yeah, you could shortly outline the project and then answer.
So we are involved in a project looking at prototyping union testing facilities, which were envisaged by Article 84 of the AI Act. Union testing facilities have previously existed for, I think, radio equipment and toys. We're working on prototyping what that would look like for AI, but a union testing facility only works for MSAs and the Commission. It isn't there to help industry at all.
I think you have to say what MSA is.
Sorry, Market Surveillance Authority. Apologies.
So the answer is we do not have testing, which is why we need the quality infrastructure to do the work, which is why we need what for it to start or get the work done. So what is needed?
Or experts.
I leave it with that, and I think I should close in order to have, I know we have 5 more minutes, right? Ha, awesome. So I will not leave it with that and ask you a final question about, you already talked, and we talked a lot about, but what is your assessment, speaking of expert from your different angles, regarding how can we bring the different thinkings maybe better together? So are there better formats than being in standards or having forums, or what can we do to bring all the expertise better together? I know that's a hard question, but I'm sure you can.
Yeah, so there's common specifications, which is what the Commission will write if we fail. But also, I think one trend I've seen, not necessarily in regulatory standards, but in the quality infrastructure, is organizations doing pre-standardization work. So gathering together industry representatives and coming up with a pre-normative piece of work to inject into standards to then be worked on further. One example of this is the OECD did a bunch of work on incidents relating to AI. They involved the European Commission and all their member countries. And then they sent that to ISO IEC to then progress as a standard. And I think that kind of targeted initiative can work really, really well at accelerating the QI without necessarily going straight into the complex bureaucracy of standardization.
I'd like to mirror something that Adam said earlier about the AI Act being a really good framework to regulate AI, which I completely agree with. I said earlier during my talk that it is quite mirror-like to the medical device regulations, so much so that other sectors have been complaining, have you only copied the medical device regulations? With all the problems that we have with horizontal interplay, I think we're approaching a very, very good way to regulate AI. And we've left us a lot of space with sandboxes. We've left a lot of space in other areas like common specifications and standardization, you know, to expand and build on that. All I'm saying is let's slow down. Let's not make the mistake that we like to do as the European Union, to over-regulate ourselves, to slow down our own innovation. Let's make sure that we can build this into a sustainable framework that can be a model for regulation around the world, as it was intended from the get-go. And I think, you know, we need some time to do that. We need to bring everyone together to do that. We need more experts, but we're on a good way and we're on a good path, and we should continue down that way.
Okay, if we slow down with the regulation, I would ask that we correspondingly slow down with putting things on the market. As long as we are subject to AI systems, and in particular, the whole concept of these AI systems is they're horizontal and they actually affect very many different aspects of our lives. If we are allowing them on the market, and if we're saying they're good enough to be used by all of us, then I would say they're good enough to be regulated.
May I briefly respond, because we started the get-go with this, with AI systems being very, very different. What I'm talking about in medical devices are hard and software combinations with very, very predictable outcomes. You know, we're not talking about general purpose AI systems with, you know, they're very multifaceted effects that they have on society as a whole. We're talking about very, very different types of AI here. And I think we need to differentiate between the regulation of those, and general purpose AI code of practice is, in my view, something that we can certainly look at again.
So to what you just said, yeah, I can totally see that, and this connects also with a bit what you said before, right? There are certain applications of AI, let it be in a medical product, in a device, whatever, whatnot, where actually it's very clear how to measure the performance, etc. These are the great cases, but they are just all the others, which are sometimes a bit more challenging. And I fear that making just a long list of all the possibilities for each and everything might be difficult as well. So there might be a bit of work disconnected to what we were saying before, still trying to capture the essence of what we want to measure. Apropos the topic that you launched also, I think for the regulation, but I'm not the biggest expert there. I think that's quite clear. Maybe also there, you said it, we have 10 months, right? Why not trying to fail a bunch of time also on the regulations within these 10 months? You know, there is this, we want to kind of go a bit faster on innovation, whatever. And the idea was to say, okay, look, this will only, you said it, we need to fail more often, right? But ideally, it's both done at both levels. So we could just try something and then see, oh, and then adapt it, etc. I know it's not exactly the usual spirit, but that might be something where there is inspiration to be taken from. And I would imagine that maybe on a simulation world, QE Digital could be kind of a good incubation, because you have all the stakeholders to test, to simulate certain things. so that we can already do some first failures and mistakes.
Can I just quickly respond? I don't disagree with you that there are AI systems that are easy to measure. But I think those AI systems then will have no problem complying with the AI Act.
I think that just remember that the AI Act covers a very vast range of different scenarios. In a medical device, it's already going to go to a notified body. There's already a market surveillance authority watching over it, right? I mean, there is a relatively high degree of assurance already. It's just not targeted specifically at the AI bit. That's completely different to the use of AI filtering CVs by a recruiter, which is completely unregulated. It's completely different to widespread and uncontrolled use of faulty facial recognition systems by law enforcement. So, you know, there's lots of different things here. I don't think, and I think, Rania, you're thinking more of those Annex 3 systems, I think, more than the Annex 1 systems that the medical devices. And I'd agree with Rania. If we slow down regulation on those Annex 3 systems, we should slow down placing things on the market. I don't necessarily agree with that for Annex 1.
That's a perfect point to wrap up the discussion, but it should not prevent you from discussing it further with the experts here. But we are shortly before the next break, and I don't want to extend too much. So I think I first thank you again for the discussion, for your insights, for actually running it without me. So I was just sitting here and nodding, which is perfectly fine because that was the intention, to show there are way much more experts involved. It's not just the digital initiative here. We're being part of something way much bigger. It's European-wide, it's international, and there are different experts working on different angles, and we need all of it, and even more, as we just learned, and better now, the more, but the calendars might be a problem. That's one thing that I remembered from the discussion, of course, but there's so much more. To put it with Rania's word, go out and try things, but fail fast, which is not only true for the systems, but also for the regulation, which is a new approach I actually personally like, but we can pitch that maybe. And, and also, we kind of nearly all agreed that it is a bit more, it's not the task of the quality infrastructure, but maybe it's a foundation to all of us to get AI literacy, to kind of involve it in our social systems, AI literacy, but it's not the initial task of AI quality or quality infrastructure to fulfill. What is indeed or needs to be fulfilled by us is taking the measurements, taking the processes of how we do it in order to enable comparable results. That's a task which is on us, and it is already in standardization work. And what we need to get the standards done is more experts. So I think with that approach, I'll leave it to you, and then you hopefully sign all up as experts in the standardization work. Thank you very much.
So welcome back to the evening session. I hope you had a good dinner. You're now really enthusiastic to talk a little bit more about AI, human-centric AI, and ethics and diversity-related AI. Finally, as quality infrastructure people, I think we're all convinced that the quality of AI infrastructure needs AI to be trustworthy. That's what we always say. Then it includes explainability, transparency, robustness, fairness in data or in algorithms. But how are these metrics then filled with life? What does it mean in a real-world application? Let's say explainability. It's about that humans can understand the AI. That can be reached, for example, by participation. Transparency includes describing the origin of data, which again means fairness, means also fairness of diverse data. The biased, non-biased data for everybody. And is really AI responsible with respect to this matrix, or is it not? And who do we assess this matrix in the real world? And is it then really a diverse, sensitive AI that is there. And that we want to discuss this evening in a session where we have a keynote by Annette von Wedel, who is an expert in this field, and I will introduce her in a moment, and also with some panelists in order to go dig a bit deeper. Recently, just before the dinner, we had already a panel discussion that also discussed if there's really a bias in data. This is not new. Here's a book which is here in German, Unsichtbare Frauen, I say the German title, wie eine von Daten beherrschte Welt die Hälfte der Bevölkerung ignoriert. And the English one, for those that are speaking English, yeah, it says, let me see, it's here. It says, Invisible Woman, Exposing Data in a World Designed for Men. And that's what we just discussed. It's from 2019, by the way, before COVID, so it's nothing new, and we will discuss how this has been now perceived. Now let me introduce Annette von Wedel. She is educated as a business administration researcher in Göttingen, Berlin, and London, most important stations. And then she was a management consultant in many positions before she moved to Deutsche Bahn, where she eventually became head of diversity management, promoting greater diversity in the working world and initiating the necessary steps to do so. So maybe we also have a Swiss colleague in our panel. Maybe Deutsche Bahn has not as much trust in its time management, but maybe in his diversity management, because Annette has done this. And she's also an initiator of a very interesting project, which is called KID, Artificial Intelligence in the Service of Diversity. And that's the question, should artificial intelligence be diverse, but in the service in diversity? And I think we will learn about this now, and I'm very happy that you're here, and we'll introduce that with a keynote into the field before we come then to the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very happy to be here and to talk with you about my, I don't know whether it's a good English, my heart topic, the topics of my heart. So I have a lot of missionary spirit in these topics. So I'm very happy to be here, and you pose a lot of very important questions. And actually, this book is very good to show that where the bias is and where the bias started, because this is the first page of my presentation. That is our brain, right? So we start with us, with the humans, and we start with our brain. And yes, our current state of mind, personal experience, and prejudices influence our decisions. We make unfair decisions. Either if we have the best ideas, we do, and we have to be aware of that, right? So, and that's where she also comes to the conclusion where the problem might be, oh, I mean, it's the wrong direction. So, and then when we come to us human beings who have created artificial intelligence, and if we say we human beings make difficult decisions or make also wrong decisions, we have to be really aware that artificial intelligence is a social tool. Right. So I know you talked about the AI Act in the discussion before, and the European AI Act also defined what artificial intelligence is, because as I learned through my project that we were in for a couple of years, I learned that to define artificial intelligence is nearly as difficult as defining love. So I'm also always very happy to have a definition that is somewhere legitimate, and this is the EU AI Act, saying that AI is a machine-based system that can make predictions, recommendations, or decisions for a given set of, and this is important, human-defined objectives, right? It's we who did that affect real or virtual environments. So AI is a socio-technical system. So it does not consist solely of technical components, but it's always socially embedded. And what that means for the results that AI is creating, I'll lead you through. So the question is, how fair is artificial intelligence? And I just bring some little examples to show, right? So if you go to Google and if you look in the search for pictures, and if you say, show me pictures of professional persons, or of a professional person. In that case, it's also important to say professional person, to use the neutral English word. So the first picture is shown here. As you can see, it's a lot of men. It's a lot of young men, and interestingly, a lot of young men with a beard. And with a business suit. They have different colors, right? It's not only white men, but they're all very young or quite young and have a beard. So you have to scroll one further down to find the first woman. Okay. It's interesting. Professional person is young man with a beard. Women, and this woman also looks, I heard you had this example showing a lot of humans who look very equally, and it was hard for the AI to define, is this a woman or a man? But here's the first woman coming up. Another example is is a bit older. It's from 2018, from as a research published in the New York Times, showing that facial recognition algorithm only work if you are a white man. Right, that's, for example, also the reason why IBM pushed back from the facial recognition tools, because they found out it's really hard to get a reliable answer. And that study from 2019 or 2018 stated that the quota of mistakes, if you are a white man, is 1%, a white woman is already 7%. POC men have a mistake quota of 12%, and if you are a POC woman, it's 35%, right? So to be accused for something that you haven't done is a higher risk if you are a woman, if you are not white. I could show you even more examples. It's just to show what AI gives us if we ask. And there was another thing showing that the opposite solution is neither a solution. And this was the Google Gemini scandal. Maybe you heard about that. It was last year. So when you asked Google Gemini can you create an image of a 1943 German soldier? They had redone their AI, and so put a lot of diversity in it. So they created a lot of very diverse pictures. But in that case, I'm sure there weren't any soldiers looking like that. And the same was, show me a picture of the founders of Google, and all of a sudden they looked quite Asian. So that's why Google took this application away, redid it in a very restricted mode. So because they realized, okay, if we have too much diversity, it also doesn't work. So what we see here is that algorithms are not better than the humans who created. Algorithms reproduce biases. So, and also already Melvin Kranzberg said in the year 1986, technology is neither neutral nor evil nor good. And I think this is very important, because from the other examples, and I have a couple of more examples that I didn't show because my time is very restricted. You could also say, is AI unfriendly to women, right? But the answer would be no, it's neither good nor evil, but it's also not neutral. It's not a God-given instance telling us what is right or wrong. And what it makes, it reproduces and scales our human decisions. And so it's like a mirror of the society. So if we look in the AI results, we look in the mirror of what we created in terms of data that she quoted here in her book already in 2019, but that they're still running through the World Wide Web. So I don't know whether I'm sitting here with a lot of AI experts who knows this very clearly, but I thought it might be interesting to show where are the gates, where comes biases in an AI system. And I'll show you this very oops, oh sorry, I put the wrong button here. What do I do? Somebody can help me. Okay. Okay, but the point is, AI consists of data. Because I have this is the data. It's the rules, and it's the goals that you have and the architecture. So, and where comes biases and discrimination in an AI system? There are 3 entry points, and the first entry point is when the AI gets the data from the environment. And this is the so-called representation bias, because, the historical bias. And this is very typical if you have a recruiting software and it uses data where all the technical jobs are made by men. So maybe if it's trained with such data or all this data that she compiled in this book here, then it might be that if you get applications from women, and there's no check and balance, the AI might put the applications of women aside because men are so much more likely to make the job and to be good in the job. So this is the question: which data, and is there a historical bias in the data that I bring into my system? So this is the first entry point. The next entry point is if you bring then the data into the model, into the algorithms. And here is the so-called representation bias. There are a couple of more biases. I just want to give you only an example. And the representation bias is the one saying, for example, if we are still with a recruiting software, so it only takes data from people living in cities, in huge cities, and doesn't take information of people living somewhere in the countryside, for example. And so you don't have all the data in the system. And so there is already a bias in the data because you think you get perfect results, but it's only from the data that is already in the system. And there's much more information around that is not in here. So, and the last entry point, I'm sorry to go through this so quickly. It's just, it should give you an idea, is the point when the data goes into the environment, when you get the results out of your system. Here, maybe a good example, this is the so-called ranking bias. I want to give you as an example. And the ranking bias you have realized when you make a Google search. You look for something and then you get a list of things that match to your question. And if you look for something, you might go deep in this list. But if you want to have a quick check, you take the first 3 or 5 things that come up. Same with the pictures, right? You look for a professional person and you say, okay, it's only men professional persons. I take one of those men and I don't want to look deeper. So, but what happens is people don't have enough time, tend to take the 1, 2, 3 first things, and the system learns, oh, this is the important information, right? Because so many people choose what is on my list on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this must be most relevant, right? And then it gives it back because it repeats it and repeats it. And it's like this example with Mr. Wirsing. If you repeat it often enough, yeah, then more people think, oh, this is the important thing. And so all of a sudden you change things in the real world because people might, it's like when you buy something and then you said people who bought this also bought that, right? And then you start to buy things that you never really wanted and you think, but maybe that's relevant because so many other people bought it, right? So, and that's when it starts to change the environment. So this is a very quick dive in. You know, I'm running out of time here because, and that's very briefly, the problem here is that the majority of the people, here's a research from 2022, they don't perceive automated discrimination. They don't realize there is discrimination. And they say, I have not experienced discrimination either personally nor in others, right? So this is the perception. And also companies, they want to take responsibility, but they fail due to the intention gap, right? There's also a research from IBM. It's 4 years old, but I think you know it's still, the tendency is still the same. So although AI ethics play a significant role, and it's discussed even on a European level, only a majority are implementing concrete measures, because maybe they don't know what to do. And I think this is the important question for our panel discussion. What can we do, right? Even if we realize that it's not neutral, right? What can we do to prevent discrimination and biases bringing not the results that I'm expecting? So, and that's how I come in with the research project KID. KID called in German, it's this KID word comes from the German KI im Dienst der Diversität, in English, in the duty of diversity. And what we did, we developed within 4 years with company as partners within our research project, financed by the Federal Ministry of Labor. We developed a process, the so-called KID process. And this is unique. And I would be really very happy to get into discussion with you, because what this process is, it's not a rocket science process in terms of the certain steps. It's a normal process that you have when you develop a software or buy a software. But the red things inside are what we developed is the KID inside, and these are central process steps with a focus on ethic and diversity. That are led by a group of people that we call Panel der Vielfalt, which is this one here. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm always pressing the wrong bottom. I wanted to. Here, this is the Panel der Vielfalt, and this is a group of people that we empowered, that we trained with a technical part of a software that the company wanted to buy or even develop, and also with the ethical and diversity aspects of that. So we empowered them to go in a step in this part B of the process, to ask critical questions, hopes and concerns. And that were then brought into the information that were needed when making a buying decision or making a development decision, and then led into key performance indications in order to check later on whether the software really brings what it promised. I hope you understand what I said. My English is not so good. So if there are any questions, I'm really very happy to go through with that and to talk with you about that, because what we developed here before, or what we started to develop, was before even the EU AI Act was discussed. And what we always said is the AI Act said you have to do something, and we developed something that helps you how to do it, how to be transparent, how to involve people. I could talk with you about hours about this Trojanical horse that this is, right? This is a major impulse for culture, company culture, to involve people in a process that normally a management is doing, right? And it's an enormous questioning of my own strategy when I just even start to put together the panel of diversity, asking myself, how diverse am I? What diversity do I want to represent? Right? Oh my God, there's a lot of men in my organization, right? What about my customers? So it's, and then the next thing is when we ask, okay, what do you have to prevent in order not to jeopardize your strategy? Oh, do we have a strategy in terms of, yeah, it's a very powerful tool, but it also hurts. It's also painful. And that's why companies tend to be very reluctant to take use of that. And that's why we were very happy that the AI Act made it a pressure. So as you can see, I could talk hours and hours. You can get more information here if you want to have this QR code. I'm sure the presentation will be shared with you. So we have a website where we explain the process and all the different parts of that. And what I want to say before I end with my impulse, I was there into the project with my with the NGO Female Vision. It's a non-profit organization. We were the initiators of this KIT project, and when it ended last year, we were very unhappy that if research projects end, everybody is fleeing to some point, and the results tend to go in a cupboard. And we thought, no, we are so much in front of the big wave which comes with AI, with regulation. So this idea is so good. We have to find ways to bring it to the people on a low level. So we developed a couple of spin-off ideas, and we are still in the process of having spin-off ideas how to make it easier to use that process also, or to involve a panel of diversity. And so this is only one example where we got promoted by the Civic Innovation Platform, which is an initiative of a couple of ministries here in Germany. And our idea was to have a digital platform to put the process on this platform and have training videos and stuff, so that you don't need to go somewhere. You make a digital training. Right. So there are a lot of ideas. We have a lot to offer, and I'm very happy now to get into the discussion here on the panel with the others who will join us. And thank you very much for listening to me. I hope it was not too much, too quick, but it's a very thick cupboard, and we have to start digging. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Annette, for this inspiring impulse. And I think we will now start into the panel discussion. And for the panel discussion, I want to invite people that reflect in some way our quality infrastructure and have some experience with this question, or maybe we will discuss if they have. So I want to ask first Fabiano Assi, who is from the Swiss Federal Institute of Metrology of Meters, to come to the front. Then Joachim Bühler, Managing Director of TÜV Verband, and Dorothea Knopf, where she is. She is from PTB, but also representing legal metrology. And now I take this chair, and then I can go there. Yeah, so let me introduce people a little bit that are sitting here so that you know who is talking with me about this topic. So Fabiano Assi is a member of the executive board of METAS, which is the Swiss Federal Institute of Metrology. And he's responsible for physics department, so for electricity, length, optics, and time, and mechanical quantities in ionized radiation. So maybe you are a classical physicist, you had a PhD in engineering, both in Harvard and in Zurich, best stations one could be maybe. And then after 12 years in management, you joined METAS, and then already started in METAS with calibration testing, so more on the side maybe of services, and then you got to the forefront of metrology. And METAS is also at the forefront of digitalization, so maybe also of AI, and we're looking forward, what is your experience with AI? And so the first question is, if you are in physics, is AI in physics an enabler in the future of metrology? And which quality did you expect from AI in this field?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much. Yes, of course, yes, AI is part of what physicists, what people are using. And now you would expect that we do everything with AI, and the simple answer is no. We are also beginners, I would say so, and I can give you some examples. I could start saying that we did a survey in order to really understand in our institute how AI is used. And the majority of the answers which came back were, first of all, the translations. This is very common, programming, text parts, and so on. And then some other minor tasks which help the construction of measurement tools. And I have a good example, which is the one specific engineer who was really building up a new measurement system. And he said he didn't even write a single code line. Everything came out from one of these AI tools. Of course, the situation is that this person was able to understand the result of the AI. He was able to judge, this is good, this is not. But it was a huge source of inspiration and a lot of time saving for him in order to be able to do that. So yes, we are using it, but I still consider what we are doing as beginners.
Now we come to Joachim Bühler. He's a political scientist by education. And after his PhD, which he, by the way, performed, I think, as a scientific assistant at Deutsche Bundestag, he joined the digital association Bitkom. So you went into the heart of digitalization, I would say. First as an economic policy advisor, then 2 years later, he was appointed to the management board of it and was responsible for politics, economics, and digital transformation at Bitkom. And since 2017, now you are managing director and member of the executive committee of TÜV Verband. And those that are in quality infrastructure, they know that TÜV Verband represents technical service providers and also companies that have technical services. And you are advocating also standards on professional development among your members. So Joachim, if you look at these members, they are quite diverse. They are small and medium-sized companies, but they are also measurement technology structures like TÜV instances. And in these diverse groups, is a view of AI differing between these different people, or is it the same that AI is something that will be in the future of TÜV or of small and medium-sized enterprises?
Well, yes, thank you very much for the nice introduction and the very good question. Let me answer it this way. You know, the idea of TÜV, I don't know if everybody is so familiar with TÜV, but we are a typical German organization. We were founded 160 years ago. Back in those days, not AI was the main topic of the industry, but it was the steam boilers. I mean, you have also some steam boilers here, I guess, yeah. Very important technology back in those days, but they had a very big problem. They were not safe. They exploded regularly. Yeah, so we had a big trouble here in Germany, and the acceptance of the first industrial revolution here in Germany was critical because of these exploding fabrics. Yeah, nobody wanted to work anymore in these fabrics, and people lived around there. They didn't want to live in a neighborhood with exploding steam boiler companies. So what happened then? You know, politics came to the table and said, okay, you guys from the industry, if you can't solve this problem, we will regulate you. And then it happens like it happens today, if the regulator's coming and arguing like, you know, if you can't do it anymore, then you won't be able to do it in the future because I will regulate you. And so they had a nice idea. They founded an association. So we are some kind of, in German, we would say Selbsthilfegruppe der Industrie. And they found an association and, you know, and they employed technical inspectors. So this was the steam boiler testing and inspection association were private, and there were technical experts, and they inspected the companies of their owners, which is a very interesting concept because, you know, they are not working in these fabrics because they were in an owner association, the TÜV association, but they inspected the industry, and this worked very well. So the accidents reduced and the acceptance of steam boilers. And now we are still here in Germany, and we had the Industrial Revolution. So for
also
AI,
explosions,
right? And there's the same question now is for us as a TÜV association is now what our aim is to to have safety and security in the world, to protect people and environment from risk of technical aspects. This is our duty since 160 years, and back in those days it was steam boilers, now it's the artificial intelligence topic. You show something about discrimination, I can add, you know, in medical devices, or I can add in autonomous driving. Every single sector has now AI. And of course, the safety aspect and the security aspect is really relevant for the acceptance of this technology. So for us as TÜV was clear, if we are not dealing with safety and security of AI, we won't be needed in the future anymore because everything will be AI. So the question is, how can we test and inspect AI? And this is like a very hard question. It's it's very hard to develop AI as we see here in Europe. It's very hard to be top of the world in developing AI and making business with AI, but it's even harder to test AI. But we try. And this was the reason why we founded 2 years ago a startup, a joint venture of all the TÜVs to develop methods and tools to test and inspect AI to make it more safe and secure.
Thank you. So we will come back to that topic. What is safe and secure and also diverse AI? Dorothea, you are an electrical engineer from education, from famous TU Ilmenau, and then to join PTB to do your PhD. And then you had different stations in chemistry, in gas analysis, in legal metrology. You are a metrologist from all perspectives and also from all quality infrastructure divisions. And then now you're heading the division mass, which is a rather important division because the mass is newly defined, but also it has the stakeholder community that is producing ways that is quite active and always is also on the forefront of technology. On the other hand, in the weighing community, there are also many different stakeholders. And how difficult it is in such a stakeholder community that is eager to learn something like AI, you can transmit it, or how can you transmit it? So if you think in conformity assessment or others, is this easy to transmit AI, or are there objectives or, let's say, skepticism from this group of people?
Thank you for your kind introduction. I think, how to say, let's start from the other way around. So we are doing nearly everything concerning mass. Of course, we are also part of the conformity assessment body within PTB, where we are doing conformity assessment of weighing instruments. And we are unfortunate, as this industry is very active and usually always pushing us to move forward in digitization, for example. And I expect in many of the instruments we test for conformity assessment is some AI thing inside. And we don't know about that. And as long as the instruments are fulfilling the limits we check, it's everything for us is all right. So I think the point is now to start, how can we use AI to improve our efficiency, for example? And with that, we are in very good contact with our customers of different sizes. So large companies, smaller companies, they have an association. So, and we are trying to discuss with them together, how can we together use AI to improve the efficiency of our conformity assessment process. So I think it's, from our perspective, it's good to have the manufacturers there. And from my perspective, the size or the diversity of the companies is not the real point affecting us in doing so. And I'm very happy about that.
Now, if you all three think of your communities and the AI, were there some instances where you thought about, is AI bias-free, or is there some biases? Do you have something like more tendency to look at, is this human-centric, is this more diversity-sensitive, or is there never a question about it? Maybe Dorothea, you can start and then we can go further.
Thank you very much for your presentation. When you presented us, I was thinking, okay, so I've learned now communicating with an AI is as well challenging as communicating with other persons. So you have to take into account all the experiences, possible experiences, the reality ambient, and also how do I ask for something. And so I think To be honest, I wasn't aware of that effect before we started with the preparation of this time now, but it's of possibly an effect. I don't know if it's really affecting our daily work, because we are more or less in a way where we have references coming from techniques. And so far, I hope the technical references are not biased by diversity. But to be honest, I'm not sure. We have to check. So far.
Fabiano, in your case, is there some reflections on that?
Yeah, we discussed already some minutes ago about this, and indeed, I took out from your presentation this very first point that there are a lot of unfair decisions taken by humans. And this remembers me a class I took 1 year ago about artificial intelligence in management. And one of the points I took out there is that this data-driven decision, and for me it was some sort of a promise that this system will help us to really take the good decision. And now we are somewhere stuck in between. Unfortunately, in metrology, I would say, until we just measure physics, chemistry, and stuff like this, and we don't start to measure about the psychological behavior of people, this is still far, I assume, but this is a quite defined area where also the measurement system are very well defined. So you know exactly on which range your balance can measure between 5 grams and 500 grams, not more than that. So you're not going out of this range and you're fine. And this is more or less where us as metrologists, we are moving. And I hope that the system we are given to AI system, they are not biased, because we know the entire range. We just need to make sure that we move in that range, and then everything is fine.
Maybe once, if you don't have enough data, and then buy data somewhere and from another state, and this state has different uncertainties, maybe then it happens.
Of course, Murphy's law is always ready. But still, I think from an intelligent point of view, you should make sure, and this is the one of the first things you learn when you go into data science and in all these algorithms, that you have to really make sure that your data are well prepared, and then you have a good test data as well, that you can really test this in an independent way.
So what is with TÜV-Verband? Do TÜV members ask about bias in AI data or AI algorithms?
Yes, well, first of all, I wanted to support your position for conformity assessment, which is what our companies do. It's very important for us not only to test artificial intelligence, but also use it for conformity assessment, because it's very, very helpful. I mean, we have documents that we have to read and so on, and it's very, very more efficient to use artificial intelligence. And the question is, will, for example, the Deutsche Akkreditierungsstelle accept that we use AI? Yeah, and what kind of criteria will they have on our tools that we use? Yeah. But to answer your question, well, I tried to make it concrete on 2 examples. The first thing is on the Artificial Intelligence Act, what you already mentioned. There's one article which says that, HR tools with AI are, high risk. I don't know if you're all familiar with the Artificial Intelligence Act, but it says you have like a pyramid of different risk system. It's like a risk-based approach, which means if there is no risk from artificial intelligence, there is no regulation needed. And then if, middle risk, and then you have high risk things. And this high risk things, for example, is medical stuff or autonomous driving, or for example, HR. And so the question is, why HR? Because of this discrimination topic. You mentioned some examples. Yeah, if you want to have a job and HR is selecting you as one of the person who wants to have the job, you want to make sure that you are not discriminated by a machine. Very simple thing. So, but the devil is in the detail, because the question is, what does diversity mean? Yeah. What is that? I mean, this is you mentioned my profession is like political science. Yeah. So it's also a political question. I mean, 50 years ago, the diversity question was totally different than it's today. And the problems that you showed is that, you know, the data that we are collecting is always historical data. So it was, you know, it uses the data from 50 years ago and thinks everything is fine with the diversity when the wife is at home, cooks meals, and, you know, daddy is going to work. So where's the problem? Yeah. So, and it's changing all the time. This is the first thing. So it's not clear what diversity mean. You have to define it. And then there's another problem, who defines it? I mean, does the machine do it? Do we humans do it? And from the humans, who does it? And so on. And you had, you know, you posted some solution with this diversity panel and so on. We also tried with Stepstone, which is a platform in Germany with job offerings, you know, Stepstone, another company, and we developed a white paper where we try to find also a solution how we solve this problem. And one of the things is to build a diverse team so that your developers are also diverse, that you have like tests while you're developing this artificial intelligence, and then you make sure that you use the right data. And then you have a next problem of the other regulation topic, which means data protection. If you are not forced to say what kind of if you're a woman or a man, how can the artificial intelligence know what kind of, you know, CV it has to deal with? Yeah. So there are many problems. It's not so easy. I mean, diversity is like a very, very big topic, but we have to solve it because the law says we have to solve it. This is the one thing. And the other thing I want to point out is that we have to look that, you know, machines are making mistakes, but also human beings are making mistakes, to be honest. Yeah. The question for us is how we want to, you know, reduce mistakes, and we have to look that we don't change the human mistakes through machine mistakes. Yeah. And the interesting thing is that, you know, the machine and the humans are making two different kind of mistakes. To give an example from, you know, driving with a car, you know, if you drive with a car as a human, your mistakes are you are not obeying the Vorfahrtsregeln, you drive too fast, and you drive drunk. Yeah. This is what, you know, an artificial intelligence will never do. Will never do. Yeah. But what the artificial intelligence does is, for example, we had an accident with an autonomous car in Arizona, 2018, and you know it killed a woman who was not riding the bicycle, but taking the bicycle and not as she sheeped the bicycle, she pushed the bicycle over the street. The problem was that the artificial intelligence had no data trained that, you know, people had to sit on the bike and ride the bike, not pushing the bike. And so the artificial intelligence categorized these women with a pushing bike in the same category like a flying, no, not bird, not even a living paper. Yeah, like a paper flying around and you know, and asked the machine to go and not to stop. And so you see the different kind of mistakes. The machine makes different mistakes than the human being. And if we want to have this is our vision, zero, you know, no, you know, accidents or no people dying in our society because of car accidents and so on, we have to make sure that we don't replace the human mistakes through machinery mistakes.
Thank you. Before maybe we ask Annette about this, we also want to open then the questions to the audience. So if you have some questions, just think of them, and then I will ask you in a minute to do so. Annette, now, if some of these stakeholders sitting here are coming to you and saying, can you check our AI if this is bias-free or if we have something that is having human data being entered that are biased? How can you assess it, or what would you do with your tools that you have developed?
Right. We didn't develop a tool. We developed a process and invited people to ask questions. Seems similar what you did with Stepstone, and we learned from our project that inviting people to ask questions, you have to explain to them why you want this, why you want to develop it, or why you want to buy it. But if you explain how it works and what it will make with the way they work, they are able to ask questions. And what we found out that even they don't need to be experts, they just need to be trained. 80% of the critical issues coming up with such software, it must not necessarily be AI, right? It can only is a very simple software doing wrong things. So 80% of what would be potentially discriminating or biased could be discovered. So we found out that the white elephants in the room can be made transparent through that. The last 20%, you need experts who can really deep dive and understand on a deeper level where maybe other problems are. So it's to make a setting where you start a negotiation and a discussion about why do you want this and for what reason, and if we want it, how do we want it, and so we found out that including people into that discussion within an organization is not only making something with the quality of it or with a decision, do I want it or not? Maybe you come to the decision, we don't need this, we can make it in a different way. But it also gets trust to the employees, and which is, I think, a very, very important aspect, that people know what a company, like especially if you have it in the HR sector for recruiting or for Personalentwicklung, or we had a company in our group that is a consulting company, and they wanted to staff their consulting teams with AI, right? And because for them it's attractive to be quick, but for the people it could be very unattractive, saying, you know, once in a stupid project, always in a stupid project, because the software says she's an expert on that, she can do it again. So and if you have the people in the process and they have an opportunity to pose questions and they are heard, that makes a lot with the company culture, but also with the quality and the trust. So it's always, you know, we are still human beings working together in one or the other way. And what I found out, and which is making me hopeful, is that we are not überflüssig, and we are not, we are still needed. Well, but still we also think about ways, like, as I said, we have spin-off ideas, how to make it easier to have such a panel who's posing questions. So what the idea we are discussing at the moment is whether it's possible. It is possible, but we are looking for partners who help us to do it, to make this panel digital, to make AI characters, chatbots, who take different positions, perspectives. So you have AI questioning AI. You can have it as a plug-in software that, for example, software developing companies can use to have a quick check. Are we on the right way? What have we forgotten? Because especially the software developing companies are very young, male. So and even if they want to do things good, they are biased. They have a certain perspective on things. So that's why I think we have to think and have to develop ideas, but to involve people, to involve different perspectives, to bring diversity in terms of the views of different people, I think is essential.
So in a way, you could say you use participation to bring people to make explainable AI for themselves and explain the contents of AI.
Yeah, also to feel empowered, because it's not so, it's complicated, but it's not so complicated that I as a non-expert can't understand. And I think this is so crucial that we have this, they call it in the AI, the literacy, right? That we empower people to understand what is going on and to be empowered, to feel empowered to pose questions. And if we are at that point, that would be great within society, but also within the companies.
So this maybe is a good point to ask you if you have questions to one of the panelists or to the topic itself. Any question? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the discussion. I have to make a disclaimer. I'm a strong believer in diversity as a scientist. I think it always brings value to the place. And I was a little bit triggered by Joachim Bühler when he said, what is diversity? Because we always think about our decisions to bring a lot of different perspectives into the play, but there's always a blind spot. And the problem with a blind spot is that you don't know the don't knowns. Yeah, it's blind. And so we can do the best we can do, but we don't find this. So what is the solution there? So how can we find a bias or a missing point in the data, or where we're not looking to?
This is very interesting question, right? How do we bring things in our conscious mind, right? And if it's not in our so it's always an interactive. How would say it's always a process. We are never coming to a point saying that's it, right? So that's also with our process. We said you always have to go back and forth, right? Because it's not you make once this process and then you have the software and this is running and then everything is fine. It's not. You always have to check and look at the results and hope that the white spots will come up. So I think, but at least if you make the effort, inviting people, inviting different perspectives, all the perspectives that you come up at the moment, to look at that, this is a major step. This is more than having nothing. Or
I think it's like in real life, you know, this is like the same. We always, at TÜV, we say there's no 100% security. Yeah, it's always a process. And I think it's the same thing. And the question is, how often do you repeat this process? And the other question is on this diversity topic. I mean, look at the geopolitical situation. I think we have like a backlash. So we are going now 3 steps behind the things we already have been. Yeah. And I know I just came from a discussion with my colleagues. We wanted to do a Pride CSRD event next year at our office. And the question is, can we do it because of, you know, letters from the United States telling them that if you want to still be our customers, please don't do this. Yeah. So I think now the question is, what kind of values do we have? And do we have the values always when the sun is, only when the sun is shining? Or do we, I mean, this is the question that we are dealing at the moment in the industry with. Yeah. So this is, you know, this is coming back to my political science thing. This is always a political question, how diverse we want to be. This is the question. And what are our values and what is diversity for us? I mean.
May I just have a question if somebody else has a question, because I was just said that we are running to the end. So maybe we can take another question from the panel. Yes, please.
Thank you. This is the question for Annette. So if we have such metric as diversity, let's say, can an uncertainty be applied to this metrics? So basically, we could say that something is diverse enough with some probability. So like that might solve like a few problems.
That's a very interesting question, and we discussed this when coming to our process having key performance indicators, right? When is the software working well? And that might be different from company to company, and this depends on what is my strategy. What do I want? Yeah, do I want to push forward women in technical positions, or do I want to? So there is no one real answer. And it needs, and this is the interesting thing, it needs this discussion within the company to find in a process some steps to go forward and to always come back and question yourself again and again. Or, yeah.
Yeah, I think we come to the end of the panel discussion. Thank you for your input. And I think afterwards we are all here to have a get together and then you can still have questions, but maybe at the very end, let's imagine we have 2035 and some people think in 2035 AI has taken over power and we are only servants to AI. Others say that then AI has not developed further. It's just like now. What is your opinion? What will be AI for your field in 2035?
I hope it will support us, and I hope we will be able to incorporate diversity in a way that it is a mirror of our culture. Because when I understand you well, this process will help us to, to set up a kind of culture in the AI. And if this works, I'm happy.
Right. I also hope that it's going to be a partner, a good partner, and I always see it as a booster, because it makes things big that were already there. All the topics that we talk about have been there before AI, and they just make it visible. So let's use it. Let's use it and make the best of it, and be sure that the humans will always have their place in that game. And without humans, AI won't be such, can't make the development we will still have our place in that game. So maybe I should say it like that.
Yeah, to this question, I like to go back to the first word Mr. Bühler said about the introduction of TÜV. I liked it very much. I like to go back, and I like to go back in the 60s, 70s, when the first calculator came to the market and they were affordable and everybody could make simple calculation in a quick way. And then if you have asked me this question in the 70s, I would say, yeah, I start to do calculation every morning, every afternoon. No, it's not the case. Now we know how to use these tools. And I think it's the same with the artificial intelligence. I think in 2035, we will have this as a tool, as an addition to our abilities. And it will be just a part of the job in different areas. And I think what will be needed in particular is really a really good increase of the skills for the use of these digital tools and artificial intelligence. So the skill, we have to work on that, because we observe that this is still missing, and this is a big gap.
First thing, I think AI will change everything. I think it's one of the biggest revolutions that we ever had. I think it's even bigger than the steam boiler. It's even bigger than the cars. And it's so, I mean, I don't know if we have the same job in 30 years anymore. I don't think that we have the same doctors anymore. I don't think that we have the same out of education anymore. I think everything is going to change. First thing. The second thing is I hope TÜV will be very strong. Yeah, because Terminator is coming. I mean, really, I mean, I'm not kidding. I mean, just look at this drone war. I mean, this is, at the moment, it's just analogous. Just think about artificial intelligence, drone intervention, about millions of these things. I mean, this is not science fiction. I think this is like really in 5 or 6 years. So I think TÜV is very strong. And the third thing is, I hope, and I want to fight for that, and I just can, you know, engage everybody to do so, that the European way of looking on this technology will be the leading view on it. And I hope that not the Chinese way and not the American way at the moment will take over. Yeah, and I think we have to fight for that here in Europe. And this is why it's so important to invest in this topic and to build our education system and to work on it, and to, you know, to make a European way of using artificial intelligence.
Yeah, thank you. A good final word. Applause for everybody.